Pick.
Hey everyone, welcome to day 2 of ShellCon. If it's your first time here, welcome. We're so excited to have you. If you hung out with us yesterday, welcome back. We have a ton of fun stuff going on today. Again, I just want to remind you that we have our whole Discord channel if you haven't signed up for that yet. It's shellcon.io/Discord. We have lockpicking village with talks all day. We have a shenanigans village, which who knows what is going to go on over there. And don't forget, we have late tonight, we have our ShellCon After Dark party. I personally stayed up until 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't even know how I'm awake right now, but I expect on day 2 to close ShellCon out. It's going to be quite the party tonight as well. Anyway, sit back, have fun. We have a great lineup of talks for you on this channel. I hope you have a great time. Dante, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Hey, our keynote is Adversary Simulators.
Are we all switched over to the stream now?
And then Dante, could you introduce me again?
Or is it not ready to go?
No, we switched to the wrong scene. Dante, if you could introduce me again.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, our keynote is Adversary Simulators, High Fidelity Intelligence and Reporting Toolkit. Our speaker is Joe Rosner. Joe's a member of the Red Team at Verizon Media, where he plots world domination and builds offensive tooling. He has a passion for reverse engineering, exploitation, and teaching and sharing research with others. He is the undisputed champion of the Brondo and Booze competition from DEF CON's past, with his Irish car mutilator winning in both the drink and dip categories. I turn it over to Joe Rosner.
Hi everyone. I think we're all correct now. There's a lot of really complicated streaming magic going on here to make this all work, and you'll see why in a few minutes. But I think we've waited enough time, and we can get started. As the introduction said, this is Asirt, or Adversary Simulators High Fidelity Intelligence and Reporting Toolkit, a very complicated and confusing backronym, but I think it works. So, looks like we might be having a little bit of technical difficulties. Waiting to get verification that the audio is in fact coming through. Okay, great. We've got the thumbs up that that audio is working, so we can keep going. So nobody got into infosec to write reports. Maybe we're here because we wanted to hack things without going to jail, or we wanted to fix things or protect people to make things more secure, or maybe you're just here for the money. It could be any of these reasons or more, but the fact of the matter is we write reports. Sometimes you have the ability, after finding something or doing something, to just go and fix it. You have the autonomy or the power or the money. But a lot of the time, how we communicate is what matters. The way that we drive change is through the stories that we tell. It's in the reports that we write, and the decks that we present, and the videos that we demo to our coworkers and our organizations, and the people that allow us to actually drive this change. And when I say this, red teams specifically tell stories. If you're handing over a report that's just a list of vulns and mitigations and CVSS scores, you're probably doing a disservice to your organization. Those three things aren't going to convince anyone, most likely, that something needs to change. The narrative is, the story that you're telling is. You need to convince the stakeholders that the scenario that keeps them up at night is actually possible, that you've done it, that you've pulled it off, and that it's not just you, but a real attacker could do it also. You need to show how viable the kill chain is that you've used, demonstrate what can be done and what the impact is, so that the organization understands what could actually happen if a real attacker were to do what you've just done. But when you look at the state of red team reporting tooling out there, we see a very different story. When you talk about red teams, we focus on the narrative. We focus on telling this story about what we did, what happened, why we were able to do it, and the impacts. But the tooling, it doesn't focus on the narrative. So why is that? The state of tools right now that do some of this, and there's a handful of them out there between PlexTrack. There's another one that was released by Spectre Ops, I believe last year or 2 years ago. But most of what these tools do is they take a bunch of machine readable input from the output of tools, so like Metasploit and Nmap and Nessus and all of these different tools that go and they spit out things like shells and vulns and host discovery and bugs and warnings about code. They take this in, they apply some templates, make it really pretty, and then spit out a report that kind of summarizes what was found in there. But that doesn't really tell you the story of what happened. It has some obscure ratings and kind of tries to explain how scared you should be or concerned you should be about that. But it doesn't really drive home the point of what you want to change. All red teams are going to be different. They're going to use different tools. They're going to use different runbooks. They're going to use different strategies. But the reporting process is likely going to be roughly the same. There's 5 steps that are pretty common and you're going to see used throughout that process. The first is storage. One of the things you do as you run an operation is you collect evidence. This can be scan results, this can be documentation of shells you've gotten, screenshots, whatever it is that you use to eventually provide proof and tell the story. Most teams are going to store this in some kind of shared storage, whether it's Google Drive or Dropbox or any number of other systems that's available. The problem with these is that they don't really allow you to annotate. That's done somewhere else, maybe in a Google Doc or a Word doc or some kind of shared space where a team can collaborate and document what's happening. But you've now divorced this information, the evidence from the annotation. This makes it really hard to index that data because it's now in 2 different places. The storage tools may be able to index some information based on the metadata of the files, or maybe try to do some OCR of images to get some additional data about what you've done or what's there. But it's not going to have that really nice annotation that you've done, how you did this, what led up to this, where you can write out that narrative. Eventually, once you've finished the operation, or maybe even part of it, when you want to go get more information about something you've already done, you're going to have to search. And because you've divorced this annotation and this original evidence source, you now have to search through both of these, and you need to combine this data and find a way to keep track of it all. Eventually, you're going to want to compile that into some kind of report, something you can share, whether that's a slide deck or a document or something that you can provide to the stakeholders later. And you still have to go through and grab the pieces from all these different places, get it from different people, make sure that you have all the data. And that's difficult to do, especially when it's in multiple places. So we set out to make Asirt with a few different goals. The first is that everything is automatic and transparent. Minutes matter when you're red teaming. Minutes could be the difference between getting caught or getting in. It could be the difference between getting your end goal or getting evicted. It really does matter. And so because of that, we want to make sure that you're never taken away from what you're doing. You shouldn't have to take a screenshot and then go move over to a different tab, copy that in somewhere, make sure it's saved, other people can see it, or make sure at the end of the day you copy everything over. This should be as transparent and automatic as possible so that you can keep doing what you're doing. It makes it easier and lets you do what you're there to do. The second is a centralization point that's synchronized. Red teams rarely operate by themselves. You usually have multiple people on the red team that are operating. They need to share information. Maybe you need to share information with your blue team or other people because you find an incident or create an incident. That synchronization point is important. It allows you to collaborate in real time, and that's something that we wanted to build as part of Asirt as a core tenet of the platform. The last is high fidelity indexed evidence. The evidence is what we use to tell that story. It's really, really important. Because of that, we want to make annotation possible. We want to make sure that everything is indexed together, that you can search all of that, and then it's usable. So we wanted to provide a timeline of evidence that gives you accurate timestamps of when things happened, provides the evidence in a timeline that shows when everything happened in chronological order. And so that's what we've built. This is a high-level overview of the platform. You see here on the left, we have an operator. Currently, Asirt supports 3 different types of evidence, but it was built in such a way that it's easy for us to add more to both the front end and the back end, which we'll see shortly. Those 3 evidence types are screenshots, which are typically for us the most common, clipboard and code snippets, so some kind of code that you find or raw text that you want to make available. And lastly, terminal sessions, being able to play back a terminal recording and see what happened from the operator's point of view. This all talks to a platform, the Asirt server, where it handles capturing the data, indexing it, providing search and synchronization, and allows the operator to see the outcome and share this data. From here, we can use that data to build out our narrative and provide our deliverable to the stakeholders after the operation is complete. So I'm going to switch over from the slides right now, and I'm going to take us over into the Asirt platform. You can see here we're logged in. This is the operations view. It gives you all the operations that are currently set up. We have a little bit of seed data in here, but I'm going to go ahead and create a new operation for us. We're going to call it Harry Potter and the Curse of the Live Demo. It's been created and the screen has been updated. I can click into the little icon here of the pencil, and this will bring us to the settings page for this operation. Being a security tool, we wanted to make RBOC a first priority. So I'm here as Albus. I'm going to add a couple of my coworkers here so they can help me with this operation. We can search for Harry and add him. I'm going to give him write permissions, and this allows him to add new evidence into the system. I'm also going to search for Ron, give him write permissions as well. So now that they've been added into the operation, it's time to get started. I'm going to move back to the operations view, and I'm going to click into the operation. This is what we call the timeline view. There's not any evidence in here right now, but there's going to be some shortly. This is the main view you're going to be using when you want to go through an operation. We have the ability to create new evidence in this platform, but the real power is in the tooling that we provided in addition to the web platform. I'm going to go ahead and kick things off by seeding the original evidence that allows us to get started. You see here we have 3 options that correspond to those 3 different current evidence types. I'm going to switch over to code blocks. I'm going to grab the IP address that we've just found and add it in here. So we discovered that this IP 10.10.0.119 was on the network, and we want to go break into this. So we found this new host. Let's get going. We also have the ability to tag. I'm going to add a few tags here. Since it's a new operation, we don't have any, but we're going to create some new ones here. These tags are going to get added into the operation, and now everyone can use those as well. I'm going to switch over to the view so that I can bring in Harry and Ron and let them take away some of the operational. Hey, Harry and Ron, you guys ready to go? So you can see here that they've brought up the Asirt platform. The operation's available, and they have seen the IP address that I've just added. The first thing they're going to do is go into the Asirt client, and they're going to switch the operation. That's going to allow them to properly send all evidence to the correct one. This Asirt tool is one of the first parts of the client-side tooling that allows us to capture evidence all in real time and not have to take you out of what you're doing. It specifically allows capturing of screenshots using any of the tooling that is available on the system. It's cross-platform, so it works on Mac OS, Linux, should build on Windows and other platforms that the Qt graphical toolkit supports. You see here there's a little dialog that pops up that allows them to capture evidence after they've run a port scan and identified some open ports. It looks very similar to what you see in the web interface. Gives you a preview of what you're doing. All the tags have synced and will sync between the two in real time. We see they've identified the host and open ports, and they're beginning to go and look for accounts through Samba, and they've enumerated that. Continuing to add more screenshots that can be shared across the team so that they can share information as they discover it. The Asirt tool specifically calls out to any helper screenshot tool that you have. So on macOS, we use the default one, but on Linux, if there's one you have that's a preference, or if there's another platform you want to support, as long as there's a screenshot tool that you can call from the command line that allows you to specify where the end screenshot ends up, that can all be used. And that's configurable from the Asirt tool itself. See Harry going back into the Asirt tool web front end. Maybe having a little bit of issue with his network. And going over to the web interface that he found on this host. He's capturing this and sharing details that he's found this. Ron is still looking around at some of the details. He's refreshing the page in Asirt, and all the new evidence shows up. He sees the timeline and sees the evidence that Harry's shown, and he can now use this to continue going down the path that he wants to go down. Harry is sharing more information right now about a SQL injection possibility that he found. Ron, I think it would be a good time to demo some of the evidence management tooling in the Asirt client. Ron's going to head over here and open up the accumulated evidence. This is a way that you can look at all the local evidence you've submitted. If there's an issue with submitting to the Asirt server, maybe you lost network connectivity or you're doing something offline, all of it will get saved here. And you can resubmit this after the fact with all the original timestamps, all the tags, and all of that will show up in the timeline in the correct order from when it actually happened. Harry's managed to perform SQL injection on this box, and gain credential access for the John user. He's sharing this and adding some additional tags so that Ron can use this to go and try to penetrate the system with a brute force. Ron's just refreshed, and you can see that Harry submitted this as a code snippet. This is easier for credentials and other data that needs to be copy and pasted or be able to get referenced again, as opposed to a screenshot, and one of the reasons why we built this. It's also useful if you want to provide exploit code that's in there, if you want to call out specific code that's been audited from code bases that have been reviewed. It allows you to easily share that and provide data that's more rich. One of the things we're looking at doing is providing search over that data, but right now it's currently indexing the descriptions that you add, the tags that you add. It looks like Ron has successfully got SSH access through the Hydra scan and is sharing that information with Harry. Harry's gotten in using the SSH creds and found himself in a restricted shell. He successfully breaks out of the shell and has a normal bash shell. Again, continuing to take evidence as he goes and share this with Ron so that Ron can be kept up to date with this technique. Ron's still stuck here and hasn't quite figured out how to get out of the restricted shell. But as soon as Harry pushes this, Ron can move back over to Asirt and see what it has done. Ron's seen the technique he used to break out of the shell and can use this as well, while Harry goes and attempts to loot more information from the system. Ron's now gotten access to the shell as well, and is using this to search for post-exploitation opportunities for Privesk. He sees MySQL running as root, and being the great hacker that he is, knows that that's a good path to getting root. He's documenting this and getting ready to share this with Harry so that Harry can see that he's on the way to getting root access. Luckily, Ron knows that default passwords are a thing and has used that to gain access into the MySQL database. This is one good method to find additional passwords. He shared this password with Harry and is letting Harry know that he's found an additional password for Robert. Harry's getting ready to demo another tool that we've released called aterm. Aterm is the terminal recorder that we use for capturing terminal sessions. It outputs data as an ASCII Cinema format with some additional metadata. But one of the key pieces of this is that the ASCII Cinema format is extensible, and tooling will ignore anything that is there. So any of the existing ASCII Cinema tooling, such as providing GIFs from the files, is all usable, and you can create whatever you want from those from existing tooling. Harry's launched aterm so that he can start recording, and he's selected the operation that we're running. Ron has successfully gotten root access, abusing the root privileges of MySQL, and sharing this information with Harry. Harry's connecting back to the server in the aterm client, back in his normal shell, and is going to gain root access there. We're going to capture this full attack so that we can demonstrate how it works and use this to provide that context to the stakeholders when we go and read them out later. He's replaying the original steps, breaking out of the shell, and then using sudo with the password for John to gain root. He's now gotten root on the system and is letting everyone know it, making sure that we all know to hack the planet. Now that we've captured this, Harry is going to exit out of the shell back to the original shell that was the one that was started from a term. When he eventually exits that shell, he's going to get prompted to interact with a term again. He's going to have the opportunity to provide a description that's going to be provided with the evidence, as well as tagging for the evidence that he's submitting. So here we see the A-term program interacting. Has the opportunity to tag. He's selecting the appropriate tags. And when he's done, he'll be prompted to continue, and then can exit or start a new recording. Thanks, guys. I'm going to take it back from here. So I'm back at the Asirt web application. I'm going to refresh, and I now see all the evidence that's been created. We're back in the timeline view, and I can move through here. The first thing I'm going to do is go to the recording, and I'm going to set some bookmarks for some of the key points. This plays back in real time, so we're going to see everything as it actually happened. The first part I want to document is us getting root. So it looks like that happened somewhere around right here. So I'm going to create a new bookmark. I'm going to go back to here, and I'm going to find the place we broke out of the shell. You'll see we've created these bookmarks down here. If you hover over them, they'll say what happened. This is really useful if you want to share information with your team or other people when you later want to demo how this attack worked. I'm going to pause this and do a little more demo of the timeline view. So right now we see all the evidence. This is everything that was collected during the course of the operation. In this one, there's not a ton of evidence, but if you imagine a real operation that has maybe a week or months or longer of data in it, it can get pretty long. One of the really useful things we have here is searching. We can search for information in the descriptions, so searching for things like root. We have all the evidence that mentions root. I'm going to hit save here, and I'm going to create a new named timeline. This allows us to associate a query with a name, and we see a new timeline pop up here. This allows us to create compartmentalized and specific timelines for different components of an operation. We have some special operators such as tag, which we can look for things such as network or root. We can also search for evidence from a specific operator, such as Harry. And this shows us everything there. I'm going to create one more for the tag win. This is everything that corresponds with us actually getting shells. Big wins. Now everyone knows where to go to find that information. We can grab links if we want to share this. This is now copied to my clipboard, and I can send someone directly to a specific piece of evidence. And we see this next to us right here, assign findings. We don't have any findings yet, but let's go and fix that. The findings are how we tell the story. These are the things that we need to report and we need to get fixed. I'm going to go ahead and click this Create Finding button at the top here, and this is going to let us get started creating our findings. Now, I'm not going to go through all this here, but let's create at least one so we can get started. The first thing that we're going to report is the SQL injection that we found in the web application. So SQL injection in web application allows auth and bypass. We have the opportunity to create a category here. I'm going to set it as product. This is something that we use to know where to send these or route these issues when we eventually report them to the teams. These are categories that you can change if you wanted to, but this is based around our organization and how we work. We also have the opportunity to fill in the description. I'm going to write something small here, but the goal is you'd fill out the part of the story you want to tell here so that you can have that ready to go when you're ready to write your report later or go and create the ticket in the system you're going to ticket someone later to fix. We can update this later. We're back at the table here, and we see that our new finding has been created. I'm going to click into the finding here, and it looks pretty similar to that empty timeline view that we saw at the beginning. And it is. We now have a little bit more information. We have the name of the finding, some ticket information, and the description here. All the descriptions in Asirt support Markdown, so if you want to have rich text, you can. It's possible to do that from the web application itself or the client-side applications such as Asirt or Aterm. I'm going to hit the Add and Remove Evidence button here, and this is going to bring up a modal. This shows us all the evidence. We can do filtering, and we can do all the searching we can from the normal timeline view. I'm going to do a search for SQL to find everything related to this. This looks useful, the password that we stole. I think that's it. So I'm going to hit save, and we've now brought all the relevant evidence into this finding. I'm going to hit edit because it's time to finish this up. I'm going to mark it as ready to report. This lets the team know that this finding is ready to report elsewhere. You'll also see here that all the tags from the evidence have been inherited, so we can easily search back here for individual findings that are related to specific tags that we've identified. Now, we made a conscious choice here not to build this into a project management tool. We didn't want to build another issue tracker because we didn't want to have to onboard and convince the rest of the company to use this. One thing we are looking at doing is building automatic finding exporting. So if your team already uses something like Jira or GitHub Issues, you can easily export these findings into one of those trackers with a template. But the real goal here is that you document the findings as you go. And then when it's time to write that report and the deck and whatever else you need to read out your stakeholders, you have all that information ready to go here with the supporting evidence all indexed and searchable. I'm going to switch back to the slides and go a little bit more before we wrap up. Now, I mentioned a few different tools, and I wanted to share the links for where you can find those. We've open sourced 5 repos as of right now, but we plan to do more as we build more tooling and more support for the platform. The first one listed here is the Asirt server. This provides the web interface that you saw here, as well as the backend server that everything communicates with. We're currently publishing Docker images to the public Docker hub, and you can deploy these complete with the Docker files if you want to build your own images or use ours. There's compose scripts that allow you to deploy directly into Docker or Swarm, as well as Helm charts we've released. If you look at the bottom repo here, these are based on the Helm charts that we use internally and provide all the information you need to deploy this into Kubernetes. The one outside dependency that this has is S3 for storage, but the storage backend is built in such a way that you can easily add support for any other cloud you'd like. There's also local storage if you don't care about redundancy, but I wouldn't recommend it if you really want to make sure that that stays up in case your EC2 or whatever other virtual machine instance goes down. The next repo is Asirt. This is the client-side application that you saw in the top taskbar. This is what allows you to capture documents from the clipboard, as well as screenshots. We provide releases for macOS currently. We're getting those signed and notarized as we speak. We will soon be releasing Linux versions as well, hopefully Windows, as we figure out a solution for the screenshotting application. All that's open source under the MIT license, and you can build it yourself if you don't want to use ours or want to use a platform that we're not currently building for. The last is a term. This is our terminal recorder that we saw Harry using during the demo. This is built in Go and works for any platform that is supported by Go, as well as has PTY support. So you're not going to get this working on Windows. It probably is supported if you use WSL, but you won't be able to use it in your standard Windows terminal. There is the possibility that we could build support for that later, or if someone else who knows more about Windows wants to do that, we're happy to accept more applications into the Asirt ecosystem. The APIs for the Asirt server are all open, so if you wanted to build your own client-side tooling that could push evidence into that, that is supported as well. It's also fairly trivial to add support for new evidence types. So if you wanted to add things like burp support, to take burp sessions and move them into here and view that, that's something that we'd like to do. Support for Metasploit, hash cracking, any other tooling that you use but want to have richer support for the documentation steps. I wanted to provide thanks to a few people that this would not have been possible without. The first is the Paranoids Red team, who made this all possible. They've provided tons of support and feature requests and been really patient as we've built this out, using it from points where it was very unstable to now where it is part of our everyday workflow, and I can't imagine working without it. Alex David and Joel Smith from Originate, who helped us out with a lot of the development work across the ecosystem. Thank you so much for all the work you've done. And finally, Ashley Wolf and the Verizon Media open source team, who made sure we got this open sourced, jumped through all the hoops we needed to, and really helped. Open sourcing this would not have been possible without you. Thank you so much. I think we've got a little bit of time left over for some Q&A. I'm going to switch now over to Zoom, so there may be a couple seconds of dead air. I'm also going to share my screen so that I can bring back up the links for anyone that wants them. Let's see if that works. There we go. Are we all set with the stream being moved over? Great. Are you going to read the questions to me, or is that going to come to me from Discord?
Actually, it looks like there's only 2 questions from Danger Noodle and Char. It looks like they're already answered in the Q&A in the chat.
All right.
Okay, so I'll just tell them to keep posting in the chat if they have any further questions.
Sure. Char, yeah, this is Qt based. It's currently built on Qt 5.15. I'm not exactly sure what our minimum version requirement is, but we can figure that out. The official releases we're using for macOS are built on the most recent one, but it probably does make sense for us to figure out what the minimum is, since a lot of distros for Linux, assuming they'll want to dynamically link there, will need to use an older one because it's what's in the repos. Sorry, yeah, I think the question was whether or not it was based on Qt, and yes, it is. If you'd like to become a paranoid, we are hiring. If you go to theparanoids.com, we have all of our job listings there. Happy to chat after. I think a few of us are here and happy to answer any questions. Do we want to wrap up the Q&A on Zoom and move everything over to Discord?
All right, thank you so much, Joe. I think we'll wrap it up here. Please be aware you can continue to ask questions in Discord. Main Talk Questions is the best place for that. And we'll be back soon with the next talk at the top of the hour.
Great, thank you.
We're just gonna wrap up here. I'm just gonna end it. Okay, our next talk is finessing firmware security testing. Our speaker is Aaron Guzman. Aaron Guzman is co-author of the IoT Penetration Testing Cookbook and is a technical leader within Cisco Meraki's security team. He leads open source initiatives that provide awareness around IoT security defensive strategies, as well as lowering the barrier of entry into IoT hacking under OWASP, IoT, and embedded application security projects. Aaron is co-chair for Cloud Security Alliance's IoT Working Group and a technical reviewer for several IoT security books. He has extensive public speaking experience delivering conference presentations, trainings, and workshops globally. I turn it over to Aaron Guzman.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. It'll be afternoon during my speaker slots. It's great to be at ShellCon and participate. In previous years, I helped out with the IoT Village, so happy I have the opportunity to speak and share some of the projects and knowledge around firmware security testing today. So welcome. My name is Aaron. Everyone calls me Aaron. Doesn't matter. I think it's pretty funny if you ever watch Key and Peele. funny episode, substitute episode. A little bit about myself. I'm the product security lead over at Cisco Meraki. I've authored an IoT penetration testing cookbook, and I've edited a few IoT security related books, a couple with Packet Publishing, and I just finished one with No Starch Press, which should be coming out relatively soon. I feel like I've been saying that a bit, but just waiting on the publisher to finish up with some of the images and so forth. Also involved in, well, obviously OWASP. I help lead the IoT project and the sub projects. So one of those projects is the top 10, the IoT top 10, which we'll be working on in the coming year in 2021. So if anyone has some interest there, feel free to ping me. And other projects is IoT Go. I'll also mention some of the work from IoT Go within this presentation as examples when we go through firmware security testing. Essentially, it's a vulnerable firmware. And I've been lucky to speak at a few conferences, and I'm local here in Los Angeles. I'm not very hard to find. Feel free to ping me on my Twitter if you have any questions afterwards, or maybe you're getting into a firmware project or research or a bug bounty. Feel free to ping me. So I'm going to start with a little bit of history and why we created this project within OWASP, or actually why we needed some sort of I guess guidance and project around firmware and firmware testing. So if you've ever tried to dive into IoT penetration testing, firmware is likely directly or indirectly your target. And researching on the web, you might find content that's fragmented, maybe outdated. You'll find some on Twitter, on YouTube. And maybe you'll find it very generalized to Raspberry Pis or Arduinos, or maybe things that you won't really see in the field. Or sometimes it could be really specific to a device. And the content may be great, but could be hard to find. And I mentioned a few different resources, but even when it's personal blogs or Medium articles, that's what makes it, pretty difficult to follow. And I'm still seeing different types of techniques for firmware testing in different places. And again, repackaged up in small write-ups. And unless you're really good with search engines, it'll be really hard to find. So as someone who is new coming into IoT pen testing or firmware pen testing or whatever it is that you're targeting for, for your assessment, your engagement, or your research, it could be daunting, right? If you're new, and especially with other techniques in the field. Remember, maybe it's application pen testing, network red teaming, and that creates that higher barrier of entry, right? And so we needed a source, an authoritative source to reference. Now, there are many IoT security standards and guidelines and high-level lists, and I mentioned one of them, the IoT Top 10, is one of those lists, although there's none really that focus on firmware itself, and especially firmware testing. So that raises test coverage concerns. How are you assured that you are testing or assessing a piece of firmware and ensuring that you're touching each entry point, every area of the attack surface? And so I set out to, try to help plug that gap, right? And I feel like with any assessment, you have to, you could think of it as whether it's a game or a sports game, with football, you have to have a game plan when you're going into, an assessment or a bounty or whatever it is that you're doing, again, research. And if you're not properly planning your end goal or your goals, whether it's small or big, you may not succeed, or you may not have a high percentage of succeeding. So when there isn't a clear pathway, and there could be many, especially, in this example with football or baseball or basketball, you need to find your own path and make sure that you define your goals and you have some sort of guidelines to where you're ensuring that you're accomplishing those goals. Rather than shooting from the hip and doing, 360 no scopes is another way you can put it. So have a plan, right? You always want to have a plan. And as I mentioned, setting out to fill that gap, we developed a firmware security testing methodology to provide some structure around firmware bug hunting. Now, the goal is to arm and enable people and professionals, hobbyists, whoever you are, with performing firmware security assessments. And again, by lowering the barrier of entry, because I mentioned, the barrier of entry historically has been pretty high. And if you didn't have any insight into firmware security testing and reverse engineering, it was probably a tall task, and maybe it's on your to-do list. And hopefully after this talk, it would be something that's more approachable for you. And so this project originally stemmed from a personal interest of taking notes from various assessments I was performing as a consultant some years ago, as well as when I wrote the IoT penetration testing cookbook. I decided to put systematical steps to firmware security assessments. This methodology, the firmware security testing methodology, we released the version 1 back in October of 2019. So that was last year. Although we converted some of that content from legacy PDF to Markdown and over on Gitbook. And so when that happened, that was earlier this year in March. And we had some help from Meraki, Cisco Meraki, who helped with some of the graphics and put some logos around the methodology, because without a logo, what good is a project nowadays or research? So the firmware security testing methodology is composed of 9 stages and should be modified depending on the overall goal and access you're given. And I'll go through them in just a second. So stages start from 1 through 9. And the first one, information gathering and reconnaissance. You're likely familiar with that for any other penetration testing kind of projects. Obtaining firmware, stage 2. Stage 3 is analyzing firmware. Stage 4 is extracting the file system. 5 is analyzing that extracted file system. 6 is emulating firmware. 7 is dynamic analysis. 8 is runtime analysis. And 9 is binary exploitation. And again, like any methodology, it's certainly possible that you can jump from one stage to another. And in this case, you could jump from, emulating firmware to then, exploiting a binary, or you can get code execution, maybe based off of dynamic analysis that you're trying to accomplish. Different types of dynamic analysis, and we'll go through each stage in a moment. But either way, the end goal is likely some sort of profit and maybe some sort of shell access, right? That's the goal. Remote code execution, shell access, usually depending on your assessment. And then again, those goals that you set out in the beginning. So incorporated into each stage are listings of common tools, their usage, supplemental references, and example attack walkthroughs. And we provide those walkthroughs where it's applicable in some cases, and we're still improving the methodology to include more. So it's the beginning of a recognized methodology that will be built upon. And the current methodology is certainly Nix-centric, although similar steps can be taken when you're targeting other platforms. So we're hoping to try and gather platforms such as Windows and BIOS firmware, UEFI techniques, and so forth. So if you're one of those people who has that type of skill set, come on, please help the methodology, and let's make it more more feature filled as far as what can it be applied to and how it can help folks in the industry. So along with the methodology, we issued or released a virtual machine called EmbedOS. Now it's very convenient, right? It's a pre-configured virtual machine with a bunch of loaded tools you'll see on the right here in the image. The virtual machine is based off of Ubuntu, and the latest version is 2020.2, which I actually pushed up today, and this is in October. So feel free to have a look. Provided some hashes as well and some different download links. And the best part about having a virtual machine, a companion virtual machine like this, is again, not only I mentioned it before about lowering the barrier of entry, But previously, installing your own tool sets, like, it's great, and you'll learn a lot when you're installing your own tool sets and dependencies. But it can often take an extreme amount of time from you, as opposed to, spending time on an assessment and really digging deep. So it's really meant for beginners who want to hit the ground running and want the top tools, want to use the top tools to start getting started with firmware reversing and a firmware assessment, and also different types of platforms. So back when I first started, over a handful of years ago, and firmware testing, installing QEMU and QEMU's dependencies was just a nightmare. And this virtual machine has QEMU pre-installed and functions and works fine. So it's ready for emulation. If you're not aware what QEMU is, we'll also get to that later on in the presentation. Also compiled within the virtual machine, you'll have the firmware security testing methodology on the desktop, along with vulnerable firmware that you can play around with. So you're not, vulnerable firmware that has holes already that you can discover vulnerabilities in. So digging into each stage deeper, we have stage one, the information gathering stage. This is where you want to collect as much information as possible about the target to understand its underlying technology composition. We want to use different types of, let's say, open source intelligence techniques, tools to search public information about the target and its components. So you want to look for things like the operating system, the schematics, data sheet, advisories that may be published, maybe if there's any GitHub repositories. Let's say maybe the manufacturer is participating in bug bounties and you can see some of the activity there. Those will all be helpful for you. Another example I give here is, if the device is wireless and it's sold within the United States, it must have an FCC ID, which could have also the data sheets and schematics and test reports, and also details on the wireless frequency. And you can also have a look at the device inside without cracking it open yourself. So a ton of information that you can gather. And again, your note taking is probably one of the most important pieces here in this stage, as you're gathering your thoughts and gathering some of your goals here. And for projects that make use of GPL version 3 licensing, they must provide the source code for that particular project, which you may be in luck, if you search. Sometimes manufacturers have a tendency to hide these deep in their sites, but upon support request, they'll usually give it up, especially when they're bound to it for, again, licensing reasons and legalities. So if we can discover the target's open source code, let's say GPL again, and let's say we can use a source code analyzer, a static analysis tool. There are many free ones out there that scan open source projects for free, and I listed a couple of these here on the screen: Coverity Scan, Semleys, LGTM, Black Duck's Open Hub, and each of those already have the results from the static analysis scans with the findings, and gives you details on some of the vulnerabilities. Again, without even having a commercial scanner yourself or having the code per se. You could even point these tools to that open source repo, the open source repository if you find it, and it'll scan it for you. So tons of resources here. On your screen is Semley, which is now, I believe, GitHub security. So in this case, this is U-boot. That's being scanned, and you'll see 6 errors, 174 warnings, and 150 recommendations. And if we dig a little deeper, you'll find buffer overflows, potential buffer overflows, and other memory corruption vulnerabilities. They have things categorized with CWEs. This right here is Coverity Scan, and again, I use U-boot again as the example. And the good thing with Coverity Scan is it gives you an idea of the outstanding versus fixed bugs over a period of time. And again, as well as some of the top 25 defects from CWE, and you'll see memory corruption vulnerabilities and use of potentially dangerous functions there as well. All open, all free for you to research and bug hunt. So again, could be useful in different cases where you want some deeper insight without having a commercial tool. The next stage, obtaining firmware, provides a number of methods to get your hands on an image. It's likely the easiest to gather firmware from development teams or build yourself if it's internal. For researchers, searching a vendor site and mastering a Google foo can be your best way forward. So Google Hacking Database is a good resource here to start, analyzing or finding, your Google foo and really target some of the the Dropbox links to Google Drive, Amazon S3, the common locations where firmware would be stored from a manufacturer perspective. I've actually had a lot of luck with this technique, even finding automotive vehicles, their firmware, and it could be from someone from support or someone who has gone into a service center and posted it on Reddit, for example. So that's just one technique. The others, proxy mirror traffic during firmware update requests, and maybe they have companion applications, whether that be a thick application, a mobile application, and maybe they have the firmware endpoints that are hard-coded into those apps. And even, the firmware itself might have those hard-coded. It could give you an idea whether that endpoint is protected. And again, it could be even S3 as well. Another approach is the hardware approach, interacting with the hardware interfaces and flash chips to dump firmware. So I've only provided a snippet above here, but it's worth noting there are many other different methods to obtaining firmware, and some of them will require additional steps and tooling, and especially if you plan to take the hardware route, with the flash chips and interacting with hardware debug interfaces. But like any assessment, again, if you have the luxury to work with the client or development teams, you'll always have better results if you collaborate with those teams. You'll have more information to work off of and better idea of where the attack surface will be. So, funny story. This image is actually a couple of years back at ShellCon at the IoT Village. We brought over a Fing, F-I-N-G, little device that's supposed to be an IoT security or network intrusion detection system for IoT devices. And we thought it'd be interesting to do some research on it on our free time while we're manning the booth. And we were able to not only pull its firmware, but root the device, all while sitting, at ShellCon at the IoT Village. This is just an image of how we hooked up to SPI Flash, and we found out that the device was using Ubuntu IoT Core and found ways to obtain root on that device. So very relative example, especially for ShellCon. So super cool that we were able to do that. You can see here, if you're targeting a consumer device, they'll likely have firmware downloadable. Although in this case, what we're showing here is the GPL code that is available for this particular TP-Link device. And again, the GPL code, the open source code that they're making use of it in that device. So do your research. It could be very fruitful in the end. The next stage is stage 3, analyzing firmware. This stage focuses on the overall characteristics of the binary by making use of standard utilities such as file, type, strings, hex dump, even object dump. So during the stage, the bootloader, the file system, the compression, and any abnormalities should be noted. Typically, if a firmware is unreadable, it's possible that it's encrypted or compressed in some weird way, or maybe it's bare metal that supports 8 or 16-bit. Alternatively, other platforms could be used as far as operating systems is concerned, like real-time operating systems, or maybe even Windows if you have no idea what the platform is itself. So the image on the right shows a file with high entropy, which means it's likely encrypted. Again, encrypted or compressed in some weird way, or compressed multiple times, all of which are possible. The image shown here, we're targeting the Raspberry Pi IoT Go firmware. And we're showing strings with a minimal length of 5, which can come in handy for certain types of encodings. Now, the bottom two show hexdump outputs for the same firmware image, but different architectures. We can already tell some basic characteristics using these commands. You can see that one is for MIPS. You can see that there's OpenWRT. And for the MIPS, you can see that the Linux kernel version that's being used. And from here again, you have some good ideas of the overall composition from a general standpoint. And that's what matters, right? That's what we need to start accumulating at the beginning of any assessment. Now, stage 4, extracting the file system. During stage 4, extracting areas of firmware that may contain interesting information is really some of the goals here. So an image can contain bootloaders, it can contain kernels, and sometimes even multiple file systems within different partitions. So in most cases, the root file system will contain configurations, compiled code, and uncompiled code. So within the methodology, we provide examples on how to manually carve a file system depending on the file system type, whether that's UBI, FS, or DFFS2 as an example, and their supplemental tools, or making use of automated tools like binwalk, which can perform some of these automated techniques if it finds common header signatures. So for SquashFS, it has its own file headers that are particular to SquashFS, as well as others. Commands to the right show carving a SquashFS file system based on the offset and the block size of 1, and unsquashFS to extract. And again, binwalk can do this in an automated fashion. Now with file systems extracted, we're now in stage 5. This is where we identify all the potential vulnerabilities. These may be vulnerable configurations, maybe discovered via static analysis of uncompiled code, searching for URLs, IP addresses, secrets such as encryption keys, passwords, maybe private key certificates, all of the above. Sometimes compiled binaries may contain secrets as well, and it would be useful to perform offline analysis and maybe make use of a disassembler to identify some of the heuristics, let's say with system calls, maybe if they're using vulnerable C functions as well. And this can help you with code execution, maybe in later stages that we want to pursue. So a number of manual steps are provided to check, let's say, runtime defenses and binary attributes such as stat canaries, the NX bit, which is no execute, and even object size checking. But there are automated ways to do this as well using tools like checksec. If you're familiar with exploit development, maybe you've used checksec in one way or another, or compiled into other tools. So there are a number of great tools that you can make use of during the stage, from simple shell scripts using Firmwalker to a number of disassemblers like Ghidra, Radari2, IDA Pro, BinSec. Listed some at the bottom there. For a more focused binary analysis, there are a number of frameworks. I mentioned BinSec is one of them, and there's Triton is another, which may come in handy. And again, these are for if you're using a disassembler, maybe again you extracted the file system, and there's compiled binaries within that extracted file system that you want to take a look at. Maybe it's OpenSSL, maybe it's the manufacturer's homegrown binary that performs, let's say certificate functionalities, or maybe it does some sort of special, say secure boot or derives keys. Those could be useful when you drop them into something like Ghidra, which will help you out. And again, you're looking for things like system to get code execution. And I mentioned some vulnerable function calls with stir copy, mem copy, and others that always fall victim. This screenshot here shows Firmwalker. We essentially extracted the root file system and pointed Firmwalker to the extracted root file system. And Firmwalker is just a shell script that parses root file systems and categorizes some of the findings within groups. Like if it finds past WD shadow, it finds let's say MD5 hashes that you see here, which could be a sign of hard-coded passwords. It would all need to be manually reviewed, but it's a good way to start parsing and getting an idea where to look first. So cool tool, that one's up on GitHub, and it's by Craig Smith. So check it out, it's pretty useful. This screenshot here shows a compile binary within IoT-Goat, the vulnerable firmware I mentioned during the start of this talk. And this binary that we dropped into Ghidra is a backdoor binary. So in this case, you can see the decompiled and disassembled binary on the screen, and you see that BusyBox is executed, and you see a string that says successfully connected to, and it'll probably say IoT-Goat's backdoor. But just again, from looking at the binary itself, you can see a number of information, a number of details that could help you with bug hunting and finding flaws. So after we statically analyze firmware contents, we may want to interact with the device's firmware and its running state. Now, there's a couple of options here when emulating. We can emulate the user mode apps, which are the apps that run on top of the Linux platform for a device. And these are compiled into the firmware, right? Or the entire firmware itself. And the methodology details both of these approaches. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. And again, the goal is likely code execution in some way, shape, or form. Now, the snippet to the right shows a backdoor from a user mode application being emulated with QEMU. QEMU has full system emulation, and it has user mode emulation. So again, user mode is pretty much the compiled apps. And you can see here the compiled app that we showed in Ghidra is what we're showing here, the backdoor, call it shellback. We execute it with chroot and the QEMU ARM binary, pointing to the shellback ARM binary. And the next line shows that the backdoor is listening on port 5515. And then we connect to that port. In this case, we're running it locally, and we can see that we can connect to the backdoor. So emulating firmware, right, it's useful in a number of different ways. It turns an assessment into more of a gray box, not a black box, where you have a lot more insight. You can see a lot of the details, a lot of the startup. You can interact with the services that are running. And, the goal is to exploit something that may be local and convert that to something that's remote. Because whenever you find a flaw that you can exploit remotely, the impact of that vulnerability is much more severe than if it was local. So across the internet, think of botnets, for example, and firmware and firmware flaws definitely contribute to some of that. For let's say Mirai, one of the biggest IoT botnets. I think that was around 4 years ago now. Time flies. And I don't know if I mentioned in the previous slide here, but emulating firmware, one of the best parts about it is that you don't need hardware. But there are some edge cases where the firmware not edge cases, it's pretty common actually where a firmware relies on something in the hardware for some sort of function, whether it's, if they have secure boot, for example, you probably will have some difficulty, emulating firmware, or if there's reliance on hardware like, I don't know, LEDs, for example, may depend on hardware, or talk over I2C buses, for example. And there could be cases too where you exploit a vulnerability that when a firmware is emulated, and when it's running on a real device, it may not be exploitable. So just some kind of caveats there. But still, you can gain a lot of valuable information, just emulating with some free tools. And one example of a free tool is Firmware Analysis Toolkit. You can see at the top that I'm literally pointing Firmware Analysis Toolkit, FAT, over to the IoT-Go ARM image, specifying the key move version. And it's able to create the network interfaces for us automatically, extract the file system, and emulate the file system, the ARM-V architecture. Now you can interact with it as if it's running, as if you have a console access. So very useful. I would definitely recommend it. And again, that's only one example for an emulation framework. The methodology, we have it posted on GitHub with a number of different other tools that you can make use of. And they're all fairly simple. Now, again, things have come a long way, at least in the last handful of years. So, definitely take advantage of these when you have the opportunity. I think things are even elevating now with techniques on how to emulate firmware within Docker, using certain types of Docker images and packaging them up. So I'm just seeing those this year as well, and we'll include some of those examples in a coming release. So recently, there have been a number of open source firmware analysis platforms that have been released, again, the past couple of years, really. We talked about FAT, Firmware Analysis Toolkit. There's also Firmodyne, ByteSweep, Firmware Analyzer from Cruise Automation, and FACT, which is Firmware Analysis Comparison Tool. And some of these analysis platforms can perform stages 1 through 6. And FACT is an example that can do something like that. So all these projects are on GitHub, open source, GitHub or GitLab, open source, and can automate a lot of the stages for you, or at least try and parse and categorize different parts of the different areas of the firmware that can help you be more efficient in your assessment. And I didn't want to show that as one of the first slides, but it would definitely help you understand more of what the binary consists of. Going through some of the techniques manually. But this screenshot here shows FACT, and FACT has a number of different capabilities and analysis tooling that it can help out with. Now, the results menu to the left shows the analysis capabilities that I just mentioned of the platform, although there are a number of them that aren't listed here. CVE lookups against software component versions, CWE checks, exploit mitigations, crypto material, alerting if private keys are found, and even basic password cracking on shadow files are just some of the features. So as you can tell, tools like FACT can prove very useful. And what's on your screen is just some of the CVEs for IoT-Go that come out from FACT. In this case, we're zeroing in on BusyBox, and it gives you the CVE ID number as well as CVSS scores, and then which versions are affected. And you'll see too at the top under bin BusyBox, it says critical CVEs, and it lets you know. There's other little labels, memory operations, logging, command exec. It performs alpha analysis, again, on Linux binaries. So it determines what syscalls are being made, and applies those labels for you, again, to further help you identify some of the vulnerabilities that you may be looking for. Or if you just want to compare binary to binary and their capabilities, it's a good option as well to move forward with alpha analysis. And here's a screenshot of the shadow file from IoTGo, and it pulls all the users as well as the password hashes. And I mentioned earlier that the password hashes could be cracked by fact if they're easy passwords. Unfortunately, a couple of the passwords that we use in IoTGo were a little bit longer, so wasn't able to crack them. But if their default passwords admin 1234 000 so forth, it would crack them for you. Just another cool feature too is that FACT can find different types of backdoors. In this case, it finds a string that's similar to a backdoor, and we're using shellback as the example again. One thing I always caution folks about using FACT is that it requires a lot of hardware resources. When I say a lot of hardware resources, I think it suggests a minimum of 16 gigabytes of RAM, but the recommended minimum, or the recommended RAM available that should be used, is 32 gigabytes of RAM. And I have this running on like a little Intel NUC that's pretty powerful, and it's pretty much its own function, as well as like a Dropbox. It's safe for an assessment. But just a word of note there and caution. Otherwise, if you try to perform all of these analysis that FACT is capable of doing, it'll take days. I think one time before I figured out how much resources that it really needs, I think it took me like 5 days to analyze a firmware. And each of these analysis components are run within a Docker container. So something to note. So that's why even the disk spaces, you should have a lot of disk space available, because things can get pretty large, especially when you're extracting a number of different types of firmware, and maybe they're different sizes, and the compression, well, actually the firmware won't be compressed when you extract, different types of firmware. So just something to keep in mind. Stage 7, dynamic analysis. So with the device running in its normal or emulated state, dynamic analysis is the next natural step. So this is where we start tampering with functionality of the services from device boot, firmware upgrades, and its normal operations, whatever the functions may be. So test cases can range from bootloader and integrity testing, let's say with things like backdoors, to web testing areas such as fuzzing diagnostic pages that may lead to code execution or command injection. It could even test things like symbolic links to untrusted mount locations on persistent flash storage, which could be outside of the root file system, maybe brute forcing. There's some good resources here that could help you. Let's say the OWASP web testing guide, the ASVS, those are both OWASP projects. And it's possible that your journey could end here if your goal is to obtain shell access and retrieve this via boot, network, or web vulnerabilities. But if it's not, we can proceed to the following stages. But one thing to note when you are testing some of the embedded web applications for firmware, you will find that maybe they're not escaping in certain areas when it's taking user input. And I mentioned diagnostic pages, but tool pages, troubleshooting pages are also some of the areas that you should look towards. Again, because they're usually performing some sort of system call or actually shell command even. And they could be doing it incorrectly, or again, not escaping, not encoding, and so forth. So I've listed some tools here: OWASP Zap, Burp Suite, Metasploit, Nmap. These are all tools, and there's definitely a lot more that you can make use of. So stage 8, runtime analysis. So if dynamic analysis isn't providing the results that you're looking for, runtime analysis via attaching to processes in combination of stepping through code flows and memory segments will help. So a good place to start is with breakpoints on suspect functions such as memcopy, strcpy, string compare, etc. Helpful tools here are debuggers such as GDB or PETA, or instrumentation tools like Frida. And if you happen to find a seg fault while you're attached to that process, it's a good sign that we can proceed to the final stage, which is the next stage. Now, usually in runtime analysis, you'll have to be pretty comfortable with the memory layout of that particular platform, whether it's ARM, whether it's MIPS or x86. And even sometimes you may need to be familiar with how those memory registers function top down, up bottom, and just a word of advice there. Although you can use Frida, which is pretty powerful, and Frida can do things like bypass client-side controls. I mean, even with GDB, any debugger attached to that process, you can essentially skip a certain step within a flow of a binary and come out with code execution, or let's say admin access as an example. So our next stage is binary exploitation. And this is stage 9, which is the process of developing proof of concept exploit code based on vulnerabilities identified in previous stages. So depending on the target, this may entail bypassing exploit mitigations, those runtime defenses I mentioned earlier, like no execute, NX, or even ASLR. And you may need to use approaches like return object oriented programming, ROP, or return to libc. You can make use of tools like PETA here, in addition to something like MSF Venom for Metasploit. There's some good write-ups by Azaria Labs for ARM shellcode and Corleone's exploit writing tutorials. But again, the overall goal is code execution and persistent implants across reboot. And persistence on an embedded device can mean different things to different people. But essentially, when you're restarting the device, you want to ensure that your payload, whether it's a backdoor or whatever it may be, is persistently stored or actually there permanently, so it'll run every time. And I gave an example in the previous stage of linking to a storage location that is outside of the root file system. That's one method. We list those in the methodology as well. So take note that these are only just a few different points from the methodology. I'd recommend referencing the document itself or the Git book for more details as well as instructions that you can look towards. And as far as MSF Venom is concerned, it can help you with generating that shellcode. Even if you don't know much of what you're doing, you can essentially find some good tutorials on how to create shellcode for your particular use case. At the bottom here, we see that Metasploit is used to execute a payload for an ARM device. In this case, it was an ARM little Indian device you can see there. So it's a session that's created. So we've gone through stages 1 through 9, and my hope is that this methodology helps breakers and red teamers out there with finding security holes like Swiss cheese on a given target. So provide some guidelines, right? And hopefully this will give you a good start if you're not familiar. So looking forward into the future of, I'm going to call it FSTM, the firmware security testing methodology, we plan to include a number of additions. So to cover the general basics of firmware security testing, we may dip a little into hardware security with extracting firmware from flash chips. There are a lot of variants there, but we'll try our best to make it applicable. And we'll also add some other techniques like memory corruption vulnerability walkthroughs and automation that will be added. Potentially include, again, I mentioned UEFI or BIOS firmware, which can have its fair share of horror stories. So hopefully the additions will provide a basis for product baselines and security standards as a reference to verify controls. And again, if you have some tips or general feedback, don't hesitate to reach out. We definitely welcome any contributions and ways we can make this better. We can make the methodology better. So I provided the link, the OWASP firmware security testing methodology up on the slide, and hopefully maybe you'll you'll have this as part of the conference. But there's definitely, some additions that we look to include in future versions. And one area is I mentioned automation and automating some of the methodology steps, but we really want to include this as well for blue teamers, folks who want to automate these steps within a SDLC, secure development lifecycle. So in conclusion, the OWASP firmware security testing methodology is meant to be a starting point for research or engagements. It should be contextualized based on the target. So find your finesse and keep breaking things. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank Aaron Guzman. If you have any further questions, I'd like to encourage you to post on Discord. Our next talk is your TV watching you? Yes, it is, by Dante's Anonymous. We will be at 12 o'clock. Again, our next talk will be at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, our next talk is your TV watching you? Yes, yes it is. Our speaker is Dante's Anonymous. From Notepad to Dreamweaver to Flash to the CMS, this failed web developer turned hacker back in the early 2000s. It wasn't until his own apps began being hacked that he turned to application security and never looked back. A man of many hats, mostly white, he is currently a security advisor for Rapid7's managed apps team. Before joining Rapid7, he was a freelance web application penetration tester. And if you go back even further, you may have seen him in a Halo tournament or two. Turning it over to Dante's Anonymous.
Hey, ShellCon 2020. How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's doing awesome. I'm checking out the Discord, so feel free to shoot some questions there. I'll do my best to try and keep up, but I know we have some moderators lurking as well. Yeah, so quick shout out to all my South Bay WASP members that may be watching. Shout out to any moose in the crowd. If you're not sure what that is, then you're probably not a moose. I also want to give a quick shout out to Alexa, set an hour timer. That'll probably come back to haunt a few of you. So yeah, so let's just kick this off. So I'm going to break this talk up into sort of two parts, a kind of how I got here. Here's the kind of in the involvement with this TV. And then the following part will be where we kind of are now, I think, as a whole, as a society, with certain things. So I'm gonna start off with a little story. A few years ago, happened to be up late. I'm kind of a night owl myself, but I was up late one night as usual. Kicked off a network scan. Just out of habit. I kind of have one run once a month or every quarter. So sure enough, I see a new asset pop up, and I don't know, for most of you, that may start some anxiety. I have a pretty good idea of what's on my network. I wasn't really too freaked out. If anything, I was like, oh, maybe something got missed. Things come and go. But it was a little surprised. I was like, oh, I wonder. It was more of like, I wonder what this is. I wonder what this was. What have I forgotten? I typically have all my assets tagged. So in the my scanner of choice, I have everything kind of listed out. So it's rare that I find anything new. This particular night found something new. A few ports were open, like maybe 3 or 4. But so I did some digging, and turns out that it led me to Samsung. And so I'm looking around and I'm like, well, I have a TV, and sure enough, the TV was on that evening. So normally when I do scans, it's like super, super late. I'm the only one up. Most things are off except for, a couple computers that I'm using. This particular time, my TV happened to be on. So I was like, oh, my TV. Okay, cool. Tagged it, and then was like, well, these ports, like, that's interesting. I expected a few, nothing too suspicious, but again, it was just more of like just a curiosity sort of thing. So I didn't think much of it. I'm like, well, I'm not using the Wi-Fi. I think when it got set up, which we'll get to later, maybe the Wi-Fi was enabled or something to that effect. But it's more of used as like a display for other things to kind of feed into it for sources. So I played around with some settings. It was actually quite difficult to disable the Wi-Fi. Apparently, if you plug in like an actual LAN connection, then it disables that. But I wasn't using that, and it like, no matter what, it needed an IP. So I just put in some zeros to shut it up, and then it took it. And then sure enough, like new scan wasn't there anymore. So I was pretty comfortable with that. And so I kind of laid that to rest, and then I don't know, maybe, and again, this was years ago. So kind of laid it to rest, and then I don't know, maybe a couple weeks after that, I saw like an article in the paper, or well, not really a paper, but online, mentioning something about Samsung and privacy, and then there were some conspiracy theories floating around about the CIA, and I'm just like, oh, that's like pretty crazy. So I start doing some digging, and sure enough, I find a few things. So we'll start this. Is your TV watching you? Yes, it is. I think, again, both figuratively and literally, which we'll find out here. So again, did some digging, and it turns out that there's a wiki leak of a few thousand pages named Vault 7. And this kind of caught my eye. I'm a huge conspiracy theory fan, but this seemed to be somewhat legitimate. It was dumped to WikiLeaks, and I'll share a few links here in a minute. But it seemed pretty legit. So the Vault 7, particularly, is a series of documents that WikiLeaks began to publish on March 7th, 2017. That detailed activities and capabilities of the United States, the CIA, essentially performing surveillance. And this actually predates from when I found it. Actually, the project itself, I think, was even older, from 2013 to 2016, before supposedly some of these things were starting to be implemented. But what caught my eye is in this list was smart TVs. So some of the things I think a lot of us sort of just accept, or sadly as it is, maybe expect, that at any moment, the CIA could hijack our computers, our browsers, some of our IoT, our smartphones, tablets, things like that. I think that I don't know. At least that's kind of on my radar. TV was not on my radar. So I saw smart TVs, and I was like, whoa, this is kind of interesting. Hey, you know what? I do remember running that scan. There were some ports open. I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, whatever. But it caught my eye enough to where I kind of wanted to start pulling on that thread and go down that rabbit hole and see kind of what was going on with that. But apparently there's hundreds of tools that were being developed for electronic surveillance. Let me post some links here in the chat, and bear with me here for a second. There's this one. There's a WikiLeaks, and then there's the actual some Wikipedia info. So one of the projects in particular is a project called Weeping Angel, which I love the title. It showcases the shout out to Doctor Who. So apparently within, again, the Vault 7 WikiLeaks, there's a ton of projects that you guys can check out. One project, particularly part 6, if you will, in the mini parts, codenamed Weeping Angel, was a hacking tool co-developed by us and Europe, or the British, the MI5, for specifically exploiting smart TVs for the purpose of covert intelligence gathering. Essentially, once this thing is installed, which we'll get to, it basically turns the TV into a bug, both for video and for audio. And even if the TV is off, it's more like a fake off. The TV appears to be off, but it's not. It's really in more like a listening mode. And from there, it can gather, again, video, audio. There's memory. There's like on-prem memory on some of the TVs, which that gets stored, and from there it can get sent to wherever it's getting sent to. So let me also post a few things on here for Weeping Angel specifically. One second. And I have a few other notes I'll post later, actual manuals and things that they've actually put out. So I'm like, okay, now I'm like really intrigued, because now there's like apparently a whole department and program and project built around pretty much, hijacking TVs or using them for, for some sort of surveillance. Did it, a few more digging, found a few more articles, which I'll share later. But apparently, these TVs and some of the articles that I read when this happened, again, this is years ago, was pointing out like, hey, this is for specific series of Samsung TVs, F series to be specific. And those TVs are typically of more commercial use, again, with a built-in webcam or camera, microphone, typically used for, companies, boardrooms, things like that. So when I was doing some initial research, there were a few articles that pointed to some specific attacks or some specific areas or demographics that these TVs were going to be targeted. Again, part of the implementation for this quote unquote hack is you need access to the actual TV to upload a new version of the firmware that allows the access, the remote access, if you will, or the recording of, said video and audio, and then to push wherever it's going to. So there's some moving parts, but it makes sense. It's pretty brilliant actually, because typically, for companies that are hiring or that are installing these things, very rarely are they the ones doing the installation. Usually, a third party is coming in as a vendor to bring in TVs and then hook them up. So that's like, we're talking like Mission Impossible here, where TVs are being delivered, and then a guy just pops in a USB stick, uploads the firmware, no one's the wiser. Now there's a bug essentially in a room, in a house, an office, whatever that is. So I was like, that's pretty cool. That's some pretty interesting stuff. And so, I started kind of going on the checklist of things that are typically kind of required, or some telltale signs of the actual TV, quote unquote, having been rooted or hacked. So again, it only affects certain TVs, the F series Samsung smart TVs. Again, with the video camera and the audio, and specifically, there's a certain firmware version. So anything pretty much past 11.18, I think will overwrite, or maybe they're not able to do their sort of rootkit on any newer versions. But nonetheless, it requires physical access. Again, I think this could be pretty easily. I think this could be done pretty easily. I'm thinking back in my head, like, I did have Best Buy come and install my living room TV. Like, holy crap. What if it was really the CIA? No, I'm just kidding. I doubt that was the case. But nonetheless, I think a lot of people don't think twice about letting people in to install. It's in every movie. That's how everyone gets in, right? They're like the fake IT guy or the maintenance guy or whatever it is. So for this, a telltale sign of your TV having been hacked is the fake mode, a blue LED. for all I know, all the Samsung TVs that I have, it's supposedly the LED is red. So if yours is blue, I don't rip it off the wall, throw it outside. But supposedly the blue LED is how you know when it's off and if it's actually listening, that the LED turns blue. Obviously, you know, it can record audio, record a video. There's storage up to 700 megabytes. So depending on the compression ratio of whether or not you're capturing audio and video or just one or the other, I think you can get, you know, probably a few hours, you know, on and off on these things. I'm not sure really how the inner workings, how it's purged, if it is, or if it's a one-time use. I'm not sure. I haven't really read through all of the white papers. Again, we talk about the firmware version, if you will. This is on an older one. Let me share some more notes here. And some engineering notes. There's a couple cool little things. And then one of the things that's kind of interesting is they talk about extracting Wi-Fi creds via man in the middle, which is going to be one of these second links that I share, which I thought was pretty interesting. So I'm not sure if it's only via man in the middle or if in the fact that you're entering in credentials into the TV, right? I mean, if this thing is, you know, on your wireless network, then you have to give it credentials some way, shape, or form. So it is logging them somewhere. So I'm not sure if that's actually how it's grabbing those and what purpose that would serve, or if it's more or less just the nature of when this TV is kind of rooted, what it allows the user to do if there is man-in-the-middle attacks, that you could grab that. And I'll save the actual manual for after the talk. But there's a couple of links in there with some pretty awesome info. I thought the Wi-Fi thing was pretty interesting. It kind of makes sense. So this is sort of like the criteria. If your TV meets these things, then you might be in trouble. Again, probably not. From everything that I read, it seemed that this was something very specific, that it didn't seem to be on a mass scale. It seemed to be that they had a target or targets in mind. Again, especially since the fact that at the time of this program was released, you needed physical access to the actual TV to upload, which that could possibly be changed, which we'll get to later. But as of this, finding this out, again, this is just, years ago, I scanned my network, TV pops on, I'm like, hey, that's kind of interesting, a few open ports. And then weeks later, coincidence, I find some articles mentioning these things, pulled on that thread, and then found, Vault 7, found Weeping Angel, which is actually a lot of cool projects in Vault 7. But Weeping Angel was what really stuck out in my mind. I think because at least for me, it was really literally off my radar of what things could be. And again, back in 2017, there wasn't a lot of IoT in people's homes at that time. Nothing like it is, today. So again, it kind of caught my curiosity, and I thought it was pretty interesting. I wasn't really freaking out. I didn't think my TV had been hacked per se, but I thought it was out. So anyway, but I just kind of wanted to run a mental checklist of like, hey, is my TV vulnerable? Like just going in my head down the line, like, okay, well, I don't have an F series, so I kind of check that off. I do have, there is USB on the TV, and I did have, the Best Buy come out and install it. So I was like, oh, I doubt that anything happened, but nonetheless, like, I think it could have been easy. I wasn't paying attention. They could have probably plugged anything into my TV. When the TV's off, I do have a red LED, so I'm not too worried about that. To my knowledge, there's no camera on the TV. There's no microphone on the TV. There may or may not be storage. I'm not sure. I haven't taken it apart. But nonetheless, I don't know why there maybe would be if there wasn't audio and video. So I'm not sure what purpose that would serve. And again, it is a newer TV. I've gone through the settings. It does appear that I have a 12-based firmware. So I don't know. This project was years ago. The TV is a lot newer than that. So I don't know if the project is actually ongoing or been mothballed. And it is on the Wi-Fi, so maybe there's the possibility to steal credentials. Again, you do have to enter them in if the TV is connecting to your Wi-Fi. So that's just kind of a brief overview of essentially, how I got here, what kind of caught my eye, why I even dug into this, why I wanted to do this presentation, and kind of where I came from, and kind of where we are now. So since then, I have bought another TV. I'm just begging for the CIA to hack me. I bought another Samsung TV. It's in the office, and obviously right out of the gate, I'm like not really paranoid, but I'm like, just security in general. I'm using it more of as a display. So the Wi-Fi is disabled. There's no LAN. I mean, again, to disable the Wi-Fi, literally, I had to put in some other random IP address. It wouldn't accept no for an answer. And it's again, I have other devices plugged in that feed signal to it. So again, I'm just really running it as a display. But I thought, hey, I wonder what Samsung's been up to. It's been a long time. I'd done a talk on this before, just, out of curiosity. I wonder, what these TVs are doing nowadays. They're like super smart now. There's like all kinds of apps, and I mean, you name it, these TVs, are doing it now. So I was like, all right, well, let me connect it to my network and kind of see, what it's doing. So connected it, ran an Nmap scan, and holy crap, I was really surprised at the sheer amount of open ports compared to before. So they've definitely upped their game. I mean, we're talking going from 2 to 3 ports to 15. So they're like, it's like I said, they've definitely stepped up their game on whatever it is they're doing in their TVs. So I'm kind of going through this list and I'm just like kind of blown away. I'm like, wow, I don't have anything on my network that at idle is just 15 ports just running, literally nothing. I mean, I've seen boxes on Vulnhub and and CTFs with less exposed ports. So I was, nonetheless, I was just like, whoa, holy crap, but at the same time, my curiosity, this is like, yeah, this is gonna be fun. But at the same time, my ADHD says otherwise. I have like an afternoon before I'm, in the backyard chasing squirrels. So I just kind of like figure out, get a little bit of a game plan. Again, being an AppSec guy, I'm gonna typically gravitate towards anything that looks like it's running a web server. So there's a few things here. There's a port we'll get to later that's actually missing. It turns out that this list is very dynamic. So depending on what you're doing with your TV, it depends on what you'll see during an Nmap scan at any given time. At rest, this is about what I was seeing. Sometimes more would come on, again, depending on a channel or an app. Specifically around the apps, it seems like the apps that you use, they had their own dedicated ports that would associate with them. They would kind of open and close. So it seems like a lot of ports are just always open. And then again, depending on sort of what you're doing with the TV, other ports may come on and offline. I do have Pi-hole on my network. So I'm just thinking like, oh, well, the TV's been up for a little bit. Maybe it's captured a few things. And by a little bit, I literally mean just like a few hours before I was like, oh yeah, let me go check some logs. And, again, before we get there, just a quick little overview of Pi-hole. It runs on a Raspberry Pi. This is a Raspberry Pi 4. Essentially, it's quote unquote sold. It's open source. It's free, but it's kind of sold as a black hole for ads, right? So it runs via DNS queries. So just think of all your DNS is getting filtered or is getting passed through Pi-hole, and then there's a list, and then depending on if the query is in the list or not, it either goes through and is allowed or doesn't. And this is just a crude diagram that I just found that kind of best kind of matches like how the Pi-hole works. Again, just think of all your devices on your network, because your Pi-hole's on your network. All DNS requests go through the Pi-hole, all the traffic goes out, but the Pi-hole is kind of in charge of like what does and what queries do and don't are allowed on the network. It's not 100%. There's edge cases which we won't get into, but just for the most part, just think of it as an ad blocker based off of DNS queries. It's got a really awesome dashboard. I recommend anyone getting into Raspberry Pis. This should be the first project that everyone does. But it's really cool because it shows you like what devices on your network are. It kind of breaks them down. It'll break them down into like quote unquote top offenders, like what devices on the network are like super chatty, who's sending the most requests, who has the most blocked requests, things like that that I think could be really helpful on basically, oh, what's on my network, what you'd be surprised at what devices you would think your computer would be like in the top 5 or something else, but it turns out it's pretty much all IoT. Is pretty much at the top of all the lists in Pi-hole. Again, it has a default list, and then there's some stuff you can actually add to there. You can do some manual blocking. But what I thought was terrifying is that, again, the TV had only been on for a few hours, and I'm just like, oh, let me log into Pi-hole, let me see what's going on. Let me just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering who it's phoning home to. And sure enough, I was extremely surprised about the sheer number of unique addresses, 70. And again, these are unique addresses that it's reaching out to, not requests. Requests, we're looking at almost 2,500 in the span of a few hours, almost 100 pages of blocked requests. But I'm talking about actual addresses, unique addresses that my TV is reaching out to over the web. Some of the stuff I was kind of not necessarily expecting, but I wasn't too surprised. Like the Amazon stuff, well, some of it anyway. S3L, maybe that's where. So again, this is a smart TV. Like I'm not actually using it for. It's predominantly online at this in this point in time. Like I'm not using it as a traditional TV hooked up to a cable box, getting channels from my provider. This is strictly at this point in time the use is a internet type TV device. So it makes sense if media is being hosted somewhere and streaming, CloudFront, like a few things were like, okay, that's kind of like I could see the point of that. But then a few things I was really surprised with. I'm not sure like what Walmart's doing on my TV or why it's reaching out to the Voodoo, who apparently Walmart bought. I'm not sure what it's doing with Whole Foods. It's hungry. I don't know. Pill pack. I mean, Amazon's everywhere. It's like, is it? I was just really surprised what it's doing. Why is it reaching out to so many different things, and what are even some of these things do? So I mean, there's tons of rabbit holes you start going down, and you're like looking up. And it turns out like almost everything is like analytics. Everything is just all about grabbing data, tracking data. I think that you'd probably have to be a little naive to think that it's just Samsung. I would argue that it's probably all smart devices. All smart devices are sort of injected into a certain part of your life, your daily routine. And so I think they're all gathering data, and I don't want to spread rumors. They're probably all sharing that data in some way, shape, or form. I think that would probably be a good safe bet. So I think for the default, so there's a question about what apps maybe are installed. So I didn't install any new apps, just what came with it. So obviously like Apple, I think for the iTunes or Apple TV, Netflix. So again, it's a smart TV. This came kind of pre-configured with a bunch of apps. I think if Samsung, I'm sure is part of the licensing agreement is like, hey, we'll give you a deal on your Amazon S3 bucket if you let us use some of the data that is being collected. I don't know, but nonetheless, I think that you have to think that with IoT and each IoT device basically again being injected into part of your life, TV is part of that. So sure, TV gets my browsing habits. Maybe it can build some sort of profile off of what I'm watching or what I'm doing on my TV, and then all my other IoTs are building little profiles, and then together you kind of have like this whole profile of a person or something to that effect. So I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought I was honestly really surprised. I did not expect that many ports to be open. Two, for so many unique addresses for my TV to be reaching out to. And apparently I'm not the only one. So on GitHub, I'll post a link here that there's been other individuals that have been making lists, if you will, about other TV manufacturers. I'll share this one, kind of a blob for most TV manufacturers. But so again, Samsung's not alone. That doesn't surprise me. I would expect that probably, again, going back to like all smart devices, especially TVs, I think any TV that is quote unquote smart is going to be probably running similar services. Your mileage may vary. I don't know if the same ports are going to be open, but I don't know. I don't know if at the core of a lot of these parts and the firmware itself, if that's something that's shared among many vendors. But nonetheless, I thought it was, pretty interesting. So I shared out another link that's essentially kind of a list of, again, the same thing, like unique addresses that some smart TVs are reaching out to. So, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's some things I never heard of. Woot. Obviously I've heard of that in a different context, but not part of Amazon. But again, there were a lot of these. I kind of pulled up the ones that I thought maybe some people would recognize. There are a lot that I ended up having to look up because I've never heard of before in my life, and the majority of them, they're making calls to what appears to be some sort of analytical company that's just literally there to collect data. And then literally, if you go to their sites and you start looking for stuff, you'll find that they specialize in like content distribution or collecting data or how to keep your users. They'll refer to the people as users engaged, right? So there's just a ton of stuff that's kind of happening behind the scenes. So I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. And I again didn't think much of it, but it's like, well, I don't really have the TV on in this form anyway. Again, it's used more as a display, but I'm like, while I'm here, I might as well see what else is, see what's going on. So again, me being an app guy, I do app things. 10 points to anyone that knows who this gentleman is. I'm sure most of you guys know who this is. This is Hacker Man from Kung Fury, probably one of the best short films of all time. So he hacks time. I'm gonna leverage him to try and hack my TV. So a few of these things I already did. I'm not going to get into, but a few of these things I thought were pretty interesting that I kind of wanted to share, and you could probably do this at home very, very easily and very quickly. So just going over the list of things again. I'm not really approaching this as like I'm gonna try to shell my TV, although that would be awesome maybe one day. But this is more of just like while I'm here, poke around some open ports, like let's just see what low-hanging fruit, see some easy things that I could do with this. So again, some of these things weren't very fruitful, but I figure like, hey, well, I got a pretty awesome firewall, like, and I see all these ports open. I wonder, like, if I block a port, well, I wonder what happens. Well, sure enough, you block a port and some things don't work anymore. Turn that thing off, and sure enough, that thing doesn't work. So I thought that was pretty comical, actually. I'm like, I could remotely disable some things, on my TV from working just by blocking ports. Again, these things, they're quote unquote smart, and it turns out that this is probably intended. It probably doesn't want you to turn things off, hence why now there's certain things you can't use. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Hey, you block a port, something stops working, a feature. So then I was like, well, I already have a ton of things being blocked by Pi-hole, but clearly it's not blocking too much because the TV still functions, and clearly it's still making all these calls out. So I'm like, well, what happens if I start poking around with Pi-hole and start choosing things that to block? And then sure enough, it's like, oh man, all my happy trees are gone. I'm right in the middle of watching a Bob Ross marathon, and it cuts to this, and I'm like, what the heck? So it turns out I block some things and I lose all my channels. I mean, I got thumbnails, but you can see right here, it's like at this point, there's not really much I can do other than nothing. Like, which I thought, again, pretty freaking comical. Start blocking ports, start blocking DNS requests, and now I'm limiting the functionality of my TV, which I think is hilarious. So, again, I wasn't really expecting much. I wasn't really trying to go ham on this thing. It was mostly just like, while I'm here, poke around, have some fun. But what I did find though is what was pretty interesting is there was a specific AWS query that I found that took up the majority of the queries. And it turns out if you block that, you essentially have now an $800 paperweight hanging from your wall. You can turn the TV on, but this is as far as you get. Nothing works. No buttons work. There's no UI. There's nothing. Literally, it's very weird. Some of the settings work, but this is pretty much as far as you're going to get on your TV. Again, there's a specific AWS. And again, mileage may vary, but if you poke around enough, you'll find some specific DNS queries that if you block or manipulate, your TV for the most part fails to work in a capacity that is really useful. So, again, just poking around, blocking things, seeing what happens. So I was like, oh, well, again, I'm an AppSec guy. I do AppSec things. Let's check out Derb. Let's see what directories we can find on this thing. So again, if we remember from the beginning when I did an Nmap scan, there were some things that are actually missing. Again, because this is so dynamic, depending on what you're doing, really depends on what ports may open. So for this, I'm specifically targeting like Netflix. I see that when I enable the Netflix app, 9080 opens. And when I close that, then shortly after 9080 closes. So I'm like pretty positive this has something to do with Netflix. And again, you can do the same thing with some of the apps. You open up an app, a new port and service. Apparently this is using, I think it was like Mongoose for the, which I'm not really familiar with, but for the HTTP server. So I'm like, oh, well, let's just, run Derb. And sure enough, against that port, again, because I'm looking at Netflix, and I get 2 hits just out of the default kind of word list from Derb. And the first is just favicon, nothing really to see here, but I do get a 200 for this /ping. So where are my AppSec folks? Anyone in AppSec land knows the 200 is, that's pretty good. That's gonna spark some interest. So, I'm looking at this going, ping, well, I'm not pinging this thing. So I don't know what this is yet, but before I get too far into that, let me just, open up a browser and see what happens if I go to that port. So another 10 points. Anybody know what in the upper right, what game this is? Where my old dad's at. So that's Pong. A lot of you guys probably don't know, but yeah, Pong, awesome. So it'll make sense here in a second. So I fire up a browser, go to the actual just the IP and the port, and I see status okay. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Status okay. That's cool. But what I thought was hilarious is that I go to ping because I got that 200, and I get Pong. So I'm like, that's hilarious. I'm like, whoa, like these Samsung engineers have a pretty awesome sense of humor. I thought that was pretty funny. But I started thinking about it, and I'm like, well, I doubt that's there for nothing. Like, it's there for a reason. Sure, they may have a sense of humor, but this is probably not it. So I started thinking like status okay, ping Pong. So then I started thinking like, man, I wonder if this is like an internal check. So you know how there's some websites you can go to and it's like, is this website up? And you can go there and you can put an URL and it will tell you if the website's up or not. So then I start thinking, oh, well, what if my TV has something similar? What if my TV has some sort of check that can say your TV is fine or your TV is up? And the reason why I bring this up is because my TV, maybe some other Samsungs, there's an actual setting I can enable to allow a remote connection to the TV. Supposedly a Samsung engineer, but apparently if I'm having issues with my TV, and it's connected to the internet, I can allow a technician to remote into my TV or do some sort of remote check. Whether I'm giving them IP information, I don't know how, there must be some sort of, I don't know how they would get through my firewall, I don't know. But nonetheless, I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of creepy. Maybe when they log in, they check a few things. Maybe they have a way to pull this data from my TV that shows them, maybe this is like on, part of their sort of their script. It's like, hey, log into the TV, go to this endpoint, you get a ping and a pong, cool, that part works. Do you get a status okay? Then this is good, start troubleshooting something else. So I thought, going down, kind of down this path of, blocking ports and, blocking some DNS queries and, getting just certain unexpected results, again, and really this all started just, I happened to scan my TV one night and found some open ports. I pulled that thread, found the Vault 7, the Weeping Angel, was like, whoa, went down that rabbit hole, and there's, who knows what's going on with actually with that program, if it's still a thing, if it's been weaponized, if it's actually out in the wild. And then, fast forward, it got me thinking, like, hey, I wonder what my current TV is doing. I installed it myself. It's definitely a newer TV. I don't have a webcam, it doesn't have audio, but again, run a scan, holy crap, ton of ports, what's going on with this thing, start poking around the ports. But for my last and final trick, if you will, I found that maybe if you threw, say, a few thousand packets requests at the TV while your wife is trying to watch a rom-com, you can just put into a permanent buffer state. When I kicked off, so I wrote a little Python script a while back, and when I kicked this off, the last thing I was expecting to happen was this. I was dying laughing because I'm looking at my Flutter, it's just whizzing by, and I look over the TV and I see the red buffer ring, and I lose it. My wife's in the office with me at the time. I lose it, and she knows me well enough to know that whenever there's something wrong, like it's my fault. So she looks at me and just glaring, and I cannot control myself. I'm laughing so hard because I just did not expect that I could DOS, my TV. And yeah, so I'm just tears in my eyes. I thought this was the funniest thing ever. Again, I was more shocked than anything. I was not expecting that to work. So before I conclude this, again, this is just sort of a summary of kind of my experience with playing around with a Samsung TV, going down, dark rabbit holes, and actually like what's actually happening with TVs, or at least these smart TVs. And then, probably not that it's just Samsung, it might open your eyes up to other IoT devices that you have in your home, that I think some things we've kind of expected or accept that there's some level of intrusion, that it's listening, it's gathering data. But I'm not sure that, the TV is on everyone's radar. And I think that it should be, especially just after a few literally within just an afternoon or a weekend of digging around, like, I was able to kind of uncover a lot of things that my TV is doing. So, I don't know. I thought it was very interesting. It's something that I wanted to share. Getting into some, final thoughts. Again, another, 10 points for if anyone knows what movie this background. No, not Willy Wonka, but the background image. If anyone knows what movie that's from, huge points. So it's actually from the original Poltergeist. It's actually the ending credits. And for anyone that's watched the movie, it's pretty awesome. Towards the end, their house implodes into some vortex realm, wherever, I'm not sure. So clearly they're homeless now. They don't have a place to live, so they go get a hotel. And you see them walk in the hotel, and then like a minute later, the door opens and the TV flies out, which it makes if you watch the movie, it makes sense, because if the TV had just sucked in your kids and caused the disappearance of your house, you'd probably be a little more skeptical of TVs. Granted, my TV didn't do that, but nonetheless, I think there's still some intrusion happening. So obviously, going over final thoughts, I think privacy is quite a concern. There's definitely some stuff going on. It's definitely trying to gather some data about watching what I'm watching. So I do think there's something to that, and that's going somewhere, and then it's trying to build some profile of whether it knows who is watching it or a demographic or what it is, but it's collecting data for sure. Again, I don't think it's just your TV. I think it's all pretty much all smart devices, all IoT is collecting some of this data. And we get to like, some like the idea, the tip of the iceberg about what else, smart fridges, is it gathering your eating habits? Smart, there's appliances now. So, dryers, I get some hacker dosses my dryer and all my clothes shrink. Like, I mean, there's like all kinds of pranks you could start doing with this stuff. Toasters, it's like not only could you possibly hack them to cause something, but what if all of a sudden Samsung's like, nah, I'm just gonna just disable that person's TV, or I forgot to pay my toast subscription, so now my toaster doesn't work or something. So I think that the fact that these devices are, essentially that they're sending out tons of data, but I think also that maybe people aren't realizing that there may be someone on the other end that has control, or that could have control over that device. I thought something really cool, a botnet. What if I could install some things on my TV to make it part of a botnet? All of a sudden, Cloudflare, Twitter goes down, and it's the Samsung army is rising, part of a Skynet or something. It's like, who knows? I don't think many people would look at some IoT possibly in light. I think otherwise, I think in today's kind of industry, I think some people are catching on to IoT. That I just mentioned in the previous talk, the Mirai botnet that happened. And I think that TVs may one day be, probably a part of that. I think ransomware, for sure. I mean, if I spend enough time and I got ransomware on a TV, that's like the ultimate prank. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would pay that would pay that. I think, you don't go too cheap, because then they wouldn't take you seriously, like the laughing stock of the ransomware community, but don't charge too much. They might just go out and buy a new TV. But I think like, $50, I think people would pay that to have their TV turned back on. So I think some people in the community may worship their TV more than their computer. Maybe not this circle that we run in, but I think the average person probably watches more TV than they're on their computer. So I think there's definitely a market out there. I don't condone anyone to do it, but I don't think that it's been done yet. So it probably will happen, one day. And then, finally, mitigations. Obviously, turn the Wi-Fi off if you can. And turn the Wi-Fi off if you can. If you have to enter a bad IP, do it. Hardwire if you can. Again, that disables the Wi-Fi, but so you don't have to worry about the credentials, but now it's still in your network. Block some ports. Again, just be prepared that I guarantee you're going to block some stuff and the TV is going to stop working in some facility if you're using it as a smart TV or a streaming device. I think probably the best solution is, because I don't think we're going back. I don't think we're going to put the smart TV cat back in the bag. I think would probably be just to maybe use it as a display, use some other devices to feed, and whether those devices are listening is a whole other conversation, but, use them as displays. And I think you can kind of mitigate the ability for it to be collecting data. I mean, it might still be collecting it, but it can't send it anywhere if it's not connected to the network. Now, maybe there is storage and it gets collected, and then one day when it's online, it sends it out, but at least there's some things that you can do to mitigate that. So that's pretty much it. That's my presentation. I want to thank everyone for watching, and again, just participating in ShellCon. This is a really awesome con, and I'm really happy to see that they are able to kind of adapt with the times and pull this off remotely. So hopefully, many more like this. But nonetheless, I want to thank everyone. Thanks everyone for watching. Again, thanks to my SB WASP group if they're here. Thanks to all the Rapid7 Moose watching, and just thanks to everyone else. And I'll hang around for in the Discord to answer any questions. So feel free to hit me up. And again, I just want to say thanks to everyone.
Okay, I'd like to thank Dante's Anonymous. And if you have any further questions for Dante, please continue to post it on Discord. Our next talk will be at 1 p.m. That'll be Intro to Zigbee Exploitation by Maxine Filcher. Again, the next talk will be at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ShellCon. Up next, we have Intro to Zigbee Exploitation with Maxine Filcher. Maxine is a U.S. Army veteran, University of Washington Tacoma graduate, and a security consultant for IO Active. Take it away, Maxine.
Hey everyone, I'm Freaky and welcome to Intro to Zigbee. I want to thank ShellCon for having me out again this year, even though we're virtual. It's still always an honor to come and speak with this really amazing group of people. So yeah, and I want to thank everybody for joining me. 2020 has been kind of crazy, so hopefully you're hanging in there and you're doing all right, and everyone that you love and care about is doing well. So let's get into learning about some Zigbee. So just kind of a short agenda for this talk, kind of 3 parts. The first part, we're going to go over some protocol basics of Zigbee. So just some of the kind of nuts and bolts, not a super deep dive, just kind of a basic overview. Part 2, we're going to talk about some risk. There is a real world scenario in there and a hypothetical, but just, kind of what you should be thinking about if you're deploying a Zigbee network, or if you're thinking about, going and pen testing a Zigbee device or a Zigbee network for a client. And then 2, we're going to talk about the Killer Bee suite and some of the hardware that goes with that. And that will allow us to not only sniff, but attack Zigbee networks. So a little bit about myself. For those of you who may not know who I am, my name is Maxine. I also go by Freaky Zen online. Security consultant with IO Active. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I graduated this year from the University of Washington with a BS in Information Assurance and Cybersecurity. And I just recently passed the GAWN certification, which is the SANS offering for wireless, basically everything wireless. So, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, NFC, RFID, SDR, anything you can imagine. So if you are interested in like a deep dive of this topic or wireless topics in general, I have a couple of books that I recommend at the end of this presentation, but I would also highly recommend the GAWN course if you can afford it, or if you can get your employer to pay for it, it's even better. So, and a small disclaimer that, like I said at the beginning, this is not a comprehensive class. This is just an introduction. So we are just kind of going to overview some pieces, might leave some things out, and just kind of leaving it up to you to kind of dive in a little bit more. I just want to introduce you to some of the main components of Zigbee. So part 1, let's talk about some protocol basics. So Zigbee initially was released in 2004. It's went through some iterations, as we'll see later on. It's really kind of controlled by 2 groups. You have the IEEE, which uses the 802.15.4 specification, which controls part of the protocol stack. And then you also have the Zigbee Alliance that controls the rest of the protocol stack, the upper portions. And Zigbee Alliance also controls the trademark and the marketing for it, a lot like the Bluetooth SIG does, the special interest group. And Zigbee is very, very widely deployed, mostly in control systems or building automation, but they're also consumer devices like Philips Hue bulbs, or just smart lighting in general. There are also smart locks and smart thermostats, a lot of environmental control things, and kind of smart home devices. There is also a medical sort of division of this, and many other industries. These are kind of the main focus for Zigbee. So some of the design specifications, actually, it calls for it to be low power in a sense that it should be ran off a battery for up to 5 years, which is a lot like Bluetooth, where devices are expected to run on a battery for up to a year. So Zigbee has a little bit longer battery lifespan built into the specification. You have about 250 kilobits per second throughput at a maximum, and up to around 100 meters for range, you know, taking into account interference like building walls and that sort of thing. It mainly operates on the 2.4 ISM band, like Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, but it also has two separate frequencies that were introduced in 2010. The 900 megahertz frequency, which is in North America, and then also the 850 megahertz frequency, which is used in Europe. So like I mentioned before, Zigbee kind of comes in a couple of different flavors. It's been, it's evolved through the years, much like Bluetooth or any other protocol. So Zigbee 2006 was one of the major kind of security enhancements. They had introduced a few new mechanisms. 2007 again saw some evolution. And Zigbee Pro is what we would consider necessary for the high security model in Zigbee. So this introduced some encryption and some link key and functionality. But basically this allows for some development flexibility within the protocol itself. So it allows developers to come in and really build their own sort of tools on top of what they need for it to work, and really specialize the protocol in a way for their product to service their users. Okay, so the protocol stack, like I mentioned before, is kind of broken up into two pieces, and it's really governed by two bodies. So the Zigbee layer is the upper portion of the protocol stack, where you find the application layer, the profile layer, and the framework layer. And this is where I was mentioning where developers can really introduce a lot of customization here with these layers. And then you also have the network layer, which controls a lot of the link keys and the network keys and that sort of thing. So key distribution and authentication. Then you also have the 802.15.4 layer, which is where the MAC and the physical layer live. Within the MAC layer, you can see the frame broken out here within its sections. But you have 4 different basic frames that you'll see within these Zigbee packets. You'll see beacon frames, which will advertise network availability and will also do time syncing. You'll also see command frames. So these are network actions like association requests or disassociation notices. And then there are also data frames, which obviously they carry data, and acknowledgement frames, which a device will send out saying that it basically acknowledges the frame that it received. Okay, so Zigbee can be deployed in a couple of different topologies. You have a star where you have a central hub that controls all of the network, basically requests and disassociations and all of the keys and everything. Or you can have a mesh topography where, everything is talking to everything else, basically. So there's a lot of key sharing going on between devices. So within this topology, you'll find 4 major roles. You'll find the coordinator, which is the network hub, or is shortened to ZC. You'll also find the trust center, and this is primarily with Pro. We spoke about the Pro flavor earlier on. And this is shortened to TC, obviously, and this controls the key authentication and distribution. We also have routers, and these will act as bridges within the network, so they can actually bridge other networks across each other. And then we also have the devices, or the Zs. So these are the Zigbee end devices. So Zigbee has developed security over the years, kind of in relation to research that has come out against it over the years. And it's currently deployed in 2 different generally currently deployed in two different sort of levels of security we could think of. The first being standard, which is a residential, also known as a residential setting. And this is where the authentication to join the network is performed by any full functioning device. So this is any Zigbee device that's on the network, basically, that has been already authenticated into the network by any other device on the network. And it can then bring other devices onto the network. So you can kind of see there might be some issues with authentication there, obviously. And maybe security is a little bit of a heavy word to use for this setting. And then there's also the high security setting. And this is where all of the authentication and all the key distribution is done via the trust center, or the TC. And in order to enable the high or the commercial setting, you will have to deploy Zigbee Pro. So we spoke about keys a little bit. Generally, they are delivered to devices in three different ways. They're either pre-installed, either at the manufacturer or within the organization that's deploying them from their initial deployment of the devices. There's also key transport, which is where the devices share keys and they distribute keys accordingly. And then there's also the SKKE, which is basically, it allows for elliptical curve cryptography to be used, and it really strengthens the entire security process for Zigbee. The upper layers also allow for PKI, so the public key infrastructure, which can really strengthen applications that are built for Zigbee and the security that's built around them. So as far as the application of Zigbee, why have this other low power wireless protocol when BLE exists? Well, like I said earlier, Zigbee is actually really heavily deployed in commercial spaces. So in your control systems, your HVAC systems, your environmental monitoring systems, door locks within hotels. Zigbee is actually very widely deployed, more so than Bluetooth Low Energy. It also offers alternate frequencies. So we spoke about the 900 megahertz and the 850 megahertz frequencies within North America and Europe. Those allow for less congestion within the 2.4 ISM band. So if you have an environment that maybe is heavily reliant on Wi-Fi, you might not want to introduce more interference into that environment. So deploying a Zigbee network on the 900 megahertz frequency might be very appealing to, keep down congestion within your frequency space. It also deploys direct sequencing spread spectrum, which is considered a lower computational cost than say frequency hopping spread spectrum, which is deployed by Bluetooth Low Energy. There's also the longer lifespan that's built into the specification for 5 years. And then it's already widely adopted, as I've mentioned numerous times. So the profile and the footprint for Zigbee is already very heavy. The development behind it for commercial uses is already well established. So let's switch into part 2. We're going to talk a little bit about risk and some kind of potential vulnerabilities that Zigbee deployments can see. So of sort of the risks to Zigbee networks, I would consider these the 3 major ones. So denial of service, obviously shutting down either in devices, sensors, or just completely taking out networks, Zigbee networks in general. There's also spoofing. So say, taking a thermostat, say, and copying its its address and then acting as that device, either kicking it off the network or then replaying data into the network. Say you had malicious measurements from a thermostat that would control HVAC settings. And you could then replay some malicious value from that you recorded earlier. So kind of in continuation with that, we can think about sort of a hypothetical situation where a building has an environmental control system or monitoring system that is built on Zigbee and that relies on sensor inputs to control, we'll say, temperature. If the system can be completely taken offline or, you know, put into a DOS scenario, then those sensors might not be able to, well, the sensors won't be able to report back to whatever control system controls the temperature within the building. So you could either have, you know, the building raise in temperature or lower in temperature, which could cause, you know, heating and cooling issues, whether that's with billing or, you know, power consumption, or whether that's trying to overload the systems within the building. There are potential consequences from that. And then obviously malicious replay. So in the instance of a thermostat, again, if you can replay a value saying that a room is much colder than it is or much hotter than it is, you could then maybe trigger HVAC systems to try to take care of the discrepancies within the room if they're set to be within a certain certain threshold. So you can see how this can complicate building operations. And in some cases, in some high-end kind of stakes environments, this could actually be potentially dangerous, depending on what the monitoring system is and what it's actually mitigating. So within kind of the realm of real world, earlier this year, there was a lot of talk about an exploit that came out against Philips Hue bulbs. Specifically, this attack really starts with a denial of service. So you are taking a legitimate bulb offline, basically tricking a user into connecting to your bulb that has malicious firmware loaded into it. Once they basically authenticate that into their network, it deploys malware into the network connected hub and then profit from there, right? So this, if you go check out the white page on this, there's a really good write-up about it, and kind of shows how Zigbee can be this cross-channel attack path. It can be this initial entry vector into a network. And now this might be for consumers, but you know, you can think of these other Zigbee devices that are deployed in, you know, corporate environments or high-stake environments where a similar action could be taken, and, you know, this could be your ingress point, basically. So Zigbee has, you know, some pretty serious implications tied with it. So we'll talk a little bit about hardware now and introduce you into the tooling that you would need to start testing Zigbee networks on your own. So the major piece of hardware that you'll need is the Adify API Moat v4. And this supports the Killer Bee suite, so it will you know, allow you to do all of the fun things that that suite does, which I will introduce you to on the next slide. So this tool is about $150, which is a little bit steep. And I honestly, if you can swing the budget for it, I would recommend that you get two. One to use for live capture, so that while you're doing live, you know, scanning through Wireshark, and the other one to actually carry out attacks or try to test any kind of, you know, fuzzing that you have. So I would highly recommend getting two if you can actually afford it, although they are quite expensive. So I mentioned Killer Bee all throughout this presentation, and it's really the tool platform that that is most heavily used for Zigbee at this point. I haven't seen anything else that is really as functional or has as much, development kind of momentum behind it. So this is really kind of the gold standard for Zigbee testing, as far as I am aware of. So like I mentioned before, you can do sniffing through, live capture of Wireshark, spoofing and replay through various tools within the suite. It also does a couple of different denial of service attacks. And then there are also some key extraction tools on there that will actually interact with dumps that you can take from the hardware. So if you can get a firmware dump from a device, you could potentially extract network keys or link keys from that, and maybe you can gain access to a network. But there is that tool functionality within Killer Bee itself. So with the scanning, with the scanning, we have there's probably one primary tool, which is Zigbee Wireshark. And this allows for the real-time piping of Zigbee data into Wireshark. Wireshark, understands the Zigbee protocol, so you don't have to do any kind of weird stuff on the back end with Wireshark. It will just pipe in, you'll get all the source and, destination addressing and all of that sort of thing in there. The major thing with this is knowing and discovering the channel and the PAN ID for the network. So for a lot of these tools to work within Killer Bee, you need these two specific pieces of data, at least to initially start scanning and sniffing. And you can actually use a different tool called Zigbee Stumbler, which I guess I neglected to put in here, but it will just basically do scanning across all of the channel space until it actually runs into a Zigbee network. I have had some limited success with it, so I can't really vouch for the 100% usability and functionality of it, but I know that that is the purpose that it serves. So if you can find the channel and the PAN ID initially, that will make your life much easier. Okay, so when we talk about attacking within the Killer Bee suite, probably one of the most functional tools that I have found are the denial of service tools, or the tools that are intended to just basically overwhelm the networks, which seem to be, a little more brute forcey. They kind of lack a little finesse, so you can be a little more loud with them and you don't have to be as careful. So this slide is actually showing the Zigbee association flood. So what this is trying to do is impersonate a device trying to associate onto the network. And this is with the goal of overloading the trust center device to the point where it goes into a denial of service scenario and locks all the devices out of the network, basically. So you're shutting down the network by overflowing the trust center device. So, I mean, obviously this is kind of a, a big concern when you consider that the Zigbee Pro high security model, relies on this basically. Or relies on a central trust center, basically. So, the chance of overwhelming that is much greater. Okay, and then also within the Zigbee suite, and another denial of service tool is the Zigbee Orphan Notify, and this one basically again is trying to both kick a device off the network by impersonating it, but also trying to overload again the trust center. So I did a little bit of work with this script from the Killer Bee suite, and I changed a little bit of the code. I have a link to it here. It's all within the code, so I just changed settings that are already there. I didn't write any additional code. I just want to make that clear. But I configured it to target something called Zigbee green power, which is just kind of a profile or a different flavor, I guess, of Zigbee. You can consider it. Which is built on Zigbee Pro. So it has both standard and high security. And I had to change the addressing a little bit in it because of the way that it does destination addressing and source addressing. So you have to enable the different options within this tool to be able to use it. But I wanted to put this in there to highlight that Killer Bee is written in Python, so it is very adaptable, and you can dive into the code. It's actually a very approachable code. When I compare it to things like some of the Bluetooth low energy tools that are out there, I find that this tool set specifically, Killer Bee, is actually very approachable if you want to actually look at the code and try messing around with it, and using it to target some of these specialized development avenues for Zigbee, like Zigbee green power. So kind of a short talk. Like I said, it's just an introduction to Zigbee, the world of Zigbee. So I would highly encourage everyone, if this talk kind of like tickled your interest a little bit and you wanted more, you said, hey, there wasn't enough information in there for me, then I would highly, highly, highly recommend these two books, Hacking Exposed Wireless. This book is written by the same individuals who wrote, basically the same individuals who wrote the coursework for the GAWN. So it's maybe a bit more condensed, and I actually have it right here. So it's fairly large, but it's comprehensive. It covers Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and SDR and Zigbee and Z-Wave. But this is really, I would recommend this as your go-to if you want to get started with this and dive in even deeper to the components of Zigbee. The other book that I just recently got is the IoT Hacker's Handbook. And this is actually written by the CEO of Adify. Adify is the company that makes the Adify API note. So the tool that you need to actually engage with Zigbee and use Killer Bee. There are a couple of other hardware platforms, but I would say that this is the most stable and probably the most functional. So highly recommend these two books. And also, if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me. I have my contact information at the beginning of this presentation, so you can record it or you can rewind it and capture that, or I believe it's going to be put out. ShellCon will put it out with the descriptions. So again, I want to thank you for joining me and spending time with me to learn a little bit about Zigbee. Not a super deep dive, but maybe enough to get you interested. And thank you for joining ShellCon, and I hope you have a better 2020, the rest of 2020. And like I said, feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. So thank you and bye.
All right, thank you, Maxine. That was a great introduction to Zigbee exploitation. Coming up next at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we had Handling Adversarial Working Relationships as a Security Professional by Daniel Crowley. In the meantime, I can advise you to go into our villages. If you are not in our Discord, please go and check it out. We would like to thank our sponsors And if you have any question regarding this or any other talk, make sure you go to the main talk questions in our Discord. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to ShellCon IO 2020. Coming up next is Handling Adversarial Working Relationships as a Security Professional by Daniel Crowley. May I remind you that if you have any questions during the presentation, you may ask them in our main talk questions on Discord using the hashtag AskDanielC. Daniel Crowley is Head of Research and a Penetration Tester for X-Force. Daniel denies all allegations regarding unicorn smuggling and questions your character for even suggesting it. Daniel is the primary author of both the Magical Code Injection Rainbow, a configurable vulnerability testbed, and Feather Duster, an automated crypto analysis tool. Without further ado, I'll let Mr. Daniel continue.
All right. So thank you for the introduction. So this is a talk that I put together after learning a lot of lessons through trial and error, mostly in working in offensive security. And a lot of this will be applicable to working internal security or to even doing blue team stuff, because communicating risk and trying to get vulnerabilities fixed is something that people do across the board. And this focus is mostly on just trying to get something fixed, right? Trying to convey risk, trying to convey the importance of fixing vulnerabilities and trying to get that buy-in. So first, I want to start out by talking about some common misconceptions about infosec professionals that people have when they interact with us that can be helpful to keep in mind to kind of understand where other people are coming from. Because the whole premise of this is to try to understand where other people are coming from and what they're trying to accomplish, and then to try to resolve the situation with that in mind. So first, there is a really common misconception that we as infosec professionals create problems. We don't. We just find them and we try to get them addressed, but we're not the people who are creating the problems. We don't come up with ways to destroy and disrupt things for fun. Well, except insofar as it's based on possibilities that already occur. We don't put the bugs in there. Those come from the developers, the designers, and whoever wrote some piece of code that might have a vulnerability in it, some component, some out-of-box system. Sometimes people think that we're always overstating severity and saying that the sky is falling. Now, there are people who do this, and it's very important to remember that there are actually people who are very guilty of this. I'd like to point the finger, if I can, at vulnerability scanners, because there's a lot of vulnerability scanners and certain pen testing groups as well that will overstate the severity of things. And this is really important not to do, but people do it anyway because they feel like there is incentive. And sometimes there is incentive, and it's a bad incentive, but sometimes there is incentive to have the most number of the most severe vulnerabilities in a report, even if those severities aren't actually accurate. But the problem with this is, if everything is critical, then nothing is critical. So it's very important, if you're trying to rank the severity of something, to do so impartially and to do so honestly and to do so with a real thought out framework for how severe something is. One really great example of this is Beast, which is if you're not familiar, it's a flaw in SSL TLS, where you have this requirement that you have to be in the middle of a communication doing traffic interception. So first of all, you need to be in the right position, and you need to have some sort of compromise or some sort of mistake just to begin with. And when you're in that position, you have to have the affected user logged in, and they have to visit some site, some website that you control, or they have to visit some plain text resource where you feed them a JavaScript, and then they have to stay on that particular page for a long time while it causes the person to make thousands of queries to learn a small amount of data. And it's a real attack, it actually works, it has a significant impact, which is, you know, you're breaking TLS, which is really bad. But to call that high or critical because of the impact alone is not, it's missing a huge part of it, is that the prerequisites, the things that are required to actually get there are so huge that you cannot reasonably call that high or critical. But this is the way that I see a lot of people assign severity, or they just call literally everything high. Now, this is only some people. This is a small subsection of infosec professionals as a whole. But there's a really good chance that the person that you're interacting with has interacted with somebody or somebodies who do this. And that's a problem because that reflects badly on you. And you have to understand that that might be where they're thinking you're coming from. Sometimes people think we're incompetent. Now, especially if you're dealing with somebody who has worked in bug bounty triage, boy, there's a lot of people who are just trying to get rich quick with bug bounty, and they will submit just absolutely non-bugs to everything. And this will reflect badly on you, potentially. There are some incompetent people in InfoSec, as there are in any industry. And so it, you know, it can reflect badly on you. The other big misconception is that as offensive security professionals, we do things like hackers, not like real world hackers, but like, and by hacker, I mean like a malicious hacker, an attacker, that we can break through any barrier and that we put on cool shades and a hoodie and go, wait, that's not it. Oh, I'm in, right? That's not how it works in the real world. But people, you know, who have no experience with it might think that giving us access to an internal network to test how things look from the internal network, or giving us credentials to an application that we're testing, especially if they're admin credentials. They may think that internal documentation shouldn't be given you, that any test where you're not, you know, taking the position of some random person on the internet with no advantage whatsoever. Sometimes people think that that is the only valid way to do a test. And the reality is that it's much easier to start with all of the advantages, find everything that you could possibly find, and then try to say, okay, well, if I didn't have this advantage, this is what it would be. And this ties back into the whole severity thing. But, you know, if somebody doesn't understand this, they can think that maybe you don't know how to do your job because you're asking for these things that they really didn't expect that you would need, having just watched the movie Swordfish or something like that. Some people think that we want to get them fired. This isn't really true. Now, again, there's exceptions to all of these. There's some people who, I'm sure there's some people out there, I haven't met any, but I'm sure they exist, who really just love getting people fired. But this is mostly just like anxiety speaking. So, but this is a thing that people do worry about, right? Especially if you haven't had a security audit yet. Some people might interpret your presence as like a potential reason why they might get fired. So keep that in mind. This one mostly comes into play when you're doing vulnerability disclosure, when you're doing some coordinated disclosure where you've found a bug, you're going to release it to the world, you're going to publish it, you're going to maybe put out an exploit, a metasploit module, whatever you're going to do, maybe just an advisory. But if somebody has no idea that this occurs at all, they're going to say to themselves, well, why is this person giving me this free information? There must be a catch here, right? And really the incentive is that it looks good for you as a security professional. It helps to build your credibility by releasing this. It's a good thing for the world in general to find these bugs and release them. It's the right thing to do ethically, but people sometimes will think that there's something fishy going on. And so it helps to kind of, when you do vulnerability disclosure, it helps to kind of have a baseline that you set and say, hey, listen, I am going to publish this vulnerability. And you kind of making the point early that you're going to publish it and that's just it. I want to give you the opportunity to respond to this before I go public with it, in case you want to release a fix for this, or, you know, whatever, right? I want to give you time if you choose to do something with this. It's your prerogative to respond how you want. But if you want to make a fix, I won't publish it just yet. I'll give you some time to do that, right? And so managing those expectations right away can help people avoid this. But there's also, and first I want to say I'm not a lawyer, but there's also a fine line, right? Because if you say, I found a bug, pay me and I'll tell you what it is, that's absolutely 100% extortion. You are extorting people there if you do that. If you say, I found a bug, and if you'd like, include it, you know, I've given you these details. If you like, you can pay me and I can find more bugs. There's also a strong legal case for that being extortion, although it isn't quite as clear-cut a case. It could probably, by a good lawyer, be prosecuted as extortion. So try to avoid mixing any sales pitch in with any vulnerability disclosure that you do. And that should also, in addition to making you not have to take the stand and defend yourself against extortion charges, will also help you have a better conversation with the person that you're disclosing to. Next, I want to introduce a concept from a German philosopher, which is called language games. This is from the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. He's a guy who is he's a neurodivergent guy, and he had a very, very large amount of trouble expressing himself, communicating with other people. He would often get like really frustrated talking to people just on a personal level. And so he studied communication. He thought a lot about and figured out a lot of things about the way people that communicate and miscommunicate. And I think it's really helpful here. So this is sort of how I'm going to be talking about things. So a language game is really just a small, it's an applied version of language, right? So you take some part of language and you build a protocol, an IRL protocol out of it. So it can be, you know, it's in pursuance of some sort of goal, right? You're using language in a specific way. The words and the phrases have a specific meaning within this game, right? And so it can be things like instruction. This talk, this is a form of language game, right? This is you could call this the security education game, right? So here is a simple and strict language game in surgeries, or at least the way that they're portrayed in like movies and TVs. I actually have no medical experience, so this could be completely wrong, but this is at least how it's portrayed, right? And it'll help give you an understanding what a language game is. So when a surgeon says scalpel, forceps, right? You imagine, having watched these TV shows and movies, that you have an assistant who responds and says scalpel and hands over a scalpel. And this is not proper English, right? There's no adjectives, there's no sentence structure, no grammar. These are just saying words, right? It's very, very simple, very strict. Everything has a meaning. It's like a command language. And so this is a very simplified, a very simple language game. And there are much more complicated language games. There are language games where the stated words and phrases are actually designed to be deceptive, to confuse the actual meaning, so that you think that some other game is being played other than the one that's really being played. So when somebody wants to debate on the internet and they're just asking questions, it may be that they don't actually care to hear anything that you say, and that they are just trying to convince you of something with no regard for what you're actually saying, thinking, whatever points you have to make. Maybe they don't care at all. And if you've been on the internet for long enough, you've almost certainly run into this exact scenario. So sometimes there are language games where deception is a part of the game. much like real, recreational games, what we traditionally think of as a game, things like Among Us, that has sort of an emergent language game that is deceptive, that is built on that, right? So fun stuff. Now, sometimes people are honestly trying to communicate and not be deceptive with one another. They're just playing different language games and mistaking which game the other is playing. So, for instance, if you're just trying to hang out with somebody and you like watching movies and TV, and you ask someone if they want to watch Netflix and chill, they might think that you're asking them something very different. So, there is always, and this is one of the big things about miscommunication, is when you think somebody's trying to work towards something completely different than what they really are. So with that in mind, there are these different goals and different language and different phrases and different techniques, different strategies, different game strategies that are used to achieve these goals. And so thinking about it in that way, you can start to recognize some of the signs that people might be playing particular games that maybe after this talk, you'll know how to play. And maybe win isn't the right word, but if ceasing to play these games is winning, in which in many cases it often is, then you will win these games, hopefully, more often. So let's take a look at some examples of infosec language games. Now, in order to not drown you with the phrase language game, I'm going to just give sort of names which are self-explanatory to the games that I'm going to be talking about. And hopefully it will just kind of be understood as I give these very self-describing titles what they're for. And we won't get too much into these, but here's some examples of infosec language games. The last one notably being a somewhat unproductive language game that people will often try to play. And sometimes it's a deceptive language game where people try to prove that they're a good hacker and they really know nothing. And you see that a lot in like IRC. And then, there's things that are more useful, like communicate bug details. Now, what I really want to talk about is the adversarial games that you might be stuck in. So I'm going to talk about these ones specifically. So let's start talking about these. And for each of these games, I'm going to discuss like what this game involves, why somebody would play this, and then talk about when you might encounter this and what tells there are that you might be playing this game. With some of them, it's very dreadfully obvious once you reach a certain point or with certain targeted questions. With others, it's not so easy to just ask and find out, and you kind of have to look at the context and think about it and apply some deductive reasoning to figure it out. So let's talk about the Prove That I'm Not Stupid game. We point out mistakes a lot in information security. It's kind of what we do. We're looking for mistakes in the same way that quality assurance is looking for mistakes. But it's not a hurtful thing. It's not like we're trying to upset people. It's just the nature of what we do. We can't really do our job without pointing out mistakes. So, but there are people who are very prideful and they don't like having their mistakes pointed out, and they may take it personally, and they might begin to play the Prove That I'm Not Stupid game. And this has two sides. One is the Prove That I'm Not Stupid because I'm actually smart, and the other one is kind of like Prove That I'm Not Stupid because actually you're the stupid one, right? Either is productive, but it happens. People have feelings. That's normal. Sometimes those feelings are hurt, and while you may while you may feel like it's beneath you or a waste of your time to try to support or understand someone's feelings, your job will be easier if you do. So, I mean, even from a pure reason perspective, which is kind of missing pieces of the picture, but that's a whole different thing. Even just from a standpoint of pure reason, it will be beneficial to you to understand what they're feeling and to help guide them into a better state. So you might be able to notice this when people are being condescending, you know, or they want to downplay or deny or kind of get you with these gotchas on your bugs, like, oh, what if somebody does this, you know? When someone brings up things that are, you know, technically interesting or that shows that they have some knowledge of the topic, but are really not related to the conversation, really just not useful in context at all, or they want to nitpick little things, right? Like, oh, you spelled this wrong, or actually it's pronounced GIF and not GIF, you know, and all this sort of stuff, right? Like, these unnecessary displays of knowledge are usually a pretty good giveaway that you're dealing with this game. The way to fix this, well, actually, problem, is to really kind of try to make this person feel like, well, your intelligence is not on the chopping block here. It's not in question. Or you can make them feel smart, right? You know, so an example is to, if you're doing like a pen test readout and you totally destroyed them, right? You found SQL injection everywhere in some application. One thing that you can do is say something like, well, the authentication system, the authorization, the authentication was solid. We couldn't find a way to bypass the authentication or to get access to anyone else's data from anywhere else. So the authentication and the authorization, the access control, all good. Really good job there. Unfortunately, the input validation wasn't as good, right? That sort of approach, while the first part isn't actually helpful to the discussion because you're not really there to give them an attaboy, you're there to point out mistakes, it can help people feel like they aren't complete failures, right? They have something to hold on to and say, well, I did a good job over here, and maybe I didn't do a great job over there, but I did a good job over here. And this can make people feel like they don't have to interject and show that they're smart. They can just kind of sit there and shut up and let you get across what you need to get across without like having their ego feel so hurt. Another really great thing is to just not make people feel stupid in the first place. You know, I try to avoid singling out any person. You know, it's a thing where if you've used somebody's password all over a Windows domain and you've gotten onto like half the boxes in the environment because of this one person's password, and they're on the call, there's a really good chance that they're going to play the prove I'm not stupid game because you made them look pretty stupid, you know? So, I think that there's only a limited amount that you can do this. And when somebody is really criminally negligent or criminally stupid, sometimes you do kind of have to point that out, right? When somebody is doing something that is so boneheaded, like putting back doors in things to make their job easier, okay, maybe it's time to call them out. But, you know, when it's an honest mistake, you know, sometimes it's best to avoid putting someone in this position in the first place. Another great tactic that just shuts things down completely is to agree with somebody. Finding something, no matter how small, to agree with them on. If you agree with somebody, it's like, okay, well, you try to say that I'm stupid, we agree, I guess that means you're stupid too. Now that doesn't make any logical sense, but when you agree with somebody, you're acknowledging their intelligence and validating them. So they feel smart, right? Or at least they feel like, you know, they can't talk you down too much because they're kind of on the same side, right? It's a neat little trick, and it works really well. So, and we'll see this again later, but let's move on to the keep my job game. So again, some people feel like we're out to take their job, or at least we're out to lose them their job. And most of the time, it's not a thing where somebody is so negligent or, you know, whatever, malicious that they should lose their job over some security flaw. Most vulns are not a job ender, or should not be a job ender. And so somebody playing this game is going to try to maximize their perceived worth and value. So somebody playing this game might try to shift blame onto someone else, right? They don't necessarily argue the bug, like, oh, the bug is real, sure, okay, but I didn't make that bug, it was Jeff. You got to, Jeff, what did you do, Jeff? Come on. Denial of any bugs that they may have created, but nothing else. Now, sometimes people will just try to attack your competence, your character, in which case they will deny and downplay every single bug. And this might then be linked as they speak. Look for indicators that they're saying, oh, well, this bug isn't right because of this and this, and what are you trying to do, right? Like they're trying to attack you because minimizing your worth, your perceived worth, increases their worth by comparison, at least in their minds, at least in their minds. They might try to outright remind people of things that they've done, like, oh, I built this from scratch. I worked 80-hour weeks, and you know, this is so hard, and why are you coming down on me? And you know, they get very defensive. And that's kind of how you can tell when somebody's playing this game. I say give them an out, unless they are really acting unethically, like they're putting back doors and shit, or they're just like, you know, if they really are putting people in danger, right? Like if the ethical thing to do is to take them out of a position where they can do any more damage because they've already done so much, maybe just kind of don't worry about it. But most of the time, that's not the case. Most of the time, you kind of want to give people an out. If they really feel like they're going to lose their job, maybe they're in a situation where like they're kind of on thin ice anyway. And maybe it's a place that is that tends to fire people over security mistakes. I've worked with companies like that, and it's not fun, right? Because nobody wants to be nobody wants to be the reason that somebody's getting fired. Unfortunately, sometimes that's the position that we're in. I think it's a good practice to try to say, you know, hey, these mistakes are easy to make. That you're kind of, you know, especially here's a great example is cryptographic mistakes. Cryptography education is absolutely terrible. The way that people are taught to use cryptography, they're not taught anything besides the choice of algorithm. You know, I've seen people come out of classes on cryptography who they have written an implementation of RSA and Diffie-Hellman, but they don't even know what an initialization vector is. They don't know what a mode of operation is. And so they couldn't tell you the difference between ECB, which is terribly insecure, and CBC, which is, you know, it does what it does, but it's not like inherently insecure per se. And then GCM, which is like a great choice for a lot of things. You know, this is something that the education is there. And then the libraries don't, you know, they give you enough rope to shoot yourself in the foot. So a lot of security mistakes are the sort of thing where it's understandable that you might make this mistake if you don't know. It's understandable. And so to have someone lose their job over it when, you know, anybody can make this mistake, that's a point is you can kind of give them an out. You can say like, this is not, you know, it's understandable why you'd make this mistake, but here's a better pattern, right? Guide them in the right direction and remind them that security is a process. Nobody gets it right on the first try. And security bugs are just a subset of bugs. Everybody, even the best programmers in the world are going to have bugs in their program at first, right? There's a reason why quality assurance exists. You know, that's just it. There's the reduce my workload game. Sometimes developers are overworked. They're, in fact, frequently developers are overworked. If the person playing the game that you think might be reduce my workload is not responsible for fixing any of the issues that you've discovered, it's not really likely that they're going to be playing this game. But the whole point of this game is to try to minimize the amount of effort that needs to be expended in response to the conversation that's being had. Possible tells include asking if the existing controls are enough to mitigate the bugs or the issues that are found. Like, oh, well, but we have a WAF. Isn't that enough? Do we really need to fix this? Trying to say that, oh, well, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take, but you know, it's going to take a while. You know, who's going to pay for the fix? You know, this is going to take so long. You know, trying to shift responsibility to someone else. Say, oh, well, you know, we gotta shift it down to the boys in the ERS department. This is ERS stuff here, right? I don't think this is our team's bug to fix. We got to shift this over to ERS. You know, trying to bury any bugs that they're responsible for, but not others. Sometimes they'll throw bureaucracy in the way, like, well, you know, we got to get a change request in for this. And you know how long it took last time to get a change request, and we're going to have to get sign off. Has Joel heard about this? We're going to have to get Joel to sign off on this. And if Joel doesn't sign off on it, I can't do it. I can't, I'm not going to violate the process, you know? Yeah, it's a pretty transparently, you know, when they're just pulling out thing after thing after thing after thing of why they can't do something simple, it kind of becomes obvious that this is not about legitimate concerns. They're just throwing up barriers for whatever reason. Maybe they're overworked and they don't want to add additional work to their plate. Maybe they feel lost and they don't know what to do. But one of the best things that you can do is discuss solutions, especially if there's like a simple solution, something that's easy. And for certain bugs, there are these sorts of things. You know, I recently did work on something that had an authentication system that was just really broken, like really bad. But the nice thing is that they were using, I believe they were using ASP.NET, which has its own login system just fully baked and built. And it's just a plug-in and go type of thing. So they didn't have to build their own authentication system. They just did because they either didn't like this existing one or weren't aware of it. And rather than having to take weeks to code and test a new authentication system entirely, they can just drop this thing in. Now, even if somebody is playing the reduce my workload game, they might hear this and go, oh, all right, that's not so bad. I can do that. If it's just drop in, yeah, well, whatever, I'll fix it, sure, whatever. If not, if they continue to just resist any sort of effort expenditure, then you just kind of have to stick to your guns and refute the bug denials and, you know, take the information that you've put together and just defend it as best you can. And sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes you can't get out of this game. You just have to fight through it. Sometimes it's good to include their manager on the call. If you can't get anywhere with them, including people who are higher up, who have the ability to shoot down bureaucracy and say, well, no, you know, we're not going to follow the process for this because this needs to change, or I will make sure that this gets signed off on, or no, we have to do this, right? Somebody who can be there to slap down their you know, denials and their you know, everything. It can be ugly, but sometimes it's the best choice if you really just need to get this done and somebody is not playing ball. Sometimes you just got to bring in people above their head to make it happen. Another game that might be played is called, I call it Meet the Deadline, which pretty straightforward. Fixing bugs takes time, and it's resource expenditure. Time is a resource. And if you're fixing bugs when you should be going live, it means, dependent on what the bugs are and how fast and loose you play your business, you might be fixing bugs in production. You fix bugs after release, you fix bugs in go live, and you're taking on a risk. Unfortunately, development processes often lag behind the schedule. It's a very common thing. And then sometimes project managers make the mistake of thinking that security testing should happen right before go live. And the problem with that is, if anything is found that needs to be fixed, there is no time left for it. So sometimes you end up in a situation where you present all these issues and you say, yeah, this is a mess, this needs to be cleaned up. And they can't really say, well, we don't have any time to clean it up, so we're not going to. They can't say that. So instead, they try to play down your bugs, as we've seen time and time again. Asking questions about how long it's going to take to fix, if it can be fixed after go live. If they deny particular bugs, that would take a long time to fix. So like little configuration issues, where all they have to do is just change a line in a configuration file. Okay, whatever, I don't care, sure, we'll accept that bug, we'll deal with that. But something where any lines of code need to change, they'll, nope, fight it, right? So I went with the like design, the PowerPoint design ideas thing for this, just because this last bullet here, throw this person under the bus, actually has a bus icon, and I thought that was fucking hilarious. So I just had to go with this. But again, suggesting quickly implemented solutions can be great. Now, I did a dry run of this presentation with somebody close to me, and they told me, well, why not suggest a temporary solution? And I did want to mention that, because there is a time when you want to do that and a time when you don't, because temporary solutions often become permanent ones. And they're just this is a thing that happens. So unless the temporary solution is like 95, 99% solid, or it fails only in very specific circumstances, I would avoid trying to give somebody an incomplete fix that they can implement on a temporary basis, because temporary things tend to become permanent. And so if that temporary solution is not really good all by itself, I would avoid even having that conversation. You can also remind them that, hey, I ranked all of these by severity. There's only a couple of these, there's one high, two highs, and the rest of them are low. Certain ones of these should be fixed first, should be addressed right away. And the other ones can kind of, they're less important. So if you have to go, if you have to go live, and you have to go live with these bugs, well, okay, that's what it is. But check out the severity rankings. You're going to need that, right? And reminding them that you're not saying you have to fix all these bugs before go live, right? You're not saying that. It's like, hey, you pay me to give you my experience and to tell you all the potential things that could cause problems for you. And you can do with that what you want. I don't make the business decision, unless you do. I don't make the business decision on whether or not you can go live. This is up to the business, not me. But from my perspective, here's what you need, right? People have a tendency to mistake you for a decision maker from a business perspective, and reminding them that you don't decide whether this bug means go live or not, but you strongly recommend that this and this does get fixed before go live. Anyway, I'm rambling on here. I'm going to move on. If somebody is scheduling security testing at the very end, right before go live, on a consistent basis, and it's not about schedule slippage, absolutely throw that person under the bus because they are creating a rush, urgent situation that doesn't need to happen. So moving on is the keep customers or keep contract game. So some people will try not to fix security issues because they feel like it's going to lose them business. And there's various misconceptions involved here. One of them is that some people see security and usability as a sort of zero-sum game, where when you have more of one, you necessarily have less of another. And this is not true. There are situations where this is true, like if you force somebody to have a 50-character long password that doesn't contain any dictionary words or no structure that can be discerned at all, like that, yeah, that is going to affect usability. But something like fixing a buffer overflow, that doesn't change the user experience at all. The whole security versus usability, you can't have more of one without less of the other thing, totally false, totally false. There's only a very small subset of security measures that actually affect that at all. So it's a useless argument. It's not correct. It's not true. There are other reasons to deny bugs and shoot down security for trying to keep customers and contracts. If you, especially if you're disclosing to a third-party vendor in like a coordinated disclosure type deal, sometimes people are going to deny the existence of bugs in order to avoid their company's image being damaged, and that's just flat out unethical. That's dishonest and that's unethical. I have no patience for that. I have encountered this on a readout call where somebody was paying me as a third party to test a solution that they were that they had already bought, or in other cases that they were thinking about buying. And so they're trying to say like, oh, well, it's a feature and not a bug. We even intended it to be this way. You can point out if they bring up the security versus usability thing that that's false. You can explain why it doesn't make any sense. If you're doing coordinated disclosure, it's great to remind them that, hey, listen, the bugs are going public either way. The public will find out about these bugs because that is the right thing to do. And you can choose how to respond to this. You can stick your fingers in your, don't actually say this part, but you can stick your fingers in your ears and say, la, 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 there's no bug, but your customers are going to decide what they decide. They're going to, make up their own minds. So if you want to fix it, that's going to look better than if you don't. So it's up to you. You can choose not to fix it if you think that there's no problem and your customers will be happy, but that's up to you. You can bring that to them, and that usually makes them go, oh, okay, well, I'll fix it, fine. Pass the audit. This is another sort of thing where people will just try to shoot down whatever, and this is kind of a variant of reduce my workload, but it's specific to some sort of audit, like compliance or whatever else. This is, a lot of times you'll have somebody who is bringing up specific compliance terms, specific language from the compliance framework itself, or they're constantly talking about, is this a blocker or is it not? And they're only arguing against blocking bugs because they're really just kind of trying to get done with an audit, because no audit is fun. I don't have a wonderful way to deal with this unless you don't decide whether they pass or fail the audit, in which case you can just ask them, hey, are you doing this for PCI or some other compliance effort? Because I don't decide whether you pass or fail. I've actually had multiple calls where as soon as I say that, they're like, oh, well, close up shop. Then guess we don't need to finish this call because, you got nothing, I don't care. Punish for the outage. I want to cover this one quickly because I want to have time to get to the sort of general tips. Outages cost money. And if you cause one, which is sometimes a normal consequence of doing any sort of security testing in production. Some people just, they have no other environment besides production, so that's what you have to test in. Causing an outage it's something that happens. Even if you got many years of experience, it happens. The tells are pretty obvious. You don't have to guess that you're playing this one. You will be told pretty outright that you're playing this one. But lucky for you, I have a fantastic way to deal with this, which is you reframe the situation. Now, you might be feeling that you really fucked up if you caused an outage by mistake. But think about it. If you just by accident, not even trying to cause an outage, caused like some major outage, isn't that something that your client is going to want to know? If somebody was actually trying to take this thing down that you took down, they could probably hold it down with one pinky. If you took it down by mistake, make the point to them, I'm so glad that we found this. Can you imagine if someone was trying to do this? And there have been multiple calls where I caused an accidental outage and people got on the phone with me with every intention to pull my limbs off and feed them to wild dogs. And what ended up happening is, I helped them to see that, like, this is an important thing to find. And it was a painful way to find it. And I'm sorry about that. But you should be glad that you know this and that you can address this, because now nobody else can do this because they want to. And I've had people thank me on the end of calls where they were originally planning to burn me alive. So let's talk about some general advice for identifying these language games that you might be involved in. Asking for confirmation is great. Asking questions about the dynamics of the situation. Is there a compliance effort on? This doesn't work for certain things. Like, you can't ask somebody if they're trying to prove that they're not stupid, because that's not good. That's not going to make the situation better at all. But you can definitely ask if there's a compliance effort related to the testing that you're doing. Understanding what people have to gain or lose as a result of your test is vital to understanding which game you're playing. And you can use a little bit of deduction to figure out what games you're definitely not playing. Like, if there's no deadline, if this is something that's already been in production for years and you're doing just a regular old test on it, if there's no deadline, there's no deadline. So nobody can be playing meet the deadline with no deadline. It's way easier to defend the bugs that you've found, the issues that you've found, if you have really thought out the severity rankings, and if you have worked really hard to have solid evidence as to the nature and the existence and the impact of your bugs. Putting together a compelling proof of concept is fantastic in not having to have long drawn out conversations about, is this bug really that bad, right? So if you are trying to handle arguments over low or informational severity bugs, I have some advice. Here's a great tip. If someone says, this is marked as a medium, we think it should be a low. One thing that you can say, because of X, Y, Z, you can say, well, yes. And as long as this is true, well, yes, I considered X, Y, Z. You're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right. And that is why this was not marked as a high. It was downgraded to a medium from its original high severity because of what you said and what I agree with you on. And so when you agree with their argument and say, you're right, and that was why it is where it is now, then, their argument kind of falls out from under them. You've taken that argument away from them because you agree with it. And so they've already won, in a sense, right? Also, informational bugs. A lot of people see bugs and think they're all things that are supposed to be like super dangerous and a big problem and whatever. Reminding people that, like, we don't just give you the absolute worst bugs. We give you everything in case you care, and you can decide, what to do with it. And we even tell you this one is a lot worse than that one. Informational severity stuff is just it's just for your information. So if you're you're paid to report on your expertise, and you maybe you don't make business decisions. This is kind of just echoing stuff I've said before. So I'm just going to move on and quickly summarize this slide because I'm quickly running out of time here. If anybody attacks you personally, the best way to handle this is not to engage upon it. Just deflect the attacks by saying, that's not relevant to the conversation here. We need to be talking about this technical information. And that's going to do three things. This makes them look unprofessional, which they are. This highlights your own professionalism, and it quickly puts this down. And anybody else on the call is going to realize very quickly that, hey, this person is attacking you. And they will probably come to your aid if it happens again. So that's all I've got. And so now I'd like to open up to questions if we still have time for that.
Hi, Daniel. That was a great talk. I'm checking over the Discord. Remember, everybody, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask them on the main talk questions channel on our Discord using the hashtag AskDanielC. All right, welcome back, everybody. Coming up next is voice-based software exploitation by Kim Wen. Kim is working as a teaching assistant at CTU School of Technology and Computing, and is a full-time master's on computer science student and security researcher. Currently, Kim focuses on exploit development, and mobile application exploitation. She finds her passion in helping people elevate their technical skills and knowledge, especially the ones who come from non-tech expertises, since Kim also transitioned from a business background. Remember, if you have any questions during the talk, you can go ahead and write them down on main talk questions using the hashtag AskKim.
I guess this is my turn. Okay. Okay, sorry. Hi, everyone. So my name is Kim. Thank you for the introduction. And one more time, I'm a full-time student studying MSCS right now. I come from Vietnam, and this is my fourth year in Seattle and also United States. My bachelor was in business administration, so I'm fairly new to computer science and cybersecurity as a whole. And so right now I'm a full-time student, and I'm also teaching assistant, and I'm in love with anything and everything to do with AI and mobile application. And then the QR code on the screen is a link to my LinkedIn. So go ahead and you can scan it with your camera, and we can connect after. So let's go into the content of my talk. I just have a quick question for everybody here. I want to know if I am the only one that gets super annoyed every time I see advertisements on social media that's generated based on the conversation I just had. For me, it drives me crazy because it's just kind of you feel like you don't have your privacy anymore. Like you wake up and you say, oh my God, my back hurt, I need a new mattress. And then a minute later, if you log into social media, all the ads are about mattresses. So that was kind of one of the reasons why I decided to do research on voice-based software. So today I will be talking about three main things: voice ID theft, deepfake, and smart speaker attacks. And I'll give you demo in between those topics. So let's go right into voice ID theft. So when we use any applications or software and we want to log in, traditionally we use passwords, right? But lately we have more options. We have certificates, or we have tokens, and then we have biometric authentication. And in biometric, we have facial recognition, we have fingerprints, and then we have voice ID. And that comes with a problem of biometric authentication spoofing. And specifically in this talk is about voice ID theft. And even it might sound like this option is not so popular, but actually, in fact, there are quite a few financial institutions that uses voice biometric. For example, SHPC or Wells Fargo, and there are a bunch more that I listed in this slide. And people have done research, they have tests to see how accurate these voice ID software is, to see if it's able to recognize if a person, a real person, is giving the ID, giving the voice, or is it somebody pre-recorded a voice, or is it a fake voice? So they use software to test, and the machines were only able to recognize 10 to 20% of the false voices or fake voices. And interestingly, when tested by human did a much better job. So we were able to recognize about 50% of the fake voices. But in reality, it's not practical to have humans sitting around every time somebody log in to check if it's a real voice or not. So that means if you are using voice ID biometric, there's about 80% chance that you could get hacked. So how exactly can somebody steal your voice password, right? A lot of the time for this attack is you might receive a random call to your phone, and the attacker would hope that you would say something, and they would capture about 5 seconds or 1 minute of your speech, and that is enough for them to use machine learning to produce a lot more copies of your voice. And then from there, they can generate the password, or they would try to trick you to actually say the actual password that you use for that application. And also, these days we live around technology. Every single minute we have our phone, our webcam, laptop, everything around us with the microphone. And if any of those have any malicious software that's installed in it, then they can easily capture your voice as well. And again, machine learning comes in place, and they can use that to generate more copies of your voice. And let's say if somebody did steal your voice password, then what's going to happen? Well, of course, there might be a chance they could get into your account and perform things that they don't supposed to do, or they can use your voice to scam your acquaintances or even strangers. Instead of using their real voice, they can use yours, right? So actually, how bad is this voice ID theft? We have a good thing that voice ID doesn't actually just come on its own. It is often used as a second factor authentication. That means that you still have your password to protect you. But just because it's voice ID, most people think that it's my voice is special to me. Nobody can copy me. It's not true anymore. You still need to pay a lot of attention to make sure your password is secure and safe. So even if somebody able to steal your voice password, they still have difficulty to crack through your password. And yes, voice ID is right now not that popular. This is good and bad, because bad is because if it's not in use so often, that means not so many security offender paying attention to it, giving the attackers more chance and freedom to exploit it as much as they can, while not so much attention are being towards them. And then it is reported that improved algorithms can recognize recorded speech versus a speech coming from a real person. I did not have any account with those financial institutions that I listed in the previous slide, so I couldn't test their software. But I've read that smart speakers like Alexa or Siri, they should have the same function. So I tested on them, and let's see what it looks like if I tested it. So this is for Alexa. Hey Alexa, how are you today?
I'm feeling repetitive. Did you know
So Alexa clearly listened to my pre-recorded voice and responded, and this is for Siri. Hello, I'm fine. Right, so what is saying on a lot of the research is that these software are supposed to be able to recognize the differences between a real person versus a pre-recorded person, but just a quick test, and seems like this algorithm still needs a lot more improvement. And with that, I want to move it up to the next level, which is deepfake. And when we talk about deepfake, what is it, right? These two terms normally show up, which is voice cloning and voice morphing. So the way I understand voice cloning is basically you create different versions of a victim's voice, and the content of each of those versions doesn't have to be necessarily the same. And then voice morphing is basically you turn an attacker's voice into the victim's voice. And either of these attack, they need only as much as 5-second sample of the victim's voice. And then again, machine learning is used to generate, to learn about this voice and then produce a really accurate copies of the victim's voice. And another way they can do this is the text-to-speech technology. So basically, the attacker won't have to actually record their voice to later turn into the victim's voice. They can instead just train the machine learning modules to produce the pretty accurate victim's voice, and then they can type the text and read it out loud using the victim's voice. So basically, if you know how to use this software, you can make anybody say whatever you want them to say. And you can do this in real time as well. There has been demos done in the past that the attacker actually in real time changed whatever they are saying into the victim's voice real time, and also it can sync with facial recognition as well into the victim's face. So that's really cool and really scary. And I didn't have time to actually train any models, but I did try some free app floating on App Store, and the result is pretty impressive. So I'm going to show you right now. And disclaimer, there's no political preferences at all, just purely for demo.
This is Trent, and I'm not fake news.
And here's another one.
This is Obama, and I am not fake news.
So you can see the facial recognition is a little bit slower, but the voice I think is pretty good, especially for free software. It took about a second after I stopped recording, and then between the time I stopped recording until the time I got the results. So yeah, you guys can go try it out on App Store. There's a lot. And then, so what about the effect that deepfake can bring to our life, right? Well, there's a lot of scams that are using this thing. So if one day some celebrity reach out to you and say that they need money donation for their organization, don't fall for it. It's not real. And believe it or not, a lot of people fall for this. So it has been effective. And you can, of course, do fraud. You can pretend to be somebody else to do transactions based on their voice, right? Using their voice to do those fraud transactions. And of course, they can use it for political purposes, influence people in a way that using these fake voices and create fake news. And also in legal situations, this can become really serious as well. So imagine if there's a murder case and these voice deepfake software is used, you can easily turn somebody who's innocent into guilty and somebody who's guilty into innocent. So this can be very serious into like daily life as well. So what can we do? Well, in the meantime, while people are still trying to figure out what's the best way to fix this, we can protect our voice as much as we can. By that, I mean, if you see a strange number, don't pick it up. If you want to pick it up, don't say anything yet. Wait for the other side to say it first, because they might trying to record your voice. Be conscious about your voice. Turn off the microphone on your devices if you're not using it. And of course, don't fall for the scams. Celebrities don't normally call you for up asking for money. And at the same time, we have good news. As I say, people are trying to fix this issue by improving the algorithms. And as of right now, most of the time, the targets are famous people, but that doesn't mean that you are totally safe. There might be a chance that you're still the target, because there are a lot of purposes for all kind of attacks, and we cannot think of them all. So be careful is very important. And then the last part of my presentation, I want to talk about smart speaker attack. This part is my favorite. And when we talk about this smart speaker attacks, there are a lot of different types of attacks that you can do. But my favorites are hidden voice command and smart spies. So let's go to hidden voice commands. What is it? It is basically commands that are hidden inside videos or songs or media files that when we listen to it, we as human is not capable of hearing them, because they are in ultrasonic sound and in such a high wave that it's just impossible for humans' ear to hear. But dolphin or dogs can hear them. And apparently our smart speakers and smart assistants can hear them as well. So what happens when these are executed is, let's say you play a YouTube video with a hidden command already embedded in there. For you, nothing's going to happen. But let's say if your Alexa or Google Home or your phone is in the close range, that they were able to listen to these commands, they will start executing things without your knowledge. They can maybe go to malicious website, they can download weird apps or opening weird apps that you did not tell them to. And what can you do? Right, again, turn off your microphone if you're not using it, because your smart assistant might be listening to things they don't supposed to, and they can also be listening to you. And on that note, I want to move over to smart spies. So smart spies is the combination of smart speaker and spies. Why is that? Because well, when we buy our smart speakers, we expect them to make our life more easier. But a lot of the time we forgot that they're also listening to us. That's how they help us. That's the nature of the software. But it's also exposed to security risks and privacy risks. And this topic has been getting a lot of attention from researchers. And in 2017, there were dolphin attack, which is the attack that used the ultrasonic high wave that I show you guys in the previous slides. And the attack was done on Siri, Google Home, Huawei phone, Cortana for Windows, and Alexa, of course. And all of them were able to pick up the hidden commands. Although some devices are more secure than others, some will go all the way to execute the command. Some others will require you to unlock the phone to finish the transaction. So good and bad. And then in 2018, some people did attack Cortana on the smart assistants on Windows 10. Basically, they were able to tell Cortana to execute actions while the Windows 10 is locked. And in 2019, another attack was tested on Alexa and Google Homes, where the researcher were able to capture the conversations of the users. So if it were to be put in use, that would be really serious, because basically all your private information is recorded. And this year, there was a possible exposure of Alexa voice histories. They have the bug bounty program, so this was reported to them, and they say they fixed it. But as we can see, it's more and more issues that we are recognizing with smart speakers. And I actually did one myself. So I programmed a smart speaker where it can have a coherent conversation with me. And then in the middle of the conversation, I say a keyword to turn the smart speaker into a spy. And then the speaker will just keep capturing everything I say in plain text. And if you have a smart speaker, you ever used it before, then every time you say something like stop or terminate or pause or silent, right, something like that, then you would expect your smart speaker to go silent and to stop listening to you. So I use that kind of expectation of the user to create this vulnerability. So let me show you how it's done. I hope this is big enough.
This video demonstrates how smart speakers can spy on you. First, I will have a normal conversation with the speaker. Then I will say the stop keyword to terminate the conversation. The speaker will go silent. However, it will keep capturing everything I say for 1 minute. Let's start. Spy, are you awake?
Yes. How can I entertain you today?
What are you doing?
I'm playing Among Us. Do you want to join me?
Stop. Right now, the smart speaker will stop responding to me. However, it is still silently listening in the background. It will keep capturing my speech for 1 minute.
Right, so that's how I was able to turn a smart speaker into a spy and then capture everything users say. And then I also tried another attack. I tried to connect to my own Alexa. I have one and with the hope that after she's connected, I will be able to execute a script. But good thing is it didn't go through. So that's a relief. But if you're interested in this thing and you're able to, you want to cooperate on this, then feel free to hit me up, and I will want to continue to try this. So let me sum everything up. So voice ID theft, it can be serious, but use multi-factor authentication. So if your voice is stolen, you can still have your password to protect your account. And after my talk today, I hope that from now on, every time you listen to something on the internet, you can know that not everything you hear is the truth. There might be morphed or cloned voices. And of course, always turn off all your smart speakers microphone if you're not using them. And your personal information and sensitive information, never write them down, never say it out loud, keep them safe. And don't just expect the software provider to keep everything safe for you, even if they try their best, but there's always room for improvement, right? So I would say take the initiative to protect your own information as well. And again, algorithm is being improved every day, so don't be scared. As of right now, we still have to choose between convenience versus security, but hopefully one day it's not the situation anymore. And we can have a little bit of both right now, actually. If we be conscious about how we can protect ourselves, then we can still keep our smart speakers around to assist our life. And I also want to shout out to my co-fellow researcher, Yute Liu Spencer. He's an amazing software engineer and cybersecurity researcher who have helped me to program the smart speaker spy that I showed you guys in the demo. And also my mentor, John Helmus. He's an amazing educator and pen tester who actually inspired me to speak at ShellCon. Those QR code links to Spencer's and John's LinkedIn. So connect with them. They're really cool and smart people. And last but not least, thank you, ShellCon, so much for this amazing platform. And thanks everyone for showing up. If you have any question, now is the time. I can answer them here, or I can browse it on Discord. Thanks everyone again.
Thank you, Kim. That was a great talk. You definitely sparked a conversation in our main talk questions Discord. Somebody with I think it's a hash, as a username is asking, is there anything an individual can do to help prevent replay attacks, or does it have to be fixed at a software development level?
Let me see, where is that? Is there any? I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat it for a second? I'm sorry.
Is there anything an individual can do to help prevent replay attacks, or does it have to be fixed at the software development level?
I would say, so to avoid all of this, as a user, you can avoid by like knowing what you're doing and what software you're installing. But I would say if you are a software developers, then these attacks can be very easily, these vulnerabilities can very easily be created. Like the one I created, I show you guys. So from developer side, based on how easy it is to be created, I say it should be a way that, when you program these, we should think of the logic clearly, make sure there's no flaw. And also, I think today's my talk, I want to towards the users a lot more, because we use them and we just assume that everything's fine and safe, and we just kind of leave them around us all the time. So yeah, like just be conscious on whenever, just use them when you need to use them. They don't have to be on all the time. I hope it answered the question, and I'll go through the Discord channel again after this.
All right. Once again, thank you so much, Kim. That was a great talk.
Thank you.
Just wanted to remind everybody, coming up next, we have triaging suspicious artifacts at 3:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. In the meantime, you can go ahead and check our Discord channel. You can go ahead and check our villages. There's a lot of things going on in our villages right now. And that would be it for now. See you in a couple of minutes. All right, we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us once again on our presentation. Coming up next is triaging suspicious artifacts by DevOps. If you have any questions, please go ahead and write them down on our main talk questions using the hashtag AskDevOps. That's VEII0X. So go ahead, DevOps.
All right. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. We're going to be talking about triaging suspicious artifacts, and we have a lot to dig into today, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Jonas, want to introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jonas. I work at Security Risk Advisors, and mainly I work in the digital forensics and incident response teams, as well as cyber threat analysis and architecture and engineering.
And my name is Clay. Veox, also work with SRA, and I lead our threat intel, threat analysis, and internal SOC trainings. So today, this is our agenda here, the topics that we're going to go over. I'm going to go ahead and dig right into the overview section here. We really want to enable SOC analysts to do some general to basic alert triage, to make some quick assessments on artifacts that they might be finding in alerts to determine if it's malicious or not. There are a lot of great benefits that come out of this, including threat intel, and improving our defense and our alert capabilities. And if you're using sandboxes out there, that's great. Just be mindful of tipping off our hands to threat actors who are monitoring public sandboxes, at least, to see if their artifacts show up. This also can be a good training opportunity within the SOC to train people up on digging into these artifacts just a little bit more and not relying too heavily on throwing things into a sandbox. Again, OPSEC, it's important, be mindful of it. But our general approach here is to look for any anomalies, any things like embedded code, perhaps there's embedded shellcode or binaries within some of these things, and to try to maybe pull some of those out. A lot of good actionable outputs from this, various IOCs, even some information, some tactics and techniques that we might be able to fold into threat hunts. So a lot of good output from doing some of this analysis. So file formats, did you want to speak to any of that before we move on, Jonas?
No, I think we're good to move on to the file formats, get into the meat of things.
Okay, cool. So don't want to spend too much time here, but OLE2 is very common file format for Word docs. This is pretty old. It's still being used today. And the classic extensions like .doc, .xls are associated with OLE2, which stands for Objects Linking and Embedding. It is a structured type of a storage. Here you see in the screenshot, looks like directories and paths, and that's very much how it is. The newer format for Office documents is called OpenOffice XML. Still, OLE2 is embedded in this file format. It's very common. And these extensions are different. So you'll see a NM tacked onto the end of these file extension names. So the macros, which is pretty much the meat and potatoes of what we're kind of getting at with Word documents, are stored in OLE2 format. And you can actually unzip these files and then extract the code itself. That VBA project.bin, it's a common default name given to macros. PDFs. Okay, PDFs are, there's more going on here. There's this overall header, but you'll see multiple objects within PDF files. Some objects will contain a stream. Some will have filters associated with them for like encoding or things along those lines. They have cross references amongst different objects. So you might have object 3, it might be referencing object 6, those sorts of things. This you could just cat a PDF and you should be able to see this, or open it in a text editor, and it's followed by a trailer. In this screenshot, this is a very useful tool for getting sort of an initial assessment of a PDF. It includes some risky objects and streams that you might find in a file. It can identify JavaScript. If there's an open action, as soon as you open that PDF, that action will execute. That's a risky something to look for here. So that's really PDF format in a nutshell. Now we'll get into tools a little bit.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Clay, for that overview. And yeah, now we're going to dump into some of the tools that we use to analyze these different file formats, and go over some of the detection logic or detection features that they all have. So the first one I want to introduce is OLE dump by Didier Stevens. This is a great tool to analyze OLE streams. You can do this interactively with the program. It does do macro detection, which you'll see is the little M marked next to the different lines here in the screenshot. That's a macro, embedded macro. However, this tool only supports those Office 97 through 2003 files. So those were the .doc, the XLS, PPT. So everything that's not based off of that Open Office XML file standard. Another great tool is OLE VBA, which is by Philippe Lagadec. It's part of an entire suite of tools that he has developed called OLE tools. And it can detect Visual Basic macros in OLE, as well as OpenXML. So this will work for the newer OpenXML, as well as the OLE files. It can extract the source code from those macros, and it has some built-in detections around suspicious calls from Visual Basic, from those Visual Basic enabled macros. It can extract some IOCs such as HTTP URLs and it will detect different obfuscation techniques that are common within Visual Basic macros as well, malicious Visual Basic macros. So here in the screenshot, I have this one file that we looked at. It was also the obs.doc. And we can see that already it flagged it for the auto execution upon opening the file, as well as the workbook. There were some callbacks that may invoke a DLL being loaded as well. And the virtual alloc X and write process memory both may indicate possible process injection as well. So some really great things that you can really quickly get just by plugging a file into OLE VBA. So really quick and easy tool to get an initial kind of view of a file. So the next tool that I want to go over is MRaptor. This is also by Philippe. And this will detect malicious macros based around some generic heuristics that he's programmed in. And it also works in bulk mode, which I think is quite nice if you have a lot of files that you need to kind of do a quick mass analysis on. just do a star dot file type in your working directory, and it works on a 3-component kind of system. We have the A criteria, which is an auto execution trigger. As we said, opening the file will automatically execute this function. We have the W, which will write to file system or memory. A lot of times these payloads will drop some sort of a second stage onto disk. And this is very typical for these malicious documents. So that's another criteria. And then the X, which is executing a file or any other payload outside the VBA context. So that could be running PowerShell, that could be running maybe a file that was dropped on disk previously. And so the idea behind it is, as long as you have an auto execution trigger plus either a write to file system or execute a file or payload outside, it'll flag it as suspicious. So we have here the obs.doc and sbw.doc files, and both were flagged for suspicious. In one case, we had a write, and the other one we had auto execution and execute a file or payload outside. So again, really good initial triaging tool. Can work in bulk if you're in an IR situation. You have a lot of artifacts to really quickly triage as well. Can also be automated, right? Part of any sort of a pipeline, CI/CD pipeline that you might have for incidents as they come in. So the last tool for OLE and OpenXML tools that I want to go over is ViperMonkey. Now, whereas the previous tools we looked at are all based off of static analysis of the actual code itself or the file, ViperMonkey is a Visual Basic emulator that is written in Python. Again, relies on OLE tools, and it's also written by Philippe. And it will actually emulate the Visual Basic, the DLL calls, some ActiveX objects, and file writes. And especially if you have very complex or obfuscated payloads within your malicious document or file, what this can allow you to do is to run through the emulation and have it deobfuscate the Visual Basic code and give you a cleaner output that's much more easy to interpret and detect on. So I've used this a couple of times. It's been really great for, like I said, highly obfuscated malicious macro-based documents. I really like this tool. There are a couple of tips that I will give, especially if you're going to run this across multiple artifacts, or if you're doing this in automated fashion. The first one would be using the PyPy just-in-time runtime instead of the default CPython interpreter. That does shave quite a bit of time off of running the analysis, and the -s to strip out some common useless statements that aren't really necessary for malware analysis. I tend to do the -s parameter during my first run, and if it fails, I'll go back and retry it without. So just some things for if you're in the field, try it out. It could save you some time as well. And as you can see here, this is the obfuscated code up top, and after the report is done, you can already see that it found an auto open parameter and execute command with some actual further code that's human legible and can be further triaged. So moving on to PDF-based tools, we have PPDF by Jose Miguel Esparza. This is a PDF analysis toolbox. You can use it to view elements and metadata, as well as the filters within the PDF file format. And you can also analyze the JavaScript code that's embedded using the PyV8-based JavaScript interpreter from Google. And if you have the right modules installed as well, you can actually take any sort of shell code that might be embedded and actually run that through SCD debug as well, which is a shell code analysis tool or emulator. The next tool is PDF Parser by Didier Stevens. This is good for identifying PDF elements, and you can also use it to search and filter. So in some ways, a lot of these tools may overlap in some of the capabilities that they have. Sometimes it works against one sample. Sometimes you may have better luck with a different tool against a sample. And sometimes you just really like a tool. I'd say try them all out. I think all of these are installed by default in the Remnix analysis VM as well, which is a really good Linux distro for any sort of analysis that you might want to do on these types of files. And the last one here I have is PDF ID, also by Didier Stevens. And this is really the quickest, I'd say, analysis tool for PDFs, really just giving you a quick overview of the types of objects or keywords that that you would be interested in for malware analysis or for malicious file analysis, right? So you're going to look at where are the JavaScript streams, if there are any, do I have any open action or embedded files as part of this PDF, and that may further guide you along your analysis, right? If you see that there's some JavaScript, you may want to extract that out and take a look at that JavaScript and so on and so forth. And so the last tool, as we kind of talked about, the next step after you analyze maybe a malicious document or a PDF, you may realize that there is some obfuscated code and there is some malicious artifacts that you want to further investigate. And you probably will come to a point where the code that you want to look at is obfuscated in such a way that there isn't an automated fashion of deobfuscating it. And I just want to throw out this tool, which is really good for a lot of deobfuscation and general data manipulation, which is CyberChef. And it's a web app. You can find a free hosted version online by GCHQ, but it's also it can be run locally. Just download a copy of it. It all runs client side anyway in your browser, so there's no worry of files being uploaded to a server or anything. And it works on this recipe formula where you can choose different types of manipulators or filters, and then you can actually save and share those recipes as well. This is really handy if maybe you find a good filter, you build a good filter for a certain type of, let's say, Cobalt Strike payload, and if it's generic enough, then you can share that with your teammates or with other security researchers. And we all get benefits if we share that type of information, if we figure out how to quickly identify IOCs. So last tool that I want to highlight there.
Great. So the first video demo we're gonna show has to do with OLE VBA. I'm going to dig into a file a little bit, and this is the main sort of takeaway here, some of the initial triaging that we're going to be able to get out of this. So let me share this with you, and I'll go ahead and play it now. So just check in the file type of this doc. So it's the OLE2, and we're going to use OLE VBA to take an initial assessment of this. And we see some really good information here. We see this auto open. Here we have the type, some keywords and a description. So we can key in on some suspicious things within this file, and some IOCs, right? There's a URL right there. We also see a file name that looks like that's going to be downloaded and dropped. All great, useful information here. So here we can also get at the code a different way. Using OLE dump, we can see the stream 7 contains a macro, and we can display that very quickly there. And again, this confirms what we're seeing. We can also dump this macro to a text file, so then we can share that a little bit more safely with others if we need to, or add it to documentation to a report. There we go here to see the code. So again, the real OLE VBA gives us a really good overview of things to look for, right? There's this shell execute, there's this windows, there's some hex strings in there, and we also see some IOCs. So right away, we can make a quick determination that this is malicious. The next demo we're going to go over is the PPDF tool. So here I grabbed a real example from hybrid analysis. I'm going to use the PPDF tool here. And right away, we see objects that have a URI included, objects that contain JavaScript, and some other suspicious elements like the acro form, the open action, and there is JavaScript included here. So right away, we have a quick assessment that there are some suspicious things within this file. Now we can use PDF parser to take a closer look at these objects and these elements. And here we're looking at this object number 45. We see there is a URI, all three of these. So this is something real, a real artifact from hybrid analysis. So please don't go trying to visit these. But this is how we pulled it out, the code out using PDF parser. So here we can look at a different object, and we're going to dump the contents of that object, which is JavaScript. Going to dump it to a text file so we can take a closer look at it. And here we see, yes, indeed, there's this app.doc submit form pointing to that URI, and that is indeed, yeah, click OK to continue. So again, a quick way to using a couple different tools here to dig into PDF files. The next tool that we're going to demo is ViperMonkey.
All right, so here I'm going to be demonstrating ViperMonkey. You can call it, at least in Remnix, using vmonkey. Now I've done this analysis against the obs.doc file that we've been analyzing with some of the other tools. As you can see up top, we have the obfuscated macros inside of this file. And now we have the VBA parser, which is going to be emulating the VBA code here in a couple of seconds. I'm going to let this start. And it's going to take its little time here. Like I said, this isn't the fastest process since it is emulating the execution of this Visual Basic code. However, once we get to the end here, we do have a lot of interesting functions that were called and different indicators that we can look into. So here we have some system calls to kernel32.dll, as well as the auto open call within Visual Basic. And if we let this continue up here and we look back at our code, we can definitely see that none of this would have been detectable in its raw format. But because we were able to run through the emulation and because of that, see the end form of the deobfuscated Visual Basic code, we were able to identify a lot more IOCs. And in the certain cases, like on the slide I had, you will see actual calls to PowerShell with maybe a base 64 encoded payload, which you can then take out and analyze in CyberChef, for instance.
All right. So those were some quick demos there. Here's some resources to learn more about the various file formats. Here's some tools. All of these, most of these that we've gone over are on Remnux. I think CyberChef would be the only one that's not. And a huge thank you to the organizers of ShellCon and all of you attendees, folks at work. Shout out to Chris Pavlik for helping us with some of the payloads.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us, and hope you learned a lot and you're able to level up your analysis capabilities and triage some malware or some malicious artifacts.
All right. Thank you to the Bayox and Jonas for that interesting conversation triaging suspicious artifacts. Remember, if you have any questions, go ahead and raise them on our Discord using the hashtag AskTheVayox. We want to thank our sponsors: Twitter, EdgeCan, The Paranoids, Aria Security, SkySafe, Resecurity, No Starch Press, and Synopsys. Thank you for sponsoring this year's ShellCon. Coming up next is the presentation on fooling Nmap and Metasploit, Cyber Deception on Production Systems by Henry Reed. We'll have that at 4 p.m. Standard Pacific Time. Thank you once again for joining us, and see you in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back with the stream. Coming up next is Fooling, Nmap, and Metasploit Cyber Deception on Production Systems by Mr. Henry Reed. Mr. Henry Reed is a senior at California State University, Northridge, and intern in the Cyber Defense Solutions Department at the Aerospace Corporation. He obtained a Security Plus, ArchCSA, and a GPEN certifications, extensively researched both offensive and defensive cyber operations, and worked directly with customers on software assessments and evaluations. So without further ado, this is a much way to talk. So Harry, I'll give it to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that great introduction. I'm super excited to be here and welcome to my talk. I'll skip this little slides, but I guess as a one-liner, if you've seen me before, hello again. I've been attending ShellCon from the very, very beginning. So super excited to finally be able to present. Today we'll be going over cyber deception. We'll skip over all the Sun Tzu references, breaking many years of tradition. Very sad, but we need to get some technical info here. I'll go over what cyber deception looks like in the offensive security realm, where it's more common. We'll go over what it looks like in the defensive cyber operations realm, and we'll go over many tools you can implement in your environment immediately to get true positive alerts. We'll go over a tool that we made for the same purpose. We'll go over a demo, as well as finish up with some development findings, and then we'll look at how offensive security operators could potentially try and bypass or evade this to try and convince you that it's nearly impossible and you should be using deception in your environment. And we'll close up with future research. So offensive cyber operations is essentially computer hacking, right? Hacking into a machine in the government is known as OCO. And cyber deception is most commonly used as a form of lying to the defensive team so that you don't get caught while the attack is happening. So you have enough time to exfiltrate data or whatever you're trying to do. So a great example of this is when the People's Liberation Army of the People's Republic of China attacked Landsat 7, which was a U.S. government satellite. It took us about a year well, not us as the company, but us as Americans to be able to detect that attack, right? So that's a form of deception, lying to the defensive teams to try and stay covert, right? Bypassing IDS is a form of deception. Making sure that your malware is not detected by the anti-malware that the organization you're attacking is running, that's a form of deception as well. All of these are very common techniques that are used in offensive cyber operations. In defensive cyber operations, it's more of a new idea, right? So the way traditionally you would do DCO is you would install a firewall, a SOC, and then you would have a SOC, and you would gather a bunch of machine data. You would then parse that machine data, and then you would generate alerts from it. Then you would take all those alerts and see which ones are actually true, which is not many of them, and then which ones are false, right? And all the effort now goes to the security analyst to try and make that differentiation. With cyber deception, we're turning that on its head. Inherently, when you put up a deception tool and it generates an alert, that is inherently beyond a reasonable doubt a true positive alert, meaning that there's only a tiny sliver of a chance that it's actually false and not something you need to check out right now. So the goal of cyber deception is to provide false data to adversaries so that they act on it, leading you to true positives, getting you to get an early notification of an attack, waste the attacker's time so that you have more time to respond, and potentially gather threat intelligence depending on what kind of cyber deception you're using. This generally occurs externally to prevent scanning, internally to prevent insiders and pivoting, and during exploitation to confuse people when exploitation occurs. In the cybersecurity framework 1.1 by NIST, where cyber deception would be is in the identify, detect, and respond categories. In identify, you figure out what the critical infrastructure is for your environment where you want cyber deception. Detection is the primary goal of deception, right? You need to detect your attackers. The secondary goal is a response. Not every cyber deception tool can respond to attacks, but when they do, they waste the attacker's time and potentially get you intelligence about your adversaries. So in the Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain, we addressed most of the sections there of cyber deception. So for recon, we provide false data to the adversaries and let the defensive teams know that someone's doing recon. When they exploit, we do the same thing. For installation, command and control and actions on the objective, if we are able to lock our adversaries into a false environment, They'll be installing and gaining command and control to an environment that doesn't exist that we can kill at any point. And we're watching what they're doing, seeing what they're downloading, so that we can potentially create the defenses for that in the future. This is real threat intelligence that you're getting against your organization right now. This isn't a threat intel feed from 5 months back about some company in Seattle when you're not in Seattle and you're not in that industry, right? This is real threat intelligence for yourself. So why did honeypots fizzle out? Why people make fun of cyber deception today. Generally, that's because advanced adversaries that are really capable, they're not gonna, get into a network and then start an internal mmap scan on the entire subnet, because that's really noisy and also not very smart, right? Today's cyber deception is very different. One, it's no longer just a honeypot. It's not just individual VMs. You don't buy a unit that you shove into your server rack that runs 1,000 VMs, right? It's now tools that run on your real systems that really host PII on it, or whatever other sensitive material you have. And that's where it runs. It doesn't sit on stuff people wouldn't touch if they're attacking you, right? So if implemented correctly, you really can get true positive alerts and get quality information out of it. The two other reasons I hear for why people don't want to use cyber deception is something along the lines of, well, no one uses it, so like, why should I? Just because people don't use it doesn't mean that it's bad, right? The same thing happened, decades ago when firewalls were introduced, and then the same thing happened when IDS was introduced. The same thing happened with CMs, and the same thing is happening with cyber deception, right? Nice thing about cyber deception is a majority of the capabilities you can actually build up from free and open source software. You don't have to spend money besides, the money you pay your employees to do work. And the other argument I hear is like, once you max out your defenses, then you should consider consider deception, which isn't the way you should be looking at things. In order for you to build a SOC, you're going to have to hire all the analysts, build all the hardware that's required, get everything set up, get them training, hire your red team, pay for their stuff too. Like, this is, first off, it's an extremely expensive venture. And second, you're going to have to spend months, if not years, developing this. With cyber deception, you can get true positive alerts immediately for basically free, again, aside from salary payments and all that. But you get it immediately, and you can set it up before, during, and after you're doing your SOC installation. It doesn't replace the SOC, of course, but it does provide you a capability that you wouldn't really have with a SOC unless you've spent many years refining it. And lastly, just have an intern like me do it, right? It's not very hard to set up. So now we're going to go over genuine examples of methodologies you can implement in your environment. Just looking at some questions here. Okay, cool. These are real techniques and programs you can use in your environment right now. You can stop watching the talk in the middle and then start implementing it, and it will work, right? That's the idea here. So for classified environments, say you have a secret machine. You have a bunch of secret machines in a classified room, like a SCIF. Put some top secret documents on there, not real ones, obviously, but put up some fake ones that look realistic enough. And then watch and see who, and put them in a visible spot, like the desktop or whatever directory that your staff will be using the most often. And see who doesn't report it. People who don't report it are either not complying with one of the most basic policies, or they're insider threats. Either way, you really need to, you need to investigate that immediately. This is not something to be taken lightly. And it's also, not an expensive venture to spend a few hours typing up a fake top secret document. Honeycreds. This is a great one. You have an intranet login page, open your HTML comments and put in a fake user like test admin password 123, right? And then just look for logs, like error logs for failed logins for that specific user. And then try and connect that to when a connection happens to the machine using your access logs. This takes a few minutes to do, and now you have the ability to see if someone is trying to gain access to your intranet. Fake entries in robots.txt. If you monitor, essentially robots.txt is stuff you have, in case you don't know, is a directory you have so that you tell the Google bots to not look at certain directories. Generally, logon pages and other sensitive areas is what you would put in there. Put up some fake documents and then look at your access logs in Apache or whatever you're using, right? If you see someone in particular is trying to get to every single fake directory you have in your robots.txt, then that means someone is manually or maybe automatedly looking through your robots.txt and trying to enumerate sensitive locations. So now I'm going to go through some tools that that have been referenced and researched by Black Hills Information Security. All the little blue at the very bottom, that's a great reference for you to go to later to then see a real video demo of the tools and how to use it, so that you can have sort of a tutorial to guide you, right? These weren't, if they're specifically made by Black Hills, I'll make sure to say that, but most of these tools are made by the open source community. So one of them is Canary Tokens. It's made by a company called Thinks. They also have a commercial offering as well. With that, you can create fake AWS keys. You can bug software and DLLs that you put up in your fake robots.txt directories that your adversaries will download, try and run, and it will run enumeration scripts on them, right? You can combat spear phishing campaigns before they begin. So for example, you have a login page for staff that's in your robots.txt, and someone tries to copy it so they can do a spear phishing campaign against your employees. The second they copy it, it will generate an alert. And before they even start sending out those emails, right? So now you can start combating that, before this campaign starts, which is great because we all know that issues like this, no matter how much training staff go through, they can still fall to phishing campaigns. You could bug Word documents, sensitive fake PII documents. You could put in enumeration scripts there, and you could do the robots.txt bugging automatically with a script here. Honey Badger is a tool made by Black Hills Information Security. What this does is it runs an enumeration script on, say you open a Word document, it runs a macro that will then look at all the Wi-Fi endpoints around you. So it doesn't matter if you have a VPN or not, it'll still work. And then it will send all those Wi-Fi endpoints with their SSIDs and strength to you. And then you then, with Honey Badger automatically plugs it into Google's API and you get their exact physical location, which is great because then you can get them arrested, right? The next tool is something you would put externally. It's called port spoof. Essentially, you open every port with port spoof and it throws up fake data, right? One, this slows down every mmap scan possible, right? If there's no internet delay, it's going to take 12.5 minutes to do the default mmap scan, which is way too long, right? But there's going to be an internet delay. And additionally, now your offensive cyber people who are attacking you are going to have to spend hours and hours trying to decipher what service is real and isn't. And if it's an opportunistic attack, they might just say, screw this, let's just move on to something that's easier. So it acts as a great deterrent. The other one that Black Hills went over, I like how it says Strand John 1104, looks like a biblical quote, but Honey users in Windows Active Directory. With the Windows Active Directory tools, you can actually create fake users that are not loginable, right? So you leave them enabled, but you log into them once, and then you disable the logon hours, and now the account is not usable, but Windows will generate, Windows will generate alerts when there's a failed login. And then, this is Splunk Enterprise Security as an example. You essentially create a search that looks for the real Windows security logs that it automatically generates, and you look for the fake accounts. Now imagine you do this, and you have 500 accounts in your Active Directory, and you put up 500 fake accounts. Now, if your adversary is doing a super slow scan over the or a super slow password spray attempt over the course of several months, they're going to end up hitting at least one of your fake accounts, and you'll know that they're doing it. There's no way for them to really bypass that. We'll go into that in more detail later, but this is a great way for you to detect password sprays. Honey scripts, like the one in the upper right corner, allows you to generate an alerts when someone tries to connect to a port you have, and then just block them immediately. And because it requires a full TCP connection, IP spoofing isn't going to work, so no denial of service is really possible. Kippo and Cowrie are fake SSH services that allow some interactivity. So once you break in, you get into a fake environment, and now you're typing up stuff and looking for specific documents. It's recording everything. It's easy to detect when you're in that environment if you do some tests. We'll go over those tests a little later. But essentially, all of these and the other tools you can implement now, which is beautiful, and they're available in a distribution made by Black Hills Information Security called ADHD. If you go to their website, you can download it. It's free. It's basically Kali Linux, but it's for cyber deception. So if you don't have an environment to test this stuff, you do it in ADHD and you put up Linux, you put up Kali on another VM on the same virtual network, and now you can start testing them, seeing what the limits are, seeing if you like them, right? Before you actually implement them in your real environment. So that's a great distribution you guys should check out. It's also funded by DARPA. Thanks, America. So now we'll kind of go over very briefly about what commercial off-the-shelf vendors can give you. These are some examples. I'm not endorsing any of them. In fact, I don't think I'll be allowed to because we're a nonprofit FFRDC. We can't be competitive in the industry. But you know, why would someone go for a commercial vendor considering all the capabilities? One, licensing and contractual obligations allow you to shift some of the blame onto the security vendor, right? And some decision makers may not be okay with software that has a disclaimer as a part of their MIT license or as a part of the GPL license, right? So that's a problem. However, if you're in an industry like the United States government, you know, the US government tries to use FOSS whenever it's financially feasible. And I would say that in the case of cyber deception, this is the perfect place to use free and open source software, right? It's really financially smart to do so, and it doesn't require advanced engineering power, right? You just need a guy who understands how to use the command line, and now you can set it up in your environment. If you were to implement everything I just went over, you'll be able to detect internal and external port scans and immediately react to them. You can gain attribution on your adversaries, and in some cases, their exact physical location, which is perfect. You can prevent phishing campaigns before they start. You can detect password sprays, even if they're super slow and they're trying to bypass your machine learning algorithms, you'll still be able to detect them. And you'll be able to gather some threat intelligence before the adversaries realize they're in a fake shell. What we're really, what we're really missing here is better threat intelligence, right? Kippo and Cowray are easy to detect when you're in the shell. So we wanted to improve on that front, which is why the Aerospace Corporation funded the counter reconnaissance program. And by funded, I mean it's an intern project that I did. So it's nothing too huge. But what it allows you to do is it allows you to gain an early notification of an attack. It allows you to waste the attacker's time, produce true positives, and most importantly, the threat intel. The way we do this as kind of the design goals, we emulate a vulnerable service. We deceive reconnaissance when that occurs and respond realistically to vulnerability scans, right? And we make sure we don't interfere with the production system and that it runs reasonably securely and that it's natively readable by Splunk. So you don't have to do field extraction or extra configuration. Currently published for free on GitHub. After the talk ends, I'll link you. It wasn't published when I first made these slides and got them approved. So that's why the link isn't there. Thank you, Techniga and Discord. So what we're emulating here is Samba 4.5.9. There's a huge bug that came out known as Eternal Blue. For Linux, is known as Eternal Red or Samba Cry. It allows you to get remote code execution, as a root user immediately. So it's a very, very high severity bug that, adversaries will use if they can, right? And then I did a sort of an experiment with libssh to see what kind of capabilities we can have of low interaction honeypots that don't give you a shell. And essentially it allows you to understand if someone's doing an MF scan or a Metasploit scan and it alerts you, but it doesn't give a shell. So now we'll just show off the demo so that y'all can be amazed at how good this is, right? So here I have CentOS 7 with the counter reconnaissance program running. The way you install it is you install Docker, which is what we use for the fake shell, not a real one, again. And then you git clone. That's the only installation steps you have to use, and there's no Python modules you install or anything like that. You open the thing. The flags I'm giving it are to output the logs to the shell so that we can see them, and to store the logs in two separate directories. Well, I guess I'll show you, but this is more necessary for Splunk not to get extra data into the indexer and not fill that up because we want to conserve stored spaces. That's really expensive, right? So the way you start is by pressing enter, and then you wait. It initializes a new Docker container. By default, it's a CentOS 7 image, right? Obviously make your own and put up some fake documents that say like Corporation A social security numbers or something so that people try and steal that if they're interested in it or otherwise. Then it shows you what the container ID is so that you can kill it or open it later, and it gives you the container name if you want to use that instead, and it says whether it was successfully initialized or not. So now it's listening on these ports, which are by the firewall mapped to the real ports. We do this so that we can launch this as a non-root user. And you can see that here, the user is not in wheel and it's not in the sudoers file, right? So we're running as not root. Then we go to Kali. And we can run an enumeration, or we can run a version scan to see if it's running Samba or not on that port, right? You might be asking, why are you running this in Docker? It's built in natively into Kali. The vulnerability scan is now broken in Nmap 7.8 and 7.9. I didn't file the bug report yet, but I'm going to do that at some point. Essentially, it doesn't work. It doesn't give you any output. It's the same for the real Samba thing and for my fake deception utility, where it just doesn't say anything. So I'll submit a bug report. Hopefully, it'll be fixed. So hence why we're running 7.7 in this case. So when you do a version scan, it says, yo, it's running Samba, and it's the work group, and the host name is a random one. That's the default setting for when you have Samba without a host name set up. You can't change that with a flag. Just giving you that as an example. And if we go here into the menu, you can see a log has been made with a timestamp that's readable by Splunk. It says the source, destination, says that it's confirmed, says that it's an Nmap version scan. If we go to Splunk and we restart, and hopefully it doesn't ask me to log in. It does not. It says that, this is an IP address interacting with it, and it's a version scan. There's one total version scan, blah, blah, blah. Now, if we do a vulnerability scan and try and see if it's vulnerable to the Samba cry or Eternal Red exploit, this is going to take a while. So while it's doing that, we could go back and see here, it'll generate some logs, and I'll show you what the search term looks like. So for something like this, press and open and search. It's really simple, nothing complicated here. I just search for logs by Correct Pro, and then I put it in the table, right? If we're specifically looking for confirmed attackers, let's scroll down here, press open and search. It will be like, source, Correct Pro, action, exploitation. So it's not hard to use this. Let's see. Occasionally this happens, not every time, but you could ignore that. And it says, confirmed attack, medium severity, Nmap, vulnerability scan. And then here, once that's done, should be in just a few seconds. This takes around a minute if there is no delay, right? Awesome. Okay, great. So it says that it's vulnerable, which is bad, right? And then it says, the same exploit. So now we're going to go to, now that we have this intelligence, we're going to go and exploit it, right? The exact exploit is this one. Again, 2017-7494. It's the isKnown name pipe or isKnown pipe name. And the only thing we need to give it is the host name and the port. So we give the host names that are host to 1337. And then we type in exploit. And bam, we have a shell. So we say, who am I? It said, well, who am I? And it says we're root, we ls. We get the directories here. We go to root. I don't have anything sensitive here, but say touch confidential codes or something, right? Then you can cat it. Obviously nothing in there, but yeah, we're root ID, blah, blah, blah. So now we have all of that. If we go back, we can actually see all the commands are recorded here. If we go up and it says, confirmed high severity, it's exploitation by Metasploit. If we go up, we can see some of the other commands that we typed in. And this repeats every now and then, every 30 seconds or so while there's a connection to try and limit the amount of logs, or while there's interaction to try and limit the number of logs. And then if we go here, back to here, and we refresh, pressing the refresh button, we see, there's a vulnerability scan, which we have done, exploitation, and this lists the attackers. So if there's multiple IPs, you'll be able to see them. Again, you can create your own dashboard, just giving you examples here. All right, now going back to the presentation and going to the slide where I was at. Any questions? Let me look through that. Nothing so far. Okay, awesome. Nope, not the right button. The other button. All right, the free and open source version of PowerPoint isn't too similar to the real one. So let's go over the development time and some of the findings here. So it really depends heavily on the protocol that you're trying to emulate if you're creating your own deception software. For me, I never touched SMB before in my life before this project, and I also never did any networking before in my life before this project. So in total, it took me 3 months of full-time hours to get this going, right? If you have someone more experienced who's used Python, I also didn't really use Python before, then you will take less time, but it also depends on the protocol. Something like SMB has very little documentation, so it's really hard to work with. But getting the Docker to work is 2 to 3 days. And because this is published under the MIT license, you're legally allowed to use it for commercial purposes as well. So if you're a commercial entity and you like to modify this, feel free. Development requirements for something that's a high fidelity, honeypot that puts your that captures the reverse shell and tracks everything you do. Say you're using SMB and you're trying to emulate that. If SMB in this case has timestamps, it will say in a packet capture, if you look at it, it will say like, hey, I'm trying to access this directory. Hey, give me this file, right? So there's a lot of changeable variables. You can't capture and resend packets. It's either not going to work, or the guy who's attacking you is going to be like, this looks like a packet capture, right? So you don't want that to happen. And if the service has bugs, which SMB does, you're going to have to put that in your own code. I know that sounds weird, but you're going to have to redo the same bugs that the real one has. Otherwise, some client software is not going to expect those bugs to not be there, and it's just going to freak out. So what's the return on investment? If you have a very custom environment, say you're in the aerospace industry or something similar, you're not going to be running everything with commercial off the shelf or similar stuff, right? You're going to have some custom protocols. So using something like this, you'll be able to gather threat intelligence, you'll be able to gather information from attackers, and you'll be able to gather some true positive alerts that occur as things happen. So this is useful for you to develop there. And then from there, you can potentially see, hey, are they looking for this specific file? Who had access to this file? What are their names? Let's do an investigation and figure out who they speak with, who their friends are, so we can track down where the leak came out. So who would build this? Fortune 500 is generally scared of doing things like this, and other companies that have to deal with PCI DSS and things like that, right? The question that often comes up is like, what if this fails, right? If your threat vector includes like an adversary that hoards 0 days for escaping Docker, then yeah, maybe don't build something like that or don't use it. But if it doesn't, which most don't, have you tried this out with Elk Stack or any plans to, sorry, I saw a question. Have you tried this out with Elk Stack or any plans to make the data Elk Stack compatible? So when I say Splunk compatible, it really means that we put the variable name as a variable with no quotes around it, equal sign with no spaces, and quotes for the value. I would think it would work similarly. I haven't tried it with Elk Stack. So far, we don't have plans, but if the community says like, screw Splunk or whatever, then we'll consider Elk Stack as something to research and potentially maybe add a function for you to switch between them. But I don't think it should really be an issue. I specifically wanted it so that we wouldn't have to do any kind of field extraction, and the quotation marks seem to fix that for Splunk specifically. So that's really the only thing we looked at for development of this. So where were we? If this fails, if you're not looking at adversaries that have 0 days that can escape Docker, that they could use to escape Docker, the question really becomes like, what's the worst case that can happen? And in that case, like, great, the program might crash and not generate logs, which means that you've wasted the time developing it, but it's not really going to give somebody full access to your operating system. Again, unless you have that huge threat vector. In which case you'll be using something more commercial anyway, considering that you have such high risk. For FFRDC security vendors and other research groups, building stuff like this for a community, I would say, is essential, especially for stuff that's compatible for production systems, not the appliance they plug in to get 10,000 Windows XP VMs, right? We really want stuff that you can put on production systems that attackers will actually look at. So now I'll switch gears and kind of look at this from the attacker's perspective. Say I'm the bad guy trying to attack an organization. I want to see if they have deception, and if they do, how do I bypass it, right? And the goal here is to really convince you that it's nearly impossible. Like, there are some things you can do, sure, but you're still going to get detected. So that's kind of the goal here. So open source intelligence, this is some very basic, I'm sure people from the Open Source Intelligence Center would be laughing at me for putting this up, but these are some basic examples, right? Look at the list of employees on LinkedIn or other places if you can find them. If there's an About Us section, especially, that's great. Some LinkedIn people put their resume on their page, which is fine if they don't, I guess, put PII in there and such, but they'll also list technologies that they use, which you can use to your benefit. Some people leave Google Docs or Google Drive like open to the internet, which is terrifying, so don't do that. But you can find information from there. Removed job postings. If you put something up on the internet, there's a good chance that Wayback Machine or Google Cache Pages will grab it, so that's something to include. If people complain a lot on Twitter about things that don't work, which is very often, then you might use that to your advantage as well. And then you could also look at previous research, see who was involved, and see if they're working for that company. So for the two honeypot and honeypot VMs, we'll look at those in more detail. Escaping honeypots, meaning virtual machines that are fake, that you shouldn't touch. The way you do that is only attack like things you would want to attack. Like if you know some file server is hosting some data that you really want for whatever purposes you have, then don't attack the other ones. Don't attack the rest of the network. Don't do a full mass scan of everything running on the subnet. Don't do any of that, right? For honeyports, you know, not really a way to evade that. If you interact with any port that's a fake port, it's going to generate an alert. You can't really stop it. You can't know if the port is open unless you interact with it. So it's a losing battle there. So, you know, so what happens now? Well, how does your strategy change? You will need to interact with services and objects. So you should just assume that as a cyber operator, an offensive cyber operator, if you're in an environment that uses cyber deception, you're just going to get caught. There's not really a way you can get out of that. So essentially, hide your you know, more vicious attacks or your very specific searches when you do your enumeration for files you're trying to exfiltrate. Hide all of that and move quickly. If you move slowly, you're going to get detected, and you're just going to give time for the incident responders to get back to you, which you don't want. But if you move quickly, maybe you'll have enough time to get to wherever you need to be and then steal everything you need and leave, right? Be very careful about what you're typing in, because if you're in a fake environment, you might be tracked. You should also look for telltale signs that you're in a fake environment, which we'll go over now. So for Docker, if Docker is running as rootless, which for Corec Pro, you should really have it running as rootless. You don't want it as root just in case they have some kind of exploit for that, right? But if it's running as rootless, if you look at some of the permissions, you might see that sys and proc are not owned by root when they really should be. That's a good indication that it's a Docker container. If the Docker end file exists, which default images usually do have that there, even if it's empty, then good chance you're in the Docker container. If the host name or host file contains a Docker ID, also a good indication. There's some scripts you can look at. Those are really used for privilege escalation, but they also tell you if you're in a Docker container. So consider those. Also, if you try and modify the kernel or write to the kernel files, not really modify the kernel, and it doesn't let you, do those two errors at the very bottom, specify what kind of environment you're in. If you're attacking SSH and it looks like the, first off, the detect kippo thing doesn't work, didn't file the bug report, I will at some point. Sorry, no time for anything these days. So ignore that. But if you connect to it and you get the host key and you see that the host key looks like the one in these slides, then that's the default one that comes with the GitHub repo. So then that means don't touch it. You're still caught. Like if you do any of this, you're caught. So your goal here is now, ooh, I'm caught. Now I know I'm caught. Let me move faster, right? If you can't write to any files, which you can't in the fake Kippo environment, then you're in a Kippo environment, or very likely in a Kippo environment, especially if you're root. You should be able to do that, right? And if you exit Kippo and you're still in Kippo, where it says root at localhost or whatever, that's a way for them to gather threat intelligence on stuff you're doing in your own environment, as if you're back in your own shell. If you see that happening, then you know you're in a Kippo environment still. Cowrie is the SSH honeypot. So what it allows you to do is it allows you to write files, but the second you exit and come back in, they get deleted. So exit and come back in, create a test file. If it's not there, then avoid it. Know that you're caught. Move quickly. Similarly, even though you root, you can't give execute permissions on anything. You can download files just fine, but you can't run them. And you can't give execute rights to run them. So if that's the case, then you know you're in a fake environment. Even though you're root, you should be able to do that. So some errors don't work properly. Like in Ubuntu, it says, you know, this is not a valid option E, right? And at the very bottom, there's a bug where it gives you the ls of the directory you're actually in as if you're outside. So if that happens, you know you're in Cowrie. For honey users, with Windows Server 2019, you're gonna have a hard time enumerating LDAP. I'm sure there's some techniques that exist, but they're not as easy as the mmap script. You're gonna have to do some more advanced stuff. So things you should look out for is if there is no profile, or if the login date is 1601, the account has been logged into. And enterprise security automatically has a correlation search built into it for Splunk specifically, and I'm sure other tools do, where it lets you know, oh, this account has never been logged into. This is the first logon. So just don't touch those. Keep that in mind. And then some honey users don't have a profile. That's also an indication that it could potentially be a honey user. If it's a disabled account, don't log into it because Windows by default creates alerts for that. If you're able to see logon hours, which is not easy to do, you will need basically domain admin access to see that, unless there's some kind of exploit I'm not aware of. And you see that the logon hours are set to never, then don't touch it. It's a honey user. Now, all of that, again, nearly impossible to do if you have your Windows Active Directory updated, unless you specifically configured it to be vulnerable, right? So, you know, considering that, your only other option is to password spray slowly. But if the defensive teams are smart enough to make, you know, more than one honey user, which you should, scripted especially, then it doesn't matter how slow you go, you're going to get caught. There's no way out of that. So general suggestion for a hacker trying to get into other people's networks: figure out what deception technology they use and find the weakness. Deception at some point stops being deception and starts being the program that you're faking. So obviously you don't want to reach that point when you're developing deception software, and every deception tool will have you know, that limit. So if you can figure out what they're using through OSINT or human or whether other intelligence sources you have, and try and find the weak points so that you can have like a test for I'm caught and this is a fake environment, then use that to your advantage. Don't scan the entire network when you're inside. You shouldn't really be doing this in any case, because, you know, Snort will generate logs when that happens, and so would the AWS tools that's built in, like what was it? I forget the name now. Like Guard Duty, AWS Guard Duty. It creates logs when there's an internal scan detected by default, right? So you shouldn't really do that, even if cyber deception isn't involved. And then don't touch machines you have no reason to attack. This limits your you know, surface, because sometimes you do have to touch machines you don't really want to touch. But unfortunately, that's the issue of cyber deception if you're attacking other people using it, and that's the benefit if you're the cyber operator that's defending the environment. So yeah, essentially, it's beautiful. It's free, it's open source, you can get it installed very easily. You don't need years and years of experience to get it working. And you're already at an advantage if the adversary even thinks that you're using cyber deception, which is great. So the way I'd like to see the community go in the future, something like Corec Pro needs to be expanded. I think if adversaries are scared to do any kind of remote attack, like anything with Metasploit, anything involving that, because every service has a deception utility built for it, for, you know, every common vulnerability, then they're going to be really limiting their attack surface, and it will act as a huge deterrent. So this is something that should be developed, you know, more by the rest of the community. Also, automating breadcrumb generation to try and lead people to for example, like for Corec Pro, you could put up a notes document in the work folder of a workstation that says like, hey, this IP address has the share for these files that I need, for example. And things like that, like putting those around there and making that automated so it can scale to a larger environment would be great. As well as just overall automating the installation of all of these tools, right? So for me, you git clone, right? But there is no Ansible playbook for getting Corec Pro installed on every single Linux machine. So developing things like that, not just for Corec Pro, but for other tools that already exist, would greatly ease the transition to cyber deception if somebody could quickly use Ansible to get that going. Also, there's not just Ansible, right? AWS has their own thing that they support, and different environments support different things. So creating more of those automation playbooks will be helpful. And that concludes my talk. Any questions? Let me go through Discord just a little bit to see if I missed anything. Agreed with Daniel, or Danielle, I guess, that Black Hills has demos and YouTube stuff. They're phenomenal at this. Let's see. Yeah. I agree with RJ Chap, if I'm reading that right. You don't have to try it all at once. You can try, you know, specific ones. If you're looking for a holistic approach, companies like blah, blah, blah are pushing what they call Deception 2.0. So that I haven't exactly done much research on the commercial stuff, and I wouldn't really be able to recommend them as an FFRDC employee, because they'll bypass some, or they'll break some laws and such regarding us trying to be neutral. So I can't really comment on that, but feel free to check out his links. Thank you, Lindy. Let's see. He's actually attacking all of us right now. Very good. I am dressed down. This is a sandy colored suit that matches with the ShellCon sandy theme. And you know, I'm wearing an informal tie and an informal jacket, but an informal cut on the pocket. I'm scrolling with you guys. Let's see. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, I think I'm a little earlier on time, so if anyone wants me to do anything else, maybe go through installation stuff, or if we want to cut out to the next speaker and give them some time to prep, that's also fun. Wait, important question. Go ahead. You expect a pocket square. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll tag you specifically. I'll use my open source intelligence skills to find out what your email is, and next time I do a talk, I'll let you know that I'm going to wear a pocket square using your email. That's a joke. Anything you cut from your presentation that you might want to cover? Good question. It's been a while since I mean, let's see. Nothing really, none of this is super sensitive. It's more like trying to get it, condense it into the time frame, which I did a good job of, I think. But yeah, I guess more specifically what I'd like to cover is like operational work. But I think since Black Hills did a phenomenal job on this, oh yeah, here are some of the links. So like if you go here, look at John Strand's videos, they already do a great job of the tutorial side of things. I guess while we're here, let me show you what ADHD looks like. Let me pull a new window here. And feel free to cut me off if I'm going a little over time. But if you look at ADHD by Black Hills infosec. Awesome. So this is the first link. I'll post that there. Your active dad. So this tool is funded by DARPA, Active Defense Harbinger Distribution. And this has the tools I mentioned before, besides Corec Pro, that you could potentially use. Let's see. So take a look at that. These are not blue switches. This is the Unicomp Model M. Or yes, it's a recreation of the original one. Let's see. So take a look at that, and I'll post the GitHub link as well. Let's see. GitHub link to the counter reconnaissance program, so you can take a look at that as well. Close that. Okay, so feel free to check it out. I'll be available the rest of the day. Let's see. Have you considered extending the protocol deception capabilities, like with any other non-SMB protocols? Good question. Because SMB took so much time and because I had more than just this project, so far it hasn't exactly been possible. Once I start full-time after I finish college, which will hopefully be soon, that's definitely a consideration. I think that's really the way we want to go. If we can scare off every attacker from doing any kind of pen test, then that defeats their entire existence, which is beautiful for us, right? So for that, I think the next logical step would be to implement the libSSH stuff. And I want to make sure that it's my own code so that we're not using some of the GPL stuff that wouldn't be compatible with the MIT license. So that's a whole other thing to deal with. But that's something to consider. And then other exploits like that are rated 7.5 or higher, that remote exploits will be useful there. So yeah, definitely something to look at. It's just time and stuff like that. But know that the Aerospace Corporation is always interested in cutting edge cyber stuff. So specifically cyber deception, it will be a large goal here. See another person typing. So I'll wait for that. Is this just for the Aerospace and other? Yeah, no, you can, as long as you're not violating MIT, which is not hard, which is not very easy to do. You can do basically everything. But yeah, no, you could use this. We're releasing it as the company, which is why it's on our GitHub. But yeah, you can use this in any environment. Awesome. Thank you for posting those sources. But yeah, there shouldn't be a limit. The only requirements for the counter reconnaissance program is you have Python 3. 3.6 is the earliest version that I tested it on. So if it doesn't work on earlier, please update. And you need Docker. That's basically it. Okay, I'm seeing nothing else coming up. So if the ShellCon staff would like to end this section and move on, that's totally fine. I'll stay after in the Discord chat and answer any questions that could come up.
All right. Thank you very much, Henry. That was a great talk. And also you got the community going on the Discord. That's great.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you all so much for accepting my talk and letting me speak here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so coming up next at 5 p.m., we will have Wasabi and Forrest Fuqua on Rock the Cash Box, practical ATM protocol hacking. We would like to thank our sponsors once again, which are Twitter, EdgeCan, Paranoid, Aria Security, SkySafe, Free Security, No Starch Press, and Synopsys. Thank you for sponsoring ShellCon this year. And thank you all guys for being here with us. In the meantime, while we wait for the next presentation, be sure to check our villages. There's a lot of things going on our Discord right now. We have a lot of our speakers, on the Discord with us, and you can go ahead and chat with them, make them any question that you missed during the presentation. We'll talk to you in a couple minutes.
Thank you.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us at ShellCon 2020. We would like to thank our sponsors for ShellCon 2020, which are Twitter, EdgeScan, Paranoids, Aria Security, SkySafe, Free Security, No Starch Press, and Synopsys. Coming up next is Rock the Cashbox, Practical ATM Protocol Hacking by Wasabi and Forrest. Wasabi is a security researcher who dabbles in the arts of system administration. He participated in CCDC, CPTC, and many captured the flags as a competitor before starting to help organize cyber defense competitions himself. Forrest, on the other hand, is a DoD subcontractor, cybersecurity pen tester, and auditor, owner of Hatchhand. He designs interesting projects while saving the interweb with his works on the archive team. So without further ado, you guys take the stage.
All right, thank you. I mean, we're about to go jump into our backgrounds in a second, but as well. But thank you for the introduction. This is Rock the Cash Box. This talk is going to be covering all the fun and practical work we did with ATM protocols. Now, this talk is not jackpotting. I mean, there is going to be some jackpotting, but the key here is that we're going to be talking about rediscovering and dealing with the protocols that make all these ATMs function. So with that, I'd like to go into a little more depth about myself quickly. And so as was said, I am sometimes spicy, and during the day I do incident response, and during night I do research of all kinds. And that led me into this little fun area of working with embedded devices. And one of the great things about ATMs is there is, at least the ones that we're dealing with, is they're as embedded as they get. So we'll get to that in a second, but it was a lot of fun working with this, and hopefully it'll be a little bit informative on what we did and what we learned. And then finally, of course, I volunteer with a lot of events. Part of this was made possible, well, all of this was made possible because of the collegiate pen testing competition. And they made it, they got all the equipment, and we just had to do the research. So if you guys like volunteering, I'm just going to give a shout out. Both of us are heavily involved in the community, and it's something that you guys should definitely look into because it's really great to get involved, and sometimes you get to do cool things like this. And so with that, I'd like to hand it over to Forrest, and then we'll get started.
So I'm Forrest, otherwise known as JRWR. I am a DoD subcontractor, cybersecurity pen test and auditor, pretty much to tell weapon manufacturers that their passwords are terrible. I designed and own Hatchan, the hat-mounted image board. You may see me floating around DEF CON sometimes. Also, I do a lot of work with the archive team, saving the internet one web page at a time through nefarious means. And also, I do red team work with NECCDC, which is another college competition alongside Wasabi sometimes.
So yeah, with that, we're going to again be rocking the cash box today, and I wanted to give a little demonstration of what the cash box is, because it's a play on words, as you can tell. But inside an ATM, and when we were looking at online ATMs getting jackpotted, it turns out the variety of ATM that we have gets jackpotted a lot because it runs a very old version of Windows on the upgraded model. We're going with the classic version though, so it doesn't even run Windows. But on the right side is the cache box, and that's what we're going to be working with. So on the next slide, we have all the fun stuff that we're going to have with disclaimers. So first thing, no ATMs have been modified. The extent of work we've done on the ATMs is to get them back into working order. We got these off of a surplus deal, so some of them were in pretty bad condition, some of them were in pretty good condition. We'll be covering a little about how the states they were in, but the main thing is no modifications were done to make it easier to hack these, get into them. All the work was done using the stock firmware, and to be honest, we weren't even sure how to flash custom firmware onto this because it's just such an ancient board. So we didn't explore it, we didn't want to break it, so it's pure protocol analysis, and all of this was done on a completely closed environment. As was said in our introductions, this was done in the CBTC environment. They asked us to build a bank, and so what would a bank be without ATMs? So again, all of this is, while these ATMs exist in real world, this is done in a safe environment. Nobody's losing money. We're not dealing with real work or real systems. It's all physical ATMs that do exist, but it's in a safe environment. So don't encourage you guys to try to do the same work we did on real ATMs of the same series. So with that, we're going to be rocking the protocols, and I'll let Forrest start with that.
I'd say completely safe. I think I cut myself a couple of times on those things. But these are very old ATMs. Now, original work that you may have seen was all done with Ethernet-based ATMs. That's a little bit easier to kind of work with because you're dealing with at least a link layer that you understand, right? But these ATMs, oh no, you got to deal with some dial-up modems and some old school 80s dial-up modems. We're talking 2800 baud all the way. I mean, these things were pulled out of out of production. They were actively used, and I think they're even still certified for use even today. Now, you do have to be gentle with them. If you decide to pipe dev view random, which I did a couple of times to an ATM, they will brick themselves. There's certain ways you can kind of get them to unbrick themselves, but it's quite a pain, actually.
So a little bit of background here. Again, we're talking about a competition, and the reason why we keep coming back to this is because this is one of the areas that allowed us to get into this. And we were tasked with building a fake bank called Dino Bank, and students from around the world actually competed to be the best pen testing team, student team around. So it was a lot of fun. But when you're building a bank, you have to build it, and you have to build it well. So we came up with a mission to get the ATMs. And that was kind of fun because, as it turns out, you can buy pretty much anything on eBay, and it's pretty amazing. You can get voting machines, and of course you can get ATMs. But that poses a problem because how do you get an ATM that's several thousand pounds? The actual electronics are really light, but the base that houses the money is extremely heavy. So how do you get this thing over 1,000 miles? Well, it turns out you rent a truck and you do some transportation. We weren't the geniuses behind this, but it was a lot of fun, and only one ATM was lost during this mishap. So the ATMs were, of course, obtained, and it was pretty amazing. They were working. They had, well, most of them were working. They had, stuff all over them, saying we support this and that. And it was just really cool to see an ATM that we have. And, the biggest question, again, when you're transporting across country is, what happens if you get pulled over? Like, how do you explain why you have 12 ATMs? It's kind of weird. So, but with that, the herd of ATMs, there we go. The herd of ATMs eventually arrived over in Rochester, New York, and that's where we did all the setup. Of course, I'm West Coast based, and Forrest is East Coast based. He's in New York. So that posed a little bit of a challenge. And with that, we want to just share some of the wonderful noises that these ATMs make.
I'm fine with this we're going to retry. Actually, I think
Oh, the beautiful dial-up sounds. They're wonderful. But with that, yeah.
So these ATMs are in pretty bad shape overall, though. Out of all of them that we received, 2 of them were, well, one of them fell over and cracked its front plates. It was completely destroyed practically, but we still used parts from it. We had to scrounge some bits from it. It's still up there too. And of course, we had to find a way to communicate with them, which we had no idea what we were doing with that. It was starting out. So we had to we had to communicate with them. We had to make them do something interesting that the students would engage with, right? Something that would be willing to want to, pen test against, because that's what CPTC is. The students are pen testers in a network that we make, and then connect each team, make them separated, install them at a university in each room, and make it as realistic as possible that we could. We even printed the fake credit cards for them.
So the ATMs are a standard stock design. If you looked at this in a business or a gas station, you wouldn't blink an eye. But let's, break down, because for people who have not really looked closely at an ATM, there's a few key components. So first, there's the base. And the base contains a few things. One of them is the cash dispenser, and then a whole lot of empty lead-lined space. It's basically just a gigantic paperweight to keep the whole thing balanced and difficult to remove. Above that is the cash dispenser, which is put together by a bunch of different conveyor belts and a separate control computer that manages whether it dispenses or not. And that's handled internally to the main system, which is controlled by a security keypad. And the keypad is what actually interfaces with most people. You're pressing buttons and things like that, but it also contains the crypto information. And when we're talking crypto, we're talking like triple des, but it's still crypto. And so it's actually stored on that pin pad. So if it gets disconnected or damaged, it wipes that, and it's not usable anymore. And then, of course, there's the wonderful monochrome screen. On the upgraded editions, this one actually becomes a color LCD display, which is really impressive. But for us, we had a monochrome display. The contrast was really wonky. There's actually a lever inside, and you can adjust it. But most of these components are what we were calling like stock, like they're off the shelf. The main boards were a set of series. And that was kind of interesting, because when we got into this, we presumed that ATM would be all in one, but in reality, what happens is an ATM is just a bunch of different reusable components using essentially the same processor, at least this series did. So the main processor was an Intel 16-bit microcontroller. Its main method of communication was, of course, dial-up. And there was a separate control for the printer and the money dispenser. All of these communicate over a special serial protocol that, of course, is not documented. It's available, but it's not clear, because they don't want you to just be able to communicate directly to these devices. But for vendors who keep these devices supported, if you need to buy a new part of these, it's well documented. So on the next slide, we get into some of the pictures. And you can see the Intel processor. You can see some debugging ports, well, quite a few debugging ports. And then you can see the modem on the far top side. Now, this is just one revision. We actually saw 3 or 4 revisions of the same main motherboard. And they actually didn't increment the revision number on the print on the center. So that was kind of interesting. But
they're too lazy.
Yeah, exactly. And on the next slide, though, this is one of the other revisions. You can see the main Intel processor again. You can see the memory and all the other components. But the really interesting part, aside from the debugging LCDs in the top, is this soldered on chip. And we found this only on a couple of them. We don't know actually what it does, but our assumption is that it was like some kind of like repair kit. But if you flip the dip switches, it didn't boot. If you didn't have it plugged in with the little atmel in the center, it wouldn't boot. So it's doing some kind of logic thing. We didn't spend too much time on it, but it was kind of weird to be opening up an ATM and seeing an extra circuit board just, put on the top. Nothing like supply chain. So after that, though, one of the interesting things is, how do these communicate? We know that they're dial-up, but is dial-up what people use these days? And the answer is no. Dial-up is one way. The other common way that a lot of these ATMs operate when they're in remote areas is they use cellular, either 3G or LTE to communicate most of the time, or they can just dial out, is the case maybe for ours. But they also can use what's called a local payment processor. And essentially what a local payment processor is to simply implement communication translation between the dial-up messages and the messages that go over Ethernet. And of course, we read about this thing, we knew it existed, but nobody had one for sale. And even if we did have one for sale, how do we even begin to understand the software running on it in enough time to make it implemented? So we were trying to figure out how this thing was, there were any manuals or documents or anything. The plan was just let's implement it and see what we can do. Like, let's build our own payment processors. But of course, at the end of the event, we actually obtained one of the local payment processors. And it's kind of cool. This thing actually supports, top of the line encryption. It supports SSL, and I say that specifically, not TLS. It supports some other interesting things, like it is a ARM embedded system, unlike the 16-bit processors on the ATM itself. This one's actually running an ARM chip, which is surprising, which means and indicates to us that it was built at a much later time. And then the final piece is that it's simply, it gets programmed and then sends its data to a request over web. So that was our goal. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Forrest to talk about our wonderful design plans.
So we had the idea, so we had to support 10 teams, 10 ATMs. We bought a couple of extra just in case, they exploded or caught fire. So originally what we're going to do is I was going to do ATM, modem, Pi, internet, back to the back end system, right? I figured that would probably work the best, to be able to shove it in under the ATM in the lockbox so students couldn't screw with it or anything like that. And, in reality though, trying to find PBXs on the internet is hard. So we ended up having to do a kind of a shared model where we had multiple ATMs going into a PBX, and it was a little all-in-one unit PBX. It was like British, so it was the wrong frequency, but it would use two modems to connect to a Pi, which then connect to a jump box, then would connect to the internet, and then Wasabi over there could develop it, right? So the Wi-Fi was terrible in the room that it was in, so it was all very, very touch and go for quite a while until we got it relatively stabilized. But we ended up with two ATMs where we were just kind of banging them back and forth for a while. That was highly over-engineered, but the Wasabis across the country, and I wanted to be at home while programming, so. Dialing in is a bit of a lost art. Thankfully, we did find these newish, PBXs. They're very terrible. There's no branding on them at all. They're just black boxes with extensions on them, and they work. They came with a manual that was terribly translated, and we found some USB modems that you can still get a hold of. So those worked okay. So the manual stated that the ATMs can dial into the payment processor, and the retries and frequency of it were pretty configurable, so we could keep hammering at us continuously. Of course, we kept the speaker on, so it sounded like a ghost in the middle of the night when it was up there dialing all the time. But we had no idea what they were saying, right? When they were coming in, the data that they were sending was just crazy. So the final design that we had for the production of what we gave the teams was we had multiple ATMs. I think we ran 4 ATMs and 1 PBX with 2 modems. And then we would pipe all of that data up to GCE, because that's where all the environment was in the cloud. So we piped it all up to GCE, and handle it all in there. So if they wanted to screw with the payment processor, decoding part of it, they could, right? So that way the teams would be able to have an interface into the ATM itself, and it would talk to the databases and things of that sort.
Yeah.
Wasabi?
So this begins with our effort. We kind of rediscovered this fun time sharing and effort because when, as Forrest was saying, we were working on different time zones. I'm obviously West Coast, he's East Coast. We would have a short period of time on the weekends when we would be able to be actually working together. Now, of course, that didn't stop us from breaking the ATMs or crashing them, and they were very susceptible to that. So we ended up having to constantly work together to get this to work. And sometimes ATMs would clobber on the same line when they shouldn't, and so we would just get noise. And so all this effort was just to start making sense of the protocol. And we had no manual, and sometimes we spent whole days just trying to look at bits to see if they lined up. And so this was a lot of fun and a lot of reconfiguring, but it was a true shared effort.
So to get him to dial in, Wasabi wasn't very familiar with AT commands. I'd seen them before, and I had done some dial up in the early days, but we were not familiar how the ATMs worked. I had a little bit of payment processor background, at least from point of sale side, but not anything on this level. Not any kind of bit hacking and bit fiddling. Luckily, US Robotics exists and has some great documentation for modems, so it's really easy to get started with that. The same command set's still used for GSM and other types of modems you'll find. But everything's kind of obsolete and terrible. We're talking most of this stuff was designed to talk to everything in the 70s. So the AT command structure designed by Haynes for use in the 80s was still in use, even with our brand new modems that we had bought for those USB, and we had to send it over serial. It was a TTY line on the Linux box itself. As you can see here, so what you had to do is you had to go to online mode, not preceded by AT. So you go to online mode, it's waiting for command. Then you tell it, you see the rings coming in, so it send you the word ring, ring, ring. ATA, answer the phone. Then you'd wait a little bit to communicate, and the data would spit out. It'd wait a second and then die, and that's all the ATMs were doing in the early days.
Yeah, and so we tried to make sense of it. We tried. Looking at protocols and bytes over, there's over serial on its own is a little bit of a challenge. But when you're dealing with such a collection of different devices, you're going from an ATM, which speaks its own language, to a modem, which is relaying that data, but also speaking its own language, and then eventually to serial, it gets confusing very quickly. And we were trying to find patterns within this. And we were trying to identify what messages we're saying. We could see certain repeating messages, but if we sent it just directly back, the ATM didn't respond. If we sent it back with certain control characters that we thought were correct, it didn't respond. And it was just a bit of a challenge. But, that didn't leave us undeterred. We kept going.
Oh, the first thing we tried was PY serial. Wasabi's a Python programmer, and that was the first examples of it able to find doing, bit banging. But then I'm like, it's kind of being terrible. So we'll just use screen for talking to the modem. So we just did, screen space dev TTY 0. No. We got to use minicom for this. It's great. It's scriptable. It'll be awesome. But really, you should be using intercept TTY plus minicom. So intercept TTY is a program that will make a virtual serial port and then saves in and out to disk. It's very handy for man-in-the-middle serial devices. But me being the PHP programmer, I tend to just shove PHP in there where I can. In the very, very early days, we were actually using PHP for bit banging because it was actually handling the serial a little bit better than Python was. Until we got it to work correctly.
And that's the thing. We kept going back and forth on PHP and Python, and as much as I hate to admit that PHP has value in serial work, it did indeed get us to that initial point. Eventually we identified that we couldn't actually use PySerial easily with the ATMs. It just did not like it. Instead, we used raw OS, send and write, well, read and write, sorry. But it was a very magical, read one byte at a time and create a buffer to get all the data in and then see what you were getting. And we could, keep seeing the patterns, but we started wondering, maybe is the data possibly encrypted? And so we started trying to match up the patterns and say, okay, do we see the same pattern here? Do we see it showing up? And I've color coded it. Now I'm hoping someone in the audience, and of course I don't see the audience because it's all virtual, but I'm hoping that someone in the audience is like, wow, those guys didn't know what they were doing. And the answer is yes, we didn't. This was completely discovery for us. And what we realized was that there was a big oops moment. And if you take a look at the patterns, you'll see it. And it's kind of awkward because when you decode this to ASCII, all of a sudden you start seeing things make a lot more sense. So the message that we were just showing before was actually ring, 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 connect, and then some random undecipherable actual hex, and then ring, 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 no carrier, and all the other messages that the modem was actually sending. So what we were trying to decode was actually, we never bothered in the first revision of this to take a look and see if the modem was sending data or the ATM. Once we realized that the ATM was sending actual hex data, that's when we were able to start moving on and create a better form. But let's clear that up, because this is not something that's uncommon for people who are working with initial protocols. And if you're getting started in protocol research, you're bound to make a mistake like this. And it's not really a mistake. It's just understanding what you're looking at. And it's easy to lose all that in the noise. Well, as the noise is here, you can see in the original packet, what we're trying to look for is patterns. So if you take a look at the original noise, raw on the top, it's just high, low, and you don't really see what's going on through the scope. However, if you take a look if you feed it in something like hex 77, then you start seeing a repeating pattern of ones and zeros. Or if you send it hex FF, then you see a whole string of patterns. Why are we looking for that? Well, the reason why is because we're looking for a pattern of possibly a preamble or identification of a start of packet, because all these embedded systems always are looking for that type of start to be able to indicate that they need to start processing data or sending it. So where did we go? Well, we had to start looking at the manuals. We searched everywhere. We searched through vendor websites, through vendor manuals. All of these are kind of amusing because you can get upgraded to Windows CE embedded or Windows embedded payment processing, which uses super secure systems and is triple DES compliant and Visa certified. If you think about that now, you realize that doesn't really hold up to the test of time. These devices were obviously built way back when, in the early days of 2003 and 2004. So not that long ago, but as far as security goes, that's ancient. XP doesn't support modern stuff unless you update it, and even then it's at the edge of not supporting things. So this is fairly old, and these were on the trailing edge of just raw microprocessor ATMs. Most of the newer ones are moving to, Windows embedded, or the latest ones are Linux, but these were just pure embedded. So how do we figure out how to make that work? Well, we have to find, documents online. Well, we finally stumbled upon a document that was a provisional programming guide for the ATMs. And that's when things started getting a little easier, because we could start identifying how to configure and how to work with the ATMs.
So configuring the ATMs is relatively easy. Luckily, the passwords have all been kind of defaulted, which were all fives. So you just, mash the 5 button. There's a key combo that you have to do. You clear the NVRAM, it resets the settings on it, and you put in the default password. So there is a hidden button to change the processor, though, that if you don't know where to look for it, it's dumb. And we don't have it pictured here, but it was a standard menu for host configuration. That's the blank button. me just push it. Only on first boot, right after a NVRAM wipe, that blank button up there, and you can push the button, change the processor. So specifically, what we were looking for was standard 3. We had found some protocol documentation for that, as Wasabi mentioned, and we were gonna be able to do that. So if you ever to hack one of these, make sure you go looking for the payment processor right after a RAM wipe. But from the documentation, we can find out it was a 2400 baud modem, 7 data bits, 1 stop bit, even parity. First character is SDX, and the last 2 characters are going to be ETX and an LRC composed of the body of the message without SDX and ETX. What that means is that, so if you look at an ASCII table, there is something called SDX, start transaction. It's a single control character. ETX is in transaction. That's a single control character. So there's using these ASCII control codes from the mainframe days. I think this thing was designed to talk to an AS400. And it really, really looked like it was really meant to work over like an ATM serial line. So the original communications flow of whenever you're communicating with an ATM like this is, the ATM will call in, send an ENQ, right, which is start of the communications. I send a handshake back. It sends its request down. Then the response happens. I send the response back. It sends an AOK, an ACK, and then in transaction, an EOT character, and then it disconnects again. Well, unfortunately, in the early days of whenever we were first trying to get this thing to talk, all we could get was that original string of ENQ, right? It was just send the ENQ and then die after a while. Well, the documentation said we were supposed to just send 1 ENQ, which made sense, right? And it would just ask again for a handshake and then just die. So while perusing the internet of the old, which I tend to do with the archive team, I found this very old freaking article from like DEF CON 2. And it was war driving VisaNet endpoints. I was thinking it was marked 96. And it said the VisaNet, the good way to identify is to send ENQ, ENQ, ENQ. So I'd send them 3 times. So I had to do a secret 3 knock. It's terrible. But as soon as it happened, it dumped data. There's the first data blob that we ever got back from the ATM. We had no idea what it was. The hex didn't match ENQ, didn't match ETX, didn't match ACK or NAC or any of it, right? It was just like, well, what is this? It doesn't make any sense.
And that's where we run into another problem. So we were very excited for a short period of time that we were able to get this whole thing to actually communicate. But what actually had happened is we stumbled into yet another problem with the system. And that's when we started reading the provisional manual again. So the ATM can operate in 2 modes. One is a batch mode where it pulls a bunch of requests and does them all at once. So this would be like if someone puts in their card and then you want to do a withdraw and then a deposit, and then you want to, do a couple of other actions with that, and then you press complete. That would be that type of action. Or you can do single mode, which is how we ended up configuring ours. But at this point, we weren't sure how to do that. And single mode is what we're showing is the standard request, where you send the request, you get the response, and then you disconnect. So simpler mode meant we can actually test the process. And so then we started, trying to emulate this process message. Uh-oh, black screen.
No, it's fine.
There we go. Next slide, I think. There we go. Cursed black screen. And then we were like, okay, well, what's going on? And as we were looking at the original information, one of the things that Forrest identified was like, wait, parity versus stop bit. And we were trying to figure it out. We're like, wait a minute, maybe this was using one of those. And for those who are not familiar, ASCII is 7 bits. And in various forms of modem communication through the years, you could get different varieties where there was 8-bit plus 1 or 7-bit plus 1, which would be the true ASCII. So we were trying all these different shifts to try to identify and match that pattern of of 7 plus 1 stop. So we tried shifting things around and moving them and realigning them. The message that we is on the screen, we shifted around, added zeros, added ones. We were trying to get it to align so it would reply. And our question was, why would the ATM respond to a valid ENQ but send back characters that did not match what it was supposed to be sending according to the protocol diagram? Big question. So that comes down to ASCII. And for those of you who are familiar with ASCII, this will be a bit of a replay, but for those of you who are not familiar, ASCII is actually only, as I said, 7 bits. The 8th bit is actually nowadays is filled in. It's just unused. But in the old days, it was actually used as a parity bit and was used for even parity or odd, depending on how you configured it, to make sure that everything matched up. And what we had forgotten was we didn't actually calculate the parity bit. We were just sending values. And of course, if the parity did not match, the whole thing was just thrown out. So once we figured that out, we started getting a little bit of communication. And so we started realizing once we corrected the alignment, we were able to get data back and start decoding because it was sending back with parity. So if you strip off the parity, you get the correct ASCII values. So what we did was we took the decoded values and we put them on the side, so it's actually a little easier to read. So you have the start, the terminal ID, the field separator, and we still had a few bytes that we didn't understand, but we were able to start aligning them and filling in the values to what matched up with what we had set on the ATM and what we were expecting to get back from the machine. So once we started emptying out with putting in zeros or spaces, we started being able to identify where things were and be able to start working on the actual protocol. But things still weren't quite working. And you'll notice the LRC at the end. This is a little spoiler. We didn't actually have that. As it turns out, LRC, while it's a standard, it's essentially the same thing as a CRC, and which is just a validation check. It's adding everything together and making sure that it matches. If the checksum doesn't match on the other end, you have a bad packet. Well, the problem is that when we were doing the calculations, what we had thought was a universal standard turned out to be relative to whatever implementation was building the LRC check. Now, of course, there is a fairly simple method, but we had happened upon the LRC check that was much more complicated, and we're not getting the valid checksums for the ATM to respond to. Eventually, we simplified and have found a very easy implementation, which was is the function on the right, and that lost a lot of time because we were spending so much time trying to identify it, and we kept getting NAC or 95 or 15 if you remove the parity bit. And once we finally identified that we were having to properly calculate the LRC, things started making sense. And that's when we started identifying actual tables.
So the host tables, so when an ATM boots up, right, the first thing it's requesting is its host tables. These are settings, requirements, encryption keys, totals, things of that sort that have happened that the ATM needs to configure with the upstream processor, whatever bank it may be. So the ATM reaches out to the modem, requests the download. We have to give it a whole bunch of values to configure itself, including the triple des key, which we set to all zeros, because who needs encryption where we're going? No, it did support 3DES, and it was a left and right key combo, so it could actually rotate the keys depending on which transaction it was doing. So for instance, it could set a key where it was sending and then another one was receiving. So you could have like semi-encrypted communications, but none of it was required and none of it set up by default. I don't think Visa uses it either. Ours used a very, very simple single triple des, and it was really only used for just getting the keys in there. So as you can see, we have some of the decoding going on, but one of the things we kept having problems with was just terribleness ending up on our serial lines. For some reason, we were just getting bad bytes here and there. Most likely it was just us being terrible programmers. And so you can see here, we were getting a handshake in. We finally got a message in. We got the encrypted key trying to send, and the ATM would send to 15 and reject all of it. It was great. But sometimes the modem would just send null bytes, just scattered in between our other bytes. It was some kind of ring buffer or something that we were dealing with. It was probably just the command mode that we were wrong with. But it would continuously send null bytes and screw with our checksums all over the place. So we were, missing the next message, which was host totals, which is the end of day or start of day totals that the ATM would send. This or the payment processor would send to the ATM. This is required so it knows what its balances are and any fee structures or anything like that it's going to do that isn't already pre-configured by the operator. But this is kind of fast and loose. So we were just making a whole bunch of if statements and else statements, kind of just making a big script to handle it all. What we really needed was a state machine.
So for the first half of everything that was going on, we were legitimately just taking bytes and sending them over the modem to the ATM. And when it failed, it would crash, and then we'd have to restart and send them again. Eventually, we got a little clever to start sending functions, writing functions to send the stuff automatically, but that's not enough. When you're working with a system as complex as an ATM, which in reality it's kind of simple, but if you take a look at this flowchart, this is one that I designed to identify all the different components and triggers that had to take place. And when you take a look at it, you realize that there's actually a lot of different conditions that have to be met or aborted. So in this case, when we started, we start with a read. We look for null bytes because the modems would send them and we weren't getting ATM data. We would make sure the parity bits were correct. If it did not contain the right values, we would abort and reset. If it did contain the values, we would check to make sure the handshake worked. We would start a timer to make sure that everything worked and then go through the actual processing. And if the timer did not complete within the allotted 30 seconds, the watchdog would reset and set everything to start again. And then if it did work, we would actually send the payment data to the actual payment processor that we had written and make it go. So this was a very complicated thing, but it actually allowed us to go from some very long code that looked like this, where we're actually typing in all the different data and actually hand filling the surcharge and the values and everything. Everything was just filled in by hand, and every parity and everything was just done on each message. It was a lot of code. And then when we went to the state machine, it allowed us to rebuild everything into an actual, state machine. So this is the actual extent of the processor. This is what did all the work. It checked if the action string matched existing action strings, which were your IDs, essentially. So what the different tables that we had identified, host downloads and things like that. And if it did succeed, then we went through and actually tried to pass it off to a payment, the payment handler, the transaction handler, and then pass back that information. This allowed us to actually start working in a way that was a little more interactive and allowed us to develop things in a lot better way. So as you can see here, this is the actual state machine payment processor. You can see it looking for good data and bad data. It receives the good data and attempts to process it, and then dumps out all the data. And as you can see here, this is an actual credit card. Obviously, people who are looking at this for the first time are probably like, what is going on? But you'll see in the middle of the screen, there's an equal sign. That's actually track 1 and track 2. And so we only pulled off track 1, and that allowed us to get all the payment information that we needed. Oh, look at that. That's fancy. We didn't have that in the practice runs. But that allowed us to get the transaction information and then send that on to our payment processor. As I said, this was rediscovering how to build this protocol. This was discovering how to deal with all this stuff. So once we got that, we then sent all the message over, and then you can see we're sending and receiving message, and then the actual state check would check to verify that the actions were correct and that the states were success or failures. So with that, this is where things got a little more complicated, as if they weren't already.
So we also had to deal with other things of sorts like transactions, reversals, because it would do that. If a transaction failed, it would try to reverse it. Like, so, oh no, I couldn't dispense the money. Let me refund it for you. And of course, host downloads and updates throughout the day that it would do. Now, downloads and everything, so initial communications when it would boot up were handled on the Raspberry Pi directly to ensure the ATMs were ready whenever the teams would enter the room and such, in case we were futzing with the backend still. But as previously said, all the rest of the entire protocol was encapsulated and sent using UDP upstream to the centralized area. So this is the very first run that we did where we actually got it to communicate and spit out money. Yay! So it spat out money, but it ended up eating some of it. This is fake, by the way. You'll notice that they're slightly off. But we found out that it actually had a couple of issues with trying to put fake cash into an ATM. They're very sensitive with the actual weight of the paper. There's this back part that actually flips the cash up and then puts it into the belts, but it was jamming in there real hard. They got to kind of yank it out of there and tear it all to bits. But once we found the perfect weight and everything, we were able to put some Zimbabwe money on there, and it worked quite well for the students.
Yeah, and I just want to state for a second that Forrest underestimates or undersells how much effort he put into this, and the fact that he was actually weighing money and weighing papers to determine how to cut, measure, and fill the cash machine. It was a long process, and it was actually kind of amazing to watch because the machine would, as he was saying, shred the money, but he was putting in all sorts of different weighted fake money. I don't know where he found all the fake money that he could get. I didn't know there were so many places to get it.
I actually got it from DEF CON. The original money that I had came from DEF CON. Yeah, some nerds gave it to me. But the money that I found that worked the best that was fake in the beginning when I was feeding it for you was receipt paper. The actual paper coming out of them was the perfect weight as long as it was cut right. And then the money that we used at the competition was Zimbabwe money.
I think it was Jamaican because it was the same.
Was it Jamaican?
Design.
Yeah,
it was
something
Jamaican.
like that. Yeah.
But yeah, it was a very interesting process. But in all, there was over 20 different transactions that we had to handle. We only ended up using about 8, because we only needed to know success, failure, error, and any of the payment info. And then, of course, there was 10 reasons why I shouldn't be a payment processor, and that's for a very good reason. So as it turns out, the ATMs were very simple with handling their money. They gave you a fixed width value that determined how much money you would request, dispense, have the fee, and then how much was available in your account. If you messed up any of the padding on any of those, you would get values that looked something like this, where you have a negative $10 balance and your fee is as much as the amount that you requested. So I should never be a payment processor because this would be a really bad ATM. But it was a very interesting experience. And of course, it was very interesting to get the padding right because this was something that was ongoing. We constantly had to adjust it because if you're looking for the values when you're going from raw numbers to what the ATM wants, it's very tricky. So it took a little while to get that right. But of course, I think you guys want to see the test run, and I'll let Forrest handle that one.
Yeah, so this is a student using it for a time in its full loop here. Let's see here.
I think you're in drawing mode. Oh, there we go.
So you can see it processing on the left there. It just spits out some money at you.
Yeah, it's very... Oh, good.
Yeah, so fun facts, whenever you see it in movies or elsewise where it's spitting money like across the room, they've modified it. Outright modified it. That's about as far as you can get it to go.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun though. But switching gears, this is literally these ATMs still exist. They're still in use all across the country. And the problem isn't that they're still in use, but the problem is that the implementation is over 40 years old. You know, you wouldn't be buying I mean, people still deal with this type of technology and still use it, but you wouldn't be buying a personal computer that has the same encryption standards this ATM does. It would be woefully inadequate. And to upgrade, they do sell you those. They send you the electronic components for over $1,000 to replace it to be a EMV card system, which is, you know, your chip and pin. And that doesn't include the software updates. So, you know, the fundamental problem is the protocol problem. And that is fundamentally that the encryption is just not there. It's essentially a plain text protocol that has a little bit of encryption to validate before it does a transaction. So, you know, that makes things a little hard. What would be better? Well, the thought would be to use an open standard. So next slide first. There we go. Would be using an open standard. Like if you have to use standard web or WebSockets to send the data, at least those are well documented and you can use actual encryption, you know, like TLS, you know, and go from there. Or, you know, allow upgrades to be easier to support newer standards. But then again, you know, the end rule is just maybe make an open standard so we can have these in place for many years. But, you know, that's not our department. Our goal was to build an ATM system, and we did. So with that, I think we're going to just go to any questions. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, it's right there. And if not, you know, like and subscribe on YouTube or something. No, I'm joking. Or like and subscribe ShellCon. They're pretty awesome. But I don't see any questions on the Discord. So.
Oh, somebody's typing.
Yeah.
Somebody furiously typing.
Many people are typing. It's really weird doing a talk without like seeing their hand raised or anything like that, because
or being able to yell at people.
Yeah, you're just like, is he typing a question for me, or is he just typing because he feels like he wants to type? Yeah, many people are typing.
We definitely banged our heads on this one for a while, and we did actually have to, you know, mishmash and things of sorts.
Yeah, and as someone posted the red balloon security, and they were actually one of the initial ideas that we got from all the work. Ours was ongoing from basically September to this November when it took place. So, but ours was completely different than what they do because theirs was using Ethernet and ours is using raw dial-up. So theirs, while they were able to do it using Ethernet to exploit the protocol, and I believe they uploaded a custom firmware or application or tool or something onto there. Ours was just dealing with the payment processor side, which, as far as we know, is still something nobody's really looked at, is becoming a payment processor. Because you could plug in a stock ATM, no modifications to our payment processing code, and get it to dump out money.
Yeah,
well,
or like if you find one of these out on the street or in a gas station or any of those things, and yeah, you just take the modem cable up, plug it into your pipe, dial up the code. Hey, who needs a PIN code where we're going, right?
Yeah, and the big thing that does slow that down is that it does use triple DES, but at the same time, triple DES is not exactly a great encryption
So
this point.
so volunteering for CPTC and NEC, or for, I should say CCDC in general. So CPTC is where the students are red team and you know, people make a network for them to hack, and then the other way around is CCDC, where they have to defend themselves against the professional red team, and they don't survive very well. So there's lots of opportunities with local universities. Specifically, I would contact like the cybersecurity department or the maths department, because sometimes they end up in there for some reason. A lot of local universities have teams, and they always need somebody to test with. And they always need somebody to kind of go up against and give them environments and give them help and things of that sort. And then like the nationals and things of that sort, you just kind of get ingrained into it over time. It's great fun. We're doing right now. CPTC is going on right now. We're doing a power company, and we've done all kinds of tomfoolery for that. So
yeah, it'll be fun to talk about that next year. We don't want to spoil it for the teams who are participating, but we had a fair fun building some very custom systems that they're dealing with right now.
Yes.
But you know, I just want to round out because I think we're gonna get kicked off the stage or virtual stage very soon. But you know, it's amazing to see that ATMs are back in the news. All of us started working on, all these different ATM attacks that are going on from last year to this year, all started at the same time independently, which is a kind of astounding because, you have the stuff way back and then all of a sudden, ATMs are back in the news. So it's good to see that people are taking this security seriously, just like, the stuff with voting machines. That's a big deal now. A lot of this is hopefully going to change the way things are going to be a little bit more secure and more positive. For people, lay people, I think the biggest thing to take away from this talk is not that you can become your custom payment processor, but more that you should be wary of random ATMs that you see. And Notepad++ may appear on the screen at any moment, but just be cautious of ATM machines. Make sure that you trust the environment. You wouldn't have this attack in a facility like a bank or a place that's monitoring them. So just be careful, and that's that's a good place to leave it. But it's good to see a lot of the research going on again. And with that,
I have linked an article real quick that I've put on screen and also into the question that we've done a write-up of this as well with some more information if you're looking for it for our particular hacks that we've done.
Yeah, and part of the thing was this was under secrecy until after CPTC, which was in the end of November. So it's exciting to be able to actually finally share it, even if it's a year later. So with that, I think I will say thank you to everyone who attended the talk today. I don't actually know how many attended, but hopefully those who attended did enjoy it. And you can feel free to reach out to us about any questions on Discord or Twitter, or if you're in any of the volunteer events, feel free to reach out. And we're always happy to help and answer questions to, make this community a better place.
Thank you, Wasabi and Forrest. It was a great talk. Hope to see you at ShellCon next year. Coming up next at 6 p.m., we got Ali Mellon with Trust but Verify, maintaining democracy in spite of information countermeasures. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody, to our last talk of the day. We thank you all for joining us and for joining us throughout the day as well. We would like to thank our sponsors for ShellCon 2020, which are Twitter, Etchcan, Paranoids, Aria Security, SkySef, Resecurity, No Starch Press, and Synopsis. We really thank you for all your support. And coming up next is our last talk of the day, which is brought to you by Ali Mellon, and it's titled Maintaining Democracy in Spite of Informazioni Countermeasures, or Information Countermeasures in English. Ali has spent the past decade in engineering, development, and technical consulting roles at multiple venture-backed startups, as well as research roles at MIT and Boston University. Her passion is combining technology and entrepreneurship, having run her own successful iOS development company. And without further ado, I'll now introduce you to Ali Mellon.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Trust But Verify, Maintaining Democracy in Spite of Information Countermeasures. I am Ali Mellon. I'm a security strategist, and as was mentioned, I spent the last decade in various tech and engineering roles, and the past few years I've spent working closely with law enforcement and DHS and the FBI and the Secret Service in order to improve our election security. And as part of that, what we've done is election security tabletop exercises. And in these exercises, we pit hackers versus law enforcement and government officials in order to really test the processes that law enforcement and the government have in place in order to secure our elections. And we do this in particular, not on the voting equipment itself, but on everything around that, everything around the election. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And I want to start by taking a step back and thinking about what's truly critical to our daily lives, because this really does tie in to whether or not voters are willing to go vote and feel confident in going to vote. And that's something that they actually are driven to do. And I think about what's truly critical to our daily life through Maslow's hierarchy of needs. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you see at the base the physiological needs, things like air, water, food, shelter. Next layer is safety, personal security, employment, and different resources that you might need. And again, since this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, these are all the things that people need and really need in their daily lives in order to ultimately achieve self-actualization and really becoming the best that they can be. The next level in that pyramid is belonging. This is about friendship and intimacy and that sense of connection, which really is important when you're going through your daily lives. Above that is esteem, things like respect and self-esteem and status, and ultimately recognition in your group and your society. And then at the top of the pyramid is self-actualization, and really talking about how you reach the point where you're becoming the most that you can be. So with all of that in mind, where does voting fit into this? And does it even? So that's what we're going to address today. We're going to start with that defender perspective and get an idea of what the daily life of a voter looks like. From there, we can dive into the attacker perspective and really understand the daily life of a voter so we can see how we can attack it. Next, and honestly, throughout the entirety of this talk, I really want to make sure that you guys are thinking about what you could do to stop an election, and then from that information, how we can use that to actually protect our elections. So let's start with the defender perspective. According to the DHS, election infrastructure is defined as things like voter registration databases, IT infrastructure, voting systems, all of these things that are very much so limited to the actual equipment that they need to use to collect the votes and count the votes. But what I'm wondering is that really all? And that's a lot of what I was left wondering about after these tabletop exercises. And all boils down to what I call the voter hierarchy of needs. These are all of the things that a voter needs in order to feel comfortable and motivated to go vote. So all of these lead up to voting ultimately. And you can see a very close alignment here between Maslow's hierarchy of needs and the voter hierarchy of needs. Things like physiological needs. If you are afraid for your life, you're most likely not going to prioritize voting first. Similarly, with safety, this could span anything from your own safety to your family's safety to financial security and safety. If you don't have these things, you're much less likely to once again prioritize voting. We see that as well with belonging. If you don't feel like you're a part of the society and the country that you're in, you will not want to contribute to it. Similarly with esteem, if you're thinking about, and this is the case for a lot of people, especially in the United States, but in other nations as well, a lot of people don't feel like their vote matters. They don't feel like their vote counts. And so esteem is critical when we're thinking about making sure that we are getting as much turnout as possible and that people feel like their point of view in the nation matters. And ultimately leading to self-actualization and really believing that not only you can be the best that you can be, but through your vote, through casting your vote, you can ultimately push your country to be the best that it can be. And that is through the vote. So this is what I consider the voters' hierarchy of needs. And this is what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about election infrastructure, because there are a lot of things around the actual equipment that you use to count the votes that have a critical impact on whether or not everyone who is willing to will cast their vote, and also who is willing to cast their vote. And we can see that these systems, each layer of which we really need to protect, are also systems that could very easily be a target to someone who wants to break down people's faith, not only in democracy, but in a country itself. And this is especially true and important to consider in nations like the United States, where 40% of eligible US citizens don't vote at all. They just don't. So any type of voter suppression, any type of activity that makes voters reconsider whether they should go and vote will have an impact. So these are the things that I'm really thinking about when we're thinking about ways to break down democracy that are not as direct as, say, tampering with election equipment, but have a much more long-lasting and painful impact on a country. Things like making sure that we are doing everything we can to maintain faith in democracy instead of letting someone crumble it. Things like preventing voter suppression, because voter suppression has a huge impact on a nation, both from the standpoint of feeling like you're a community, but also making sure every voice is heard. And then the last, of course, which is national security. And a lot of this really does come down to national security, because if you're in a nation where the citizens don't feel like they're a part of the country, you're really going to struggle to maintain that country unit. So let's use this information about the defender perspective to jump into the attacker perspective. And I want to just say that this isn't evil. This is why we red team. This is really important so that we can make sure we're having a really well-rounded perspective on what attackers might do in order to target an election. This is to make our elections more secure. So we see, especially with nation state attackers, their main focus is things like gaining power. It's spreading a particular ideology, and it's really maintaining their global recognition and support. And how do they do this? Especially with cyber attacks, we see that there are 3 core layers that they will try to target. And this really applies to all cyber attacks, but we see it very applicable to election security as well. Layers like infrastructure, this is that physical component where cyber meets the physical realm. Then you have the information layer. This is targeting what people actually hear and see, and ultimately they don't come to recognize what's real and what is something that someone else is telling them. And then you have the ethos layer, and that's really the belief system of a core group of people. So we're going to go through some historical and modern day examples of attacks on each of these layers. And what's interesting about this is we're going to talk about some, especially the historical ones, that don't have a direct cyber component. However, you can see how they could very easily be translated to modern day in the form of a cyber attack. The reason that they don't is because honestly, a lot of them were before that time, but they still make a very compelling case for not only why this is not a new problem, but also for how much easier countries can actually implement this now. And I want to start with the Italian elections of 1948. So, of course, 1948 was a very difficult and contentious time given World War II. And there was a significant amount of election interference going on. The US government was intent on psychological warfare, and millions of dollars was going to Christian Democratic and right-wing socialist parties. There was a massive propaganda campaign against the Communist Socialist Coalition. And it was really a war of words between the Soviet Union and the United States. And it was ultimately all about changing this one election in this one country and just changing the perception of it into democracy versus totalitarianism, Christianity versus atheism, America versus the Soviet Union, and ultimately abundance versus starvation. And ultimately, this propaganda campaign was so successful that they actually the United States repeated the process in Guatemala, in South Vietnam, in Afghanistan, and in Indonesia, and many, many more countries. Another example is the 1996 Chinese influence on the US election, where a Chinese general funneled $300,000 interested in influencing US election, specifically the US presidential election, and he funneled that money to the Clinton campaign. And this was later found out, but it really does start to break down people's belief that their elections are free and fair if another country's leading general is sending money to our politicians to help sway the race. And now I want to talk about some modern day social media attacks. On the right, you can see a very interesting example where there is someone who very much so is implying that they're in the United States. It's an advertisement on Facebook, and it's supposed to really make sure that people feel the contentious nature in the air. It's very opinionated. It's very focused on riling people up and causing chaos in some form, whether it's just people commenting, as you can see, a lot of people commented on this post, but really just raising that level of hatred towards a certain group of people. And then on the left, you can see a post that's supposed to be from a Clinton supporter that says, "Save time, avoid the line, vote from home. Text Hillary and we'll make history together." Needless to say, texting is not an applicable form of voting. However, you can imagine an ad like this, even in the 2020 presidential election, could be very compelling for people who don't want to go to the polling place, either in 2016, maybe because they just didn't want to take the time out of their day, in 2020, maybe because they want to avoid a deadly pandemic. And we have people and corporations like social media giants talking about this and framing this as a free speech issue and as an issue of them policing different groups of people. But I have to say that throughout this talk, one of the things that I hope you will come to see is that election security is not just a government issue. It is a people issue, it is an individual issue, it is an enterprise issue. And we need everyone who believes in that form of government, who believes in truth and in uniting groups of people and in the betterment of their country, to work towards securing our elections. And that is, it includes people like this. It includes social media companies. Now let's talk about the information plane. And this one is very interesting because I'm going to start with the foundations of America. So America was actually founded on the premise of a conspiracy theory where the British were trying to enslave us. Sam Adams argued that Britain's taxations were part of an elaborate conspiracy to eventually enslave American colonists. And he actually spread that and other early disinformation through pamphlets and speeches that had information that he knew was not true. And he furthered this by using the Boston Massacre as another thing that he could use to spread more propaganda and to make his point more. So we talk about disinformation as if it's something that is very unique to this social media age, but in reality, this is in the foundations of some of the countries that are most painfully being hit by disinformation right now. This is not a new problem. It's just being presented in a different way. And it's very important to recognize that because it really starts to help people to realize that this is a people problem and that this is something that we need to fight as individuals. And again, on every level that we can, not just through our governments, not just as a war between nation states. The next thing I want to talk about is the CIA and the propaganda asset inventory. And I think that this is fascinating. I'm going to give two short anecdotes. The first being Radio Free Asia, which is an asset that the CIA controlled in order to spread disinformation and propaganda more generally to different groups of people in Asia. But they realized that one of their targets, which was Taiwan, most of the private citizens did not have radios. So they actually strapped radios to balloons and unleashed them to try to make them fly over to Taiwan. Needless to say, the wind changed direction, the radios never made it, but it's still a very interesting story of something that could have been so much easier if it was in modern day, but they were trying to come up with creative solutions to this problem. And then the second thing I want to talk about is a magazine called Forum World Features. This was a magazine that was used to spread CIA propaganda in multiple countries. Ultimately, the magazine became so popular that they started to distribute it in the United States, and the CIA had to be very careful not to place false stories in the US version. Another one is the US radio in Moscow. From 1976 to 1982, it was very difficult to get English rock music in Moscow. And so the CIA actually set up a radio station that played rock music like Elton John and the Beatles. And it was followed by editorial content, which Soviet authorities considered disinformation. Another one a little closer to home is the 2014 elections in Ukraine. 4 days before this election, on May 21st, attackers actually compromised the CEC network, which was the election network, and they were able to disable vote counting, which of course, it was ultimately only for 12 hours. But of course, that makes people lose faith in their government, not only in their ability to count the votes, but also their ability to keep their citizens safe. And then 4 days later, on election day, attackers hit that same CEC website with a constant denial of service attack. And 12 minutes before the polls closed, they actually posted a picture of the former leader of the right sector on the website claiming he won the election, even though he had not. And it was immediately shared by Russian media. This is a great example of not only causing chaos and confusion during an election, but also really making people question for probably years to come whether or not their elections are secure or accurate. Now, let's dive into some modern examples, again from the 2016 election, regarding communication. On the right, you can see an example of a helpful text supposedly coming from the government, giving the voter some information on where to go vote. Except there's one problem, which is this is not the actual place, not the actual polling place that the voter should go. It's intentionally sent to them so they go to that polling place and they end up not having a polling place there and probably getting frustrated and not making an effort to try for the next polling place that they don't know if it's real or not. On the left, you can see an example of a text that's supposedly coming from President Trump saying that someone has not submitted their ballot yet and trying to shame them into voting. Needless to say, it's not from President Trump and it's not from the Trump campaign. It's just someone trying to make sure that a specific group of people go to vote. Lastly, I want to talk about the infrastructure plane, and this one is the one that I think we're going to start to see a lot more in the years to come, really that physical layer and seeing how cyber attacks impact it. And I want to start with a historical example from the assassination of Lumumba. The Democratic Republic of the Congo was actually formed as an independent nation in 1960. And at that time, Lumumba was elected as the prime minister. He was assassinated 1 year later. And of course, seeing your first prime minister of your newly independent nation be assassinated is politically fracturing for this nation. But on top of that, this was an attack that was perpetrated by the American and Belgian governments because they didn't feel that Lumumba would align with Western interests. So these are the types of things that immediately will make people think, man, my vote doesn't matter. My country doesn't matter. These larger superpowers are going to come in and do whatever they want. Another really awful but good example is the Indonesian elections and subsequent massacre. This was in 1965 when the Communist Party finished fourth in an Indonesian election. They were offered a proportional representation in the government, and the US, through messages, secretly supported the purge of suspected communists, and thousands to millions died over the course of months. The military took over as the most powerful institution, and this is the type of thing that obviously it kills people immediately, immediate impact. But it also terrifies the public. Who is going to feel free to voice their opinions or to vote after something like this happens? And then I would be remiss not to talk about the Bronze Night. This is not an election day, but it's a great representation of what could happen. And what actually did happen on a different day in Estonia. So basically, the Estonian people decided to move a Red Army soldier to a Soviet cemetery instead of where it was, because it was in the center of a popular area and they just didn't feel it was appropriate there. Now, immediately as they started to do this that night, fake news started to spread with Russian news reports, claiming that the statue and Soviet war graves were being destroyed. This resulted in 2 nights of riots and looting, with 156 people injured, 1 person died, and 1,000 people were detained. Now, at the same exact time, banks, media outlets, and governments were hit with denial of service attacks. This left cash machines and online banking out of service, government employees unable to actually communicate via email, and newspapers and broadcasters unable to deliver the news. So basically, they had fake Russian news reports beginning to spread, utter chaos resulting in death, and they were unable to have government employees communicate during this time, be able to broadcast any real news, and people could not go to the bank. And quotes like these, I think, are really important because it shows that really cyber aggression, it fuels that confusion, but it's very difficult. Attribution becomes very difficult with cyber aggression. And I want to think about a few attacks, for example, on the electric grid. In 2003, a 4-day power outage left at least 100 people in the United States and Canada dead. And what's really important about this is that if you go through a brownout or a blackout during election day, how likely are you to go vote? Or are you going to be worried about what's going bad in your fridge, or anyone that you care about who might be at the hospital, or any of your family members like your parents and how they're doing? These are important things to consider because it can really impact how a certain region is willing to vote. And also transit. A lot of people take the train in order to not only get to work, but to get to their polling place. And if the transit system is down, these people are either A, going to be unable to get to the polling place, or B, they're not going to want to anymore. So these attacks, we can see they're across all layers, and really all layers of the pyramid as well. And even if you hit just one layer of the pyramid, you're going to have an impact. And now imagine if you have a string of attacks that hit multiple. So let's jump back into the defender perspective to understand where this really leaves us. We have this limited view of election security, really just that voter registration databases, IT infrastructure. And it leaves us with quotes like these, talking about how in the election we'll have to confront distortions and fake stories, talking about how elections are a scam. Even top congressional Democrats saying that we're going to have significant disinformation, but not offering any solutions or any ways that citizens can actually help stop this. So where should we be going in order to actually have something actionable that we can implement now in order to make this situation better? And really, the solution is a more comprehensive definition of election security that takes into account things like communication and social media and other avenues of attack. So think about what your election day looks like, whether you vote before work, if you mail in your ballot, are you on Twitter, do you fact check? And how would you attack all of these layers? And then use that information to think about how you could actually defend. How do you defend? And really, how do you defend across all of these? Because what's important is at an individual level, at an enterprise level, and at a government level, if it applies to you. So what I recommend is secure your systems. If you work in an enterprise and you maybe are part of critical infrastructure, make sure that your systems are secure. And then also on an individual level, make sure your systems are secure. Make sure you're working with the government. Partner with the government where you can. I'm a member of InfraGuard, which is a group that lets you, for any critical infrastructure provider, lets you partner with the government and you can have an open form of communication. And then lastly, fight disinformation as much as you can. Don't comment on these posts, report them, and make sure that you're putting truthful information into the world, and always double check, because just because something agrees with your point of view does not mean that it's true. Thank you so much for attending. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm on Discord, and I'm also on Twitter at Hackerbella.
Thank you so much, Ali, for the presentation. It was definitely great. You sparked a great conversation in the Discord. There are some questions out there for you on the Discord. If you have some minutes, we can go through some of them.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Henry Reed asks, with regards to activity by the Russian Federation, are you aware if there were any U.S. election interference strategy changes after Alexander Dugin's published plans?
I'm not aware, actually. I'd be curious about that. I think that from what we're seeing, the Russian government has a very, very well thought out strategy to attack other governments, especially with things like disinformation. And I think that they're definitely iterating on that every single day.
All right, Ducky asks, do you have any thoughts around effectively combating in real time on election days disinformation on social media? Do you think there is a correct or more correct route? Requesting posts takedowns, countering the disinformation, and trying to be louder, etc.?
Yeah, so the first thing I'd say, don't comment or interact with the post, report it if you see it. I think for combating it at the social media company level, I'm very excited to see the different innovative steps that companies like Twitter are taking in order to address these threats. I think the best way is, and really the only way that we can do this effectively is to flag these posts. I don't think taking them down or just getting off of social media is the solution, because echo chambers are part of the reason that we're here. And so I think ultimately the best way is going to be through empathy and through communication and through really just being that trusted and respected partner to people who just are clearly going through something and struggling because they are believing in these things that are they're just not true. But if you can build a rapport with these people, if you can be a trusted resource to them, then that's really the best way that you can break through that, and really just understanding their point of view and why they're talking about things the way they are when they aren't true. With regards to like Russian bots and stuff like that, there's going to have to be some regulation by the social media companies themselves. And I think that taking down the accounts is a great way to start, and reporting the accounts is really where we're going to start to get somewhere instead of amplifying them.
All right. I don't see any more questions in the Discord. So if anybody wants to make any additional questions, feel free to do them now. I think somebody's typing. Oh, there's a lot of people thanking you for the presentation, so I think we can wrap it up. Thank you once more, Ali. We definitely enjoy it, and we enjoyed having you at ShellCon 2020. Hopefully, we see you next year.
Definitely. Thank you so much. It was really great to be with you all.
And thank you all for watching the presentation. We have one more thing left for the night, which are the closing ceremonies, which will be taking place at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So stay tuned. In the meantime, please make sure to check out our villages, which there's still some activities going on there. Feel free to stand by in the Discord. We have a lot of people sparking conversations there. And once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for ShellCon 2020, which are Twitter, Scan, Paranoids, Aria Security, SkySafe, ReSecurity, No Starch Press, and Synopsys. Thank you all for supporting ShellCon 2020. So we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Hey, everybody, and thank you for coming to closing for ShellCon 2020. Normally, I would pause a long time here for applause, but yeah, I'm just imagining all the applause. So I just want to go over some quick numbers from the conference to give you an idea of what was going on, maybe a little bit behind the scenes, and then we've got some thanks. So one of the first things that we had is streaming stats for our main tracks. So as you can see, for the main track, we had 200 people max and about 150 people average on Friday. And then on Saturday, we had about 100 max with 73 average, with 1,636 total unique viewers. So that's pretty exciting. That's something like 3 times the size of an in-person ShellCon. So I'm super stoked about that. And then for Raise Me, we had 70 max and 55 average on Friday, and 50 max and 35 average on Saturday. This actually makes a lot of sense to me because Raise Me is all career focused, and so we get people doing career stuff on a weekday, and so that's pretty neat. And then for the DJs and After Dark viewers, we had about 88 max, and it was a decent chunk of people in the 50s for most of the evening. So that's awesome. And a huge shout out to PowerCycle, Stel, Gaten, Cellphone Dude, Shadox, and F Prime for making all that stuff run really smoothly in the background. So thank you guys. So for registration, we used a little bit different registration system this year. And so hopefully you guys liked that. We had 1,000 unique registrants, 160 workshop attendees. We sent out 120 swag bags, 12 message in a bottle supporters, and 850 users on Discord. The 60 countries was the unique registrants for the 1,000 universe tickets. So I think that is awesome. This is an audience that we couldn't normally reach. And so if you were one of those people that was in one of those countries that's listed, please give us a shout out on Twitter and let us know what country you're from, because I find that awesome. ShellCon is a pretty regional con normally in person, and so it's a lot of, we often host it in LA, so to be able to interact with people from all around the world is really special. So Red was our social media director for this year, and I want to give her the floor to be able to talk about these stats.
Thanks, Fun Sized. I've been blown away interacting with all of you over the various platforms over the last 2 months. Just some highlights. In the last 7 days alone, we've had 1,738 interactions on Instagram. We've had 1.1 thousand subscribers on YouTube. This number blows me away. In the last 28 days, 178,000 Twitter interactions. Do y'all ever get off Twitter? That's the question. And then the one that's like most special to me is just that we met and surpassed my goal. I had a personal goal of reaching over 2,000 Twitter followers by con. We surpassed that, and we actually had 261 Twitter followers in the past 10 days alone. Thank you for interacting with us. Keep interacting with us, please.
So going from an in-person con to a virtual con, this was something that we were really curious about, and so we just wanted to share those numbers. We thought for the data nerds in the audience, you guys might get a kick out of it.
And this is the way to interact with us. Please follow us. We have presence on a ton of different platforms. I'm going to be tweeting this out as well and posting it on all those various platforms so you know how to find us. But we want to make sure that we can keep these interactions going so that 2021, we're still in contact with each other.
So one of the contests that we had running throughout the weekend, in fact, the only contest that we had running throughout the weekend, at least officially, was the Capture the Flag. So real quick, just a huge shout out to Reverse Shell Corporation and all of the individual contributors that submitted challenges to this. It was amazing to watch all that come together, and we know that it's an enormous amount of work. So thank you very much for that. For the winners, first place is NSL. second place is Psychoholics, third place is Root Force, and all three tied with 2,675 points. So you might wonder, how can they be tied and yet still be first, second, and third? The differentiator after that is when they solved the challenges. So NSL got to 2,675 before the other two teams did. So we do have prizes. If you are the team lead for those three teams, please reach out to me, and we will be sending those prizes to you. So thank you guys so much. There was 101 teams that competed. Hopefully you guys had a lot of fun with that. Thank you for playing. A CTF is no fun if nobody actually jumps in. If you've never played a CTF before, you got to try it. It's a rush. So, all right, next slide. So I just want to have a huge shout out to our sponsors. All of the sponsors this year have just been awesome working with us, and many of these sponsors are sponsors that have been supporting ShellCon from the beginning. We couldn't do this without you, and the loyalty and dedication there has been awesome. For our new sponsors, we are really excited to be working with you and hope that that's a partnership that we can continue for a long time, because we don't take a sponsor unless it's a partnership that we plan on working with for a long time. So thank you very much. So Jared runs our CFP. His stuff is often completed months in advance of the con, and so it's easy for him to fly under the radar. But what I want to do is I want to give him an opportunity to thank the CFP team.
Yeah, thank you, Fence. And yeah, first up, want to thank the CFP team. They spend a lot of hours going through all the submissions that we receive and trying to rank them, and have the unenviable job of trying to decide, which of these great submissions should we put into the schedule, because it's not easy. There's a lot of great stuff that we have to leave out just because we only have so much time. So thank you to all of you guys for putting in that work. And next, want to thank the people who submit to the CFP. Next slide, please. Whoever, what would a CFP be without speakers? So I didn't prepare any stats for how many total submissions we received, but it was quite a few. So thank you to everyone who submitted, whether you were accepted or not. Please don't, if you were not selected, do not take that as a sign that your talk wasn't good or that we'd not like to hear from you next year. We absolutely would. So please do. Of the talks that were selected, we had 23 speakers. Some talks had more than one speaker in the main track, and 18 for Raise Me. We also had 2 alternates that took the time to pre-record some their talks just in case one of the other speakers ran into technical difficulties or last-minute scheduling problem. So thank you to them as well for taking the time to do that, even though there was no guarantee that they would make the final schedule. And indeed, this year, all of our scheduled speakers did make it. But you will be able to check out those 2 talks on our YouTube channel shortly. We'll have those posted along with all the others as well. And last but certainly not least is our workshop presenters. Our workshops have been very popular the last few years, and this year was certainly no exception. They all sold out very quickly. We received quite a bit of feedback from the community that they were sad that they weren't able to get in. They missed the cutoff, because we do limit these workshops, the number of attendees in each of these workshops, in order to ensure that they're very hands-on, that the instructor has enough time to interact with all the students, as much as their course requires. And these are a significant commitment of time, not only day of course, which is it's a 4-hour course, but an enormous amount of work goes into preparing these workshops ahead of time. So thank you to all of our workshop presenters as well.
All right, I'll take it back from here. Thanks, Jared. I just want to give a huge shout out to the volunteer team. I cannot thank you enough. You are the reason why this was such a success. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We had 3 workshop moderators, 9 village moderators, 7 talk moderators, 6 speaker wranglers who had to brave the world and get on camera and introduce and run the QA for all of the speakers. And then we had 5 floating volunteers who we actually were able to call upon, and just want to thank them as well for being responsive and reactive to jump in to the line of duty when the time required it.
So the leader of our Raise Me team is Lori. Lori, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, so it's incredible how much the Raise Me team has grown. 18 mentors this year. This is not including me because I don't have time to do the appointments during the conference itself, but it was incredible. I mean, we had to organize and run 2 days of career talks at the same time in the background. All of the mentors are rapid fire, getting into Discord channels and meeting with attendees. 52 attendees mentored, 95 sessions. So this tells you what kind of thorough attention that we are trying to give everybody. And this is one of the ways that we're different from other career oriented events. And I'm very proud of that. The job board is brand new this year. 35 candidates up there, 21 open positions were posted. So everybody check out the job board. It's still open. You could still post job openings to it, and you could still post your candidacy there as well. And have a total of 3 co-organizers this year. Hex, Bryna, and Pat, thank you so much. It's just amazing. And these statistics, by the way, were all collated by Bryna. This is a lot of work. And Hex, thank you again for another great salute. Those are 2 really inspiring military transition talks.
So Salute is our veterans program, and it's something that we're growing every year. So if you are a veteran and are interested in volunteering and helping out with that kind of event at ShellCon, we would really love to hear from you, because that's something that we are actively looking to do more of. So thanks so much to Hex for taking care of that. So a huge shout out to all the DJs. Some of these people haven't actually played yet. They will be playing tonight immediately after closing. And they're all doing it just to be awesome. So thank you guys so much for putting in the time and the effort. We had a blast last night. So if you are interested, jump into the Discord. We're hanging out in different chill out rooms, and people were on video and talking and just jamming out. So feel free to join us starting at 19:30 Pacific time. So we had 2 villages this year. Villages for a virtual con were really challenging to figure out, and we had 2 leads. So Stell was the lead for the soldering village, and Cannibal was the lead for lockpicking village, and they both did an amazing job with pretty much no external guidance for or previous history of here's how you do a village totally online. So that's pretty neat. A huge shout out to Holly, Yak Medic, Night Owl, and Datagram. You guys know how much I appreciate you. I spent most of the day in lockpicking, hanging out, chatting, and all of them put in a ton of hours. Holly's actually in such a different time zone that she was up at 4 or 5 a.m. when most of us were up until 4 or 5 a.m. until when most of us were just hanging out in the middle of the day. So, and then Stell, did you want to say anything about Soldering Village?
So we had at least 2 or 3 people complete a kit. We built these little electronic bagpipes. They're not the most pleasant oscillator around, but they're a whole little oscillator circuit, and
just like real bagpipes.
People complete these. It's hard to gauge exactly how many people completed them, but I don't have any terrible breaking questions in my DMs, so hopefully everyone got through them okay. I know at least a couple people did, and we had some standouts in the chat. Bear of Berlin and Diginaut were posting super helpful information and diagrams for people during the presentation of soldering. And next year, I'm committing to actually designing us a badge, provided we're in person. I'm going to actually design us a badge. It should be ShellCon themed, and you can come build it.
Very cool. Yeah, soldering was another one of those. It's like, how do you do that virtually? And I loved the fact that there was a kit. So if you built a kit, please post it somewhere and tag us in it, because I would love to see it. And if you have wonderful recordings of the audio output, I too would love to hear that. That's part of the joy. So, but yeah, huge thanks to Stell and Cannibal for running those villages this year. Okay, so this is the core team. All of those people essentially are on this Zoom right now. But it is an enormous amount of work to put ShellCon on every year, and the amount of time and effort that they pour into it is astonishing. So I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you. You guys are my family, and it's really an honor to be able to work with you so closely. I look forward to our meetings every week, even when they go 3.5 hours into the way past my bedtime. So thank you guys so much. Okay, so I had a couple of quick personal thanks, and then I'll let everybody out of here so that we can go get ready for some awesome DJs. So Davey has been helping with ShellCon since the very beginning, but this past year I needed some help with running it, and I asked him to step up, and he was more than willing to come in and fill those gaps where I needed help. And then about a month ago, my day job suddenly needed a bunch of time from me, and I almost completely disappeared off the face of the planet Earth. I was working crazy hours and wasn't around, and Davey stepped in and filled an enormous amount of work almost without me asking. I mean, I told him, I was like, hey, things are bad and I need help, but ShellCon would not have happened this year without Davey. So huge thanks to Davey. And for many of those same things, the same is true for Sonia. Sonia mostly badgered Davey about stuff, which is really the primary role. But she took over so many things. She was coordinating things. She made a bunch of really fun stuff happen. So she organized the DJs. As a quick go back, Shadox is one of the ones who did all of the streaming for the DJ. So thanks to Shadox. And then Noise and Bot, you guys know that I love you. You know why I'm thanking you. So you guys have been awesome this whole year. So the big final thank you is to everybody who came to the conference, because it would be super boring if nobody showed up. And we love seeing you. We love seeing what creativity and energy and just random cool stuff that you bring to the con. So thank you for showing up. If this was your first ShellCon, welcome. I hope you come back again. I don't know what next year is going to look like for obvious reasons. We may do another virtual conference. It may be another in-person conference. It may be a blend of the two things. I don't know. I'm really excited to find out and see what happens. But if you're in one of those countries that we showed on the screen and we are in person, we would love to have you out and meet you in person. If you live in the LA area and are interested in volunteering with us, please reach out, because we're always looking for good people to help us out with stuff. So thanks again. And that concludes ShellCon 2020.
Woo!
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thank you.
you,
It was
everyone.
a blast.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.